A Cycle of the West by Neihardt. Colophon, A Cycle of the West includes epic poems first published between 1915 and 1925 by Neihardt. This ebook was produced and transcribed for Standard eBooks by Emma Sweeney, and is based on a transcription produced in 2016 by Richard Tonsing and distributed proofreaders for Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from various sources. The cover page is adapted from Bear Hunting in the Winter, a painting completed in 1861 by Wilhelm Wallander and Alfred Wahlberg. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on January 20, 2026, 5:13 a.m., and is based on revision 0C9943F. The first edition of this ebook was released on May 10, 2024, 2:30 a.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/JohnGNeihardt/A Cycle of the West. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. In notes pronounced Popoja, right, imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard eBooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on a transcription from Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from various sources. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at Standard Booksorg. The Song of Hugh Glass to Sigurd. Scarcely 3 when you are old enough to know the joys of kite and boat and bow, and other such like splendid things that boyhood's rounded decade brings. I shall not give you tropes and rhymes, but, rising to those rousing times, I shall ply well the craft I know of shaping kite and boat and bow, for you shall teach me once again the goodly art of being 10. Meanwhile, as on a rainy day when 'tis not possible to play, the while you do your best to grow I ply the other craft, I know, and strive to build for you the mood of daring, and of fortitude, with fitted word and shape and phrase, against those later wonder days, when first you glimpse the world of men, beyond the bleaker side of 10. Note the following narrative is based upon an episode taken from that much-neglected portion of our history, the era of the American fur trade. My interest in that period may be said to have begun at the age of 6 when, clinging to the forefinger of my father, I discovered the Missouri River from a bluff top at Kansas City. It was flood time, and the impression I received was deep and lasting. Even now, I cannot think of that stream without a thrill of awe and something of the reverence one feels for mighty things. It was for me what the sea must have been to the Greek boys of antiquity, and as those ancient boys must have been eager to hear of perils nobly encountered on the deep and in the lands adjacent, so was I eager to learn of the heroes who had traveled my river as an imperial road. Nor was I disappointed in what I learned of them, for they seemed to me in every way equal to the heroes of old. I came to think of them with a sense of personal ownership, for any one of many of them might have been my grandfather, and so a little of their purple fell on me. As I grew older and came to possess more of my inheritance, I began to see that what had enthralled me was, in fact, of the stuff of sagas, a genuine epic cycle in the rough. Furthermore, I realized that this raw material had been undergoing a process of digestion in my consciousness, corresponding in a way to the process of infinite repetition and fond elaboration, which, as certain scholars tell us, foreign the heroic narratives of old time. I decided that someday I would begin to tell these hero tales in verse. And in 1908, as a preparation for what I had in mind, I descended the Missouri in an open boat, and also ascended the Yellowstone for a considerable distance. On the upper river, the country was practically unchanged, and for one familiar with what had taken place there, it was no difficult feat of the imagination to revive the details of that time. The men, the trails, the boats, the trading posts where veritable satraps once ruled under the sway of the American Fur Company. The Hugh Glass episode is to be found in Chittenden's History of the American Fur Trade, where it is quoted from its 3 printed sources: the Missouri Intelligencer, Sage's Scenes in the Rocky Mountains, and Cook's Scenes in the United States Army. The present narrative begins after that military fiasco known as the Leavenworth Campaign against the Arikaras, which took place at the mouth of the Grand River in what is now South Dakota. J.G.N. Introduction. If the average student of Western American history in our schools were asked to recall those names, which loom large for him during the far decades from the purchase of the Louisiana Territory to the coming of the settlers, he would doubtless think of Lewis and Clark, Lieutenant Pike, Major Long, and General Fremont, with perhaps 1 or 2 others. That is to say, the average student of Western history is familiar with the names of official explorers, and but for their exploits, those 40 wonderful years would seem to him little more than a lapse of empty time in a vast region waiting for the westering white man. It is true that the deeds of those above named were important. The journey of Lewis and Clark from St. Louis to the mouth of the Columbia and back again has immense significance in the story of our national life, and it was truly a magnificent adventure, to use the phrase of Emerson Hough. Pike holds and deserves a high place for his explorations in the Southwest. Long's contribution to the early knowledge of the West was considerable, and Fremont's expeditions served, at least, to awaken the popular Eastern mind to the great possibilities of the Trans-Missouri region. Fremont's reputation, however, is out of all proportion to his real accomplishment, for the trails he traveled were well known to white men long before he ventured into the wilderness. In this connection, Major Chittenden, one of the foremost authorities on the subject, tells us that there never has been a time, until very recently, when the geography of the West was so thoroughly understood as it was by the trader and trapper from 1830 to 1840, when Lewis and Clark were descending the Missouri River in the summer of 1806 on their return from the mouth of the Columbia. They met bands of traders pushing on toward the country from whence the explorers had just come. These were the vanguard of the real history makers of the early West. It was such men as these who, during the next generation, as Chittenden says, first explored and established the routes of travel, which are now and always will be the avenues of commerce in that region. The period that followed the return of Lewis and Clark was one of the most enthralling in the entire story of the human race, and yet the very names of its principal heroes are practically unknown except to specialists in Western history. The stories of their exploits have not yet reached our schools and are to be found, for the most part, hidden away in the collections of state historical societies and in contemporary journals and books of travel long since out of print. The Mormon emigration, the Mexican War, the gold rush to California, and the Oregon question filled the popular imagination during the early years of the West, and thus an important phase of our national development was overlooked and forgotten. Nevertheless, it remains true that the story of the West during the first 4 decades of the 19th century is the story of the wandering bands of trappers and traders who explored the wilderness in search of furs from the British boundary to Mexico and from the Missouri to the Pacific. History, as written in the past, has been too much a chronological record of official governmental acts, too little an intimate account of the lives of the people themselves. Doubtless, the democratic spirit that now seems to be sweeping the world will, if it continues to spread, revolutionize our whole conception of history, bringing us to realize that the glory of the race is not the glory of a chosen few, but that it radiates from the precious heroic stuff of common human lives. And that view, I am proud to say, is quite in keeping with our dearest national traditions. Now, the fur trade on the Missouri River dates well back into the 18th century, and at the time of the Revolutionary War, parties of trappers had already ascended as far north as the Big Bend in the present state of South Dakota. But it was not until after the return of Lewis and Clark from the northwest, and of Lieutenant Pike from the southwest, that the great era of the fur trade began. In 1807, the Spanish trader, Manuel Lisa, ascended the Missouri and the Yellowstone to the mouth of the Big Horn, where he erected a trading post. Returning to St. Louis the next year, he became the leading spirit in the St. Louis, Missouri Fur Company, the troubled career of which, during the succeeding 15 years, was rich in the stuff of which epics are made. Major Andrew Henry, who appears in The Song of Hugh Glass as leader of the westbound expedition from the mouth of the Grand River, was a member of that company, ascending the Missouri to the Three Forks in the summer of 1809. Driven thence by the Blackfeet, he crossed the Great Divide and built a post on what has since been called Henry's Fork of the Snake River, thus being the first American trader to operate on the Pacific side of the Rockies. In the spring of 1811, the Overland Astorians, under the command of W. P. Hunt, left St. Louis, bound for the mouth of the Columbia, where they expected to join forces with a sea expedition that had set sail from New York during the previous autumn for the long and hazardous voyage around Cape Horn. This is the only widely known expedition in the whole history of the Trans-Missouri fur trade, thanks to Washington Irving, whose account of it is an American classic. During the War of 1812, the fur trade on the Missouri declined, and though in the year 1819, 5 companies of some importance were operating from St. Louis, none of these was doing a profitable business. The revival of the trade, which ushered in the great epic period of our national development, may be dated from March 20th, 1822, when the following advertisement appeared in the Missouri Republican of St. Louis to enterprising young men. The subscriber wishes to engage 100 young men to ascend the Missouri River to its source, that to be employed for 1, 2, or 3 years. For particulars inquire of Major Andrew Henry, near the lead mines in the county of Washington, who will ascend with and command the party, or of the subscriber near St. Louis. Signed, William H. Ashley. Major Henry has already been mentioned as a veteran trader of the upper country. Ashley, who was at that time general of the Missouri militia and lieutenant governor of the recently admitted state, was about to make his first trip into the wilderness. Setting out in the spring of 1822, Major Henry, with his 100 enterprising young men, some of whom were young only in spirit, ascended to the mouth of the Yellowstone. This was before the era of the Missouri River steamboat, and the 2 keelboats that bore the trading stock and supplies of the party were coddled, that is to say, pulled by towline. General Ashley accompanied the expedition, returning to St. Louis in the fall. Early in the spring of 1823, he started north again with a second band of 100 men. Stopping to trade for horses at the Ree villages near the mouth of the Grand, he was attacked by that most treacherous of the Missouri River tribes, received a sound drubbing, lost most of his horses, and was compelled to drop downstream to await reinforcements. It was in this battle that old Hugh Glass received his hip wound. Jedediah Smith, who was a member of the defeated party, and who had fought with conspicuous bravery, volunteered to carry the news of disaster to Henry at the mouth of the Yellowstone. He was then but 24 years old, yet during the next 6 years, he was destined to discover and explore the central and southwestern routes to the Pacific, an achievement of equal importance with that of Lewis and Clark, and performed under much greater difficulties. Immediately upon the arrival of Smith at the mouth of the Yellowstone, Henry, with most of his band, started south to the relief of Ashley. In the meanwhile, Ashley had apprised the Indian agent and military authorities at Fort Atkinson of his rough treatment, and Colonel Leavenworth started north with 220 men, intent upon chastising the Reese and making the Missouri River safe for American traders. The campaign that followed, in which the whites were aided by a band of Sioux, was in some important respects a fiasco, as the opening lines of the poem suggest. But that does not greatly matter here. What does matter is the fact that the muster roll of the 2 parties of Ashley and Henry, then united at the mouth of the Grand, contained nearly all of the great names in the history of the West from the time of Lewis and Clark to the coming of the settlers. Harrison Clifford Dale, whose Ashley Smith explorations to the Pacific easily ranks him as the supreme authority on this particular period, has the following to say regarding the Ashley Henry men. The wanderings of this group during the next 10 or 15 years cover the entire West. It was the most significant group of continental explorers ever brought together. After the Leavenworth campaign against the Reese, Major Henry, with 80 men, set out for the mouth of the Big Horn by way of the Grand River Valley. Hugh Glass acted as hunter for the westbound party, and it is at this point that the following narrative begins. Old Glass was not himself an explorer, yet his adventures serve to illustrate the heroic temper of the men who explored the West, as well as the nature of the difficulties they encountered. In building the epic cycle, of which the Song of Hugh Glass and the Song of Three Friends are parts, each, however, being complete in itself, I am concerned with the wanderings of that group of men who were assembled for the last time at the mouth of the Grand. Long ago, when I was younger than most of you who are now about to study the poem here presented, I dreamed of making those men live again for the young men and women of my country. The tremendous mood of heroism that was developed in our American West during that period is properly a part of your racial inheritance, and certainly no less important a part than the memory of ancient heroes. Indeed, it can be shown that those men Kentuckians, Virginians, Pennsylvanians, Ohioans, were direct descendants in the epic line of all the heroes of our Aryan race that have been celebrated by the poets of the past, descendants of Achilles and Hector, of Aeneas, of Roland, of Sigurd, and of the knights of Arthur's court. They went as torch-bearers in the van of our westering civilization. Your present is, in a great measure, a heritage from their past, and their blood is in your veins. John G. Neihardt. The Song of Hugh Glass I Greybeard and Goldhair. The year was 1823. 'Twas when the guns that blustered at the Ree had ceased to brag, and 10 scar martial clowns turned from the unwhipped Arikara towns, earning the scornful laughter of the Sioux. A withering blast the arid south still blew, and creeks ran thin beneath the glaring sky. For 'twas a month ere honking geese would fly southward before the great white hunter's face, and many generations of their race, as bow-flung arrows, now have fallen spent. It happened then that Major Henry went with 80 trappers up the dwindling Grand, bound through the weird, unfriending barren land for where the Big Horn meets the Yellowstone, and old Hugh Glass went with them. Large of bone, deep-chested that his great heart might have play, grey-bearded, grey of eye and crowned with grey was Glass. It seemed he never had been young, and for the grudging habit of his tongue, none knew the place or season of his birth. Slowly he woke to anger or to mirth, yet none laughed louder when the rare mood fell, and hate in him was like a still, white hell, a thing of doom not lightly reconciled. What memory he kept of wife or child was never told, for when his comrades sat about the evening fire with pipe and chat, exchanging talk of home and gentler days, old Hugh stared long upon the pictured blaze, and what he saw went upward in the smoke. But once, as with an inner lightning stroke, the veil was rent, and briefly men discerned what pent-up fires of selfless passion burned beneath the still grey smouldering of him. There was a Rakehell lad, called Little Jim, Jamie, or Petit Jacques, for scarce began the downy beard to mock him for a man. Blue-eyed was he and femininely fair. A maiden might have coveted his hair that trapped the sunlight in its tangled skein, so, tawdily, outflowered the wild blonde strain that gutted Rome grown overfat in sloth. A Ganymedes haunted by a Goth was Jamie. When the restive ghost was laid, he seemed some fancy-ridden child who played at manliness mid all those bearded men. The sternest heart was drawn to Jamie then, but his one mood ne'er linked 2 hours together. To schedule Jamie's way, as prairie weather, was to get fact by wedding doubt and whim, for very lightly slept that ghost in him. No cloudy brooding went before his wrath that, like a thunder-squall, wrecked not its path, but raged upon what happened in its way. Some called him brave who saw him on that day when Ashley stormed a bluff town of the Ree, and all save beardless Jamie turned to flee for shelter from that steep, laid-harrowed slope. Yet hardly courage, but blind rage agrope inspired the foolish deed. 'Twas then old Hugh tore off the grey mask, and the hot shone through. For halting in a dry, flood-gutted draw, the trappers rallied, looked aloft and saw that travesty of war against the sky. Out of a breathless hush, the old man's cry leaped shivering, an anguished cry and wild as of some mother fearing for her child, and up the steep he went with mighty bounds. Long afterward the story went the rounds, how old Glass fought that day. With gun for club, grim as a grizzly fighting for a cub, he laid about him, cleared the way, and so, suppotted by the firing from below, brought Jamie back. And when the deed was done, taking the lad upon his knee, "My son, brave men are not ashamed to fear," said Hugh, "and I've a mind to make a man of you, so here's your first acquaintance with the law." Whereat he spanked the lad with vigorous paw, and having done so, limped away to bed, for wounded in the hip the old man bled. It was a month before he hobbled out, and Jamie, like a fond son, hung about the old man's tent and waited upon him. And often would the deep grey eyes grow dim with gazing on the boy, and there would go, as though spring fire should waken out of snow, a wistful light across that mask of grey. And once Hugh smiled his enigmatic way, while poring long on Jamie's face, and said, "So with their sons a women brought to bed, saw wounded. Thus united were the two, and some would dub the old man Mother Hugh, while those in whom all living waters sank to some dull, in a pool that teemed and stank with formless evil, into that morass gazed, and saw darkly there, as in a glass, the foul shape of some weakly envied sin. For each man builds a world and dwells therein. Nor could these know what mocking ghost of spring stirred Hugh's grey world, with dreams of blossoming that wooed no seed to swell, or bird to sing. So might a dawn-struck digit of the moon dream back the reign of some old Luna June, and ache through all its craters to be green. Little they know what life's one love can mean, who shrine it in a bower of peace and bliss. Pang dwelling in a puckered cicatrice more truly figures this belated love. Yet very precious was the hurt thereof, grievous to bear, too dear to cast away. Now Jamie went with Hugh, but who shall say if 'twas a warm heart or a wind of whim, love, or the rover's teasing itch in him, moved Jamie? Howsoe'er, 'twas good to see greybeard and gold hair riding knee to knee, one age and young adventure. One who saw has likened to a February thaw Hugh's mellow mood those days. And truly so, for when the tempering southwest wakes to blow a phantom April over melting snow, deep in the north some new white wrath is brewed. Out of a dim-trailed inner solitude the old man summoned many a stirring story, lived grimly once, but now shot through with glory caught from the wondering eyes of him who heard tales jagged with the bleak, unstudied word, stock saga stuff. A fellow that I knew, so nameless went the hero that was Hugh, a mere pelt merchant as it seemed to him, yet trailing epic thunders through the dim, whist world of Jamie's awe. And so they went, one heart, it seemed, and that heart well content with tale and snatch of song and careless laughter. Never before, and surely never after, the grey old man seemed nearer to his youth. That myth that somehow had to be the truth, yet could not be convincing any more. Now, when the days of travel numbered far and nearer, drew the barons with their need, on Glass, the hunter, fell the task to feed those far scar hungers when the game should fail. For no young eye could trace so dim a trail, align the rifle sights with speed so true. Nor might the wistful Jamie go with Hugh. For, so Hugh chaffed, my trick of getting game might teach young eyes to put old eyes to shame. An old dog never risks his only bone. Wolves prey in packs, the lion hunts alone, is somewhat nearer what he should have meant. And so with merry jest the old man went. And so they parted at an unseen gate, that even then some gust of moody fate clanged to betwixt them, each a tale to spell, one in the nightmare scrawl of dreams from hell, one in the blistering trail of day's acrawl, venomous-footed. Nor might it e'er befall these two should meet in after days and be greybeard and gold hair riding knee to knee, recounting with a bluff, heroic scorn the haps of either tale. 'Twas early morn when Hugh went forth, and all day Jamie rode with Henry's men, while ma and ma the goad of eager youth saw fretted him, and made the dusty progress of the cavalcade the journey of a snail flocked to the moon, until the shadow-weaving afternoon turned many fingers nightward. Then he fled, pricking his horse, nor deigned to turn his head at any dwindling voice of reprimand, for somewhere in the breaks along the Grand surely Hugh waited with a goodly kill. Hoofbeats of ghostly steeds on every hill, mysterious, muffled hoofs on every bluff. Spurred echo horses clattering up the rough, confluent draws, these flying Jamie heard. The lagging air droned like the drowsy word of one who tells weird stories late at night. Half headlong joy and half delicious fright, his daydream's pace outstripped the plunging steeds. Lean galloper in a wind of splendid deeds, like Hugh's he seemed unto himself, until, snotting, a haunch above a breakneck hill, the horse stopped short. Then Jamie was aware of lonesome flatlands fading skyward there beneath him, and, zigzag on either hand, a purple haze denoted how the Grand forked wide twixt sunset and the polar star. A tiptoe in the stirrups, gazing far, he saw no hue nor any moving thing, save for a welter of cawing crows, a wing about some banquet in the further hush. One faint star, set above the fading blush of sunset, saw the coming night and grew. With hand for trumpet, Jamie gave halloo, and once again. For answer, the horse neighed. Some vague mistrust now made him half afraid, some formless dread that stirred beneath the will as far as sleep from waking. Down the hill, close-footed in the skitter of the shale, the spurred horse floundered to the solid vale and galloped to the northwest, whinnying. The outstripped air moaned like a wounded thing, but Jamie gave the lie unto his dread. The old man's camping out tonight, he said, somewhere about the Fox as like as not, and there'll be hunks of fresh meat steaming hot, and fighting stories by a dying fire. The sunset reared a luminous phantom spire that, crumbling, sifted ashes down the sky. Now, pausing, Jamie sent a searching cry into the twilit river-skirting brush, and in the vast denial of the hush, the champing of the snaffled hoss seemed loud. Then, startling as a voice beneath a shroud, a muffled boom woke somewhere up the stream and, like vague thunder hearkened in a dream, drawled back to silence. Now, with heart abound, keen for the quarter of the perished sound, the lad spurred gaily, for he doubted not his cry had brought Hugh's answering rifle shot. The lagged air was like a voice that sang, and Jamie half believed he sniffed the tang of wood smoke and the smell of flesh roast, when presently before him, like a ghost, upstanding, huge in twilight, arms flung wide, a grey form loomed. The wise hoss reared and shied, snorting his inborn terror of the bear, and in the whirlwind of a moment there, betwixt the brute's hoss challenge and the charge, the lad beheld, upon the grassy marge of a small spring that bulberries stooped to scan, a ragged heap that should have been a man, a huddled, broken thing. And it was Hugh? There was no need for any closer view, as, on the instant of a lightning flash, ere yet the split gloom closes with a crash, a landscape stares with every circumstance of rock and shrub. Just so the fatal chance of Hugh's one shot, made futile with surprise, was clear to Jamie. Then before his eyes the light whirled in a giddy dance of red, and doubting not the crumpled thing was dead, that was a friend, with but a skinning knife he would have striven for the hated life that triumphed there. But with a shriek of fright the mad hoss bolted through the falling night, and Jamie, fumbling at his rifle boot, heard the brush crash behind him where the brute came headlong, close upon the straining flanks. But when at length low-lying river banks, white rubble in the gloaming, glimmered near, a swift thought swept the mind of Jamie clear of anger and of anguish for the dead. Scarce seemed the raging beast a thing to dread, but some foul-playing braggart to outwit. Now hurling all his strength upon the bit, he sank the spurs, and with a groan of pain the plunging hoss, obedient to the rein, swerved sharply streamward. Slittering in the sand, the bear shot past. And suddenly the Grand loomed up beneath and rose to meet the pair that rode a moment upon empty air, then smote the water in a shower of spray. And when again the slowly ebbing day came back to them, a drip from nose to flank, the steed was scrambling up the further bank, and Jamie saw across the narrow stream, like some vague shape of fury in a dream, the checked beast ramping at the water's rim. Doubt struggled with a victor's thrill in him. As hand to buckle of the rifle sheath, he thought of dampened powder, but beneath the rawhide flap the gun lay snug and dry. Then, as the hoss wheeled and the mock went by, a patch of shadow dancing upon grey, he fired. A sluggish thunder trailed away, the spreading smoke crack lifted slow, and there, floundering in a seethe of foam, the bear hugged yielding water for the foe that slew. Triumphant, Jamie wondered what old Hugh would think of such a trick of getting game. Young eyes, indeed. And then that memory came, like a dull blade thrust back into a wound. One moment 'twas as though the lad had swooned into a dream adventure, waking there to sicken at the ghastly land, a stare like some familiar face gone strange at last. But as the hot tears came, the moment passed. Song snatches, broken tales, a troop fall on, like merry friends of eld come back to Mon, o'erwhelmed him there. And when the black bulk churned the star-flecked stream no longer, Jamie turned, recrossed the river, and rode back to Hugh. A burning twist of valley grasses threw blear light about the region of the spring. Then Jamie, torch aloft and shuddering, knelt there beside his friend, and moaned, "Oh, Hugh, if I had been with you, just been with you, we might be laughing now, and you are dead." With gentle hand he turned the hoary head that he might see the good grey face again. The torch burned out, the dark swooped back, and then his grief was frozen with an icy plunge in horror. 'Twas as though a bloody sponge had wiped the pictured features from a slate. So, pillaged by an army drunk with hate, home stares upon the homing refugee. A red gout clung where either brow should be, the haughty nose lay crushed amid the beard, thick with slow ooze, whence like a devil leered the battered mouth convulsed into a grin. Nor did the darkness cover, for therein some torch, unsnuffed, with blear funereal flare, still painted upon black that alien stare to make the lad more terribly alone. Then in the gloom there rose a broken moan, quick stifled, and it seemed that something stirred about the body. Doubting that he heard, the lad felt, with a panic catch of breath, pale vagrants from the legendry of death potential in the shadows there. But when the motion and the moaning came again, hope, like a shower at daybreak, cleansed the dock, and in the lad's heart something like a lock sang moaning. Bending low, he crooned, "Hugh, Hugh, it's Jamie, don't you know? I'm here with you." As one who in a nightmare strives to tell, shouting across the gap of some dim hell, what things assail him, so it seemed Hugh heard, and flung some unintelligible word athwart the muffling distance of his swoon. Now kindled by the yet unrisen moon, the east went pale, and like a naked thing, a little wind ran vexed and shivering along the dusk, till Jamie shivered too, and worried lest 'twi a bit a cold, where Hugh hung clutching at the bleak, raw edge of life. So Jamie rose, and with his hunting knife split wood and built a fire. Nor did he fear the staring face now, for he found it dear with the warm presence of a friend returned. The fire made cozy chatter as it burned, and reared a tent of light in that lone place. Then Jamie set about to bathe the face with water from the spring, oft crooning low. "It's Jamie here beside you, don't you know?" Yet came no answer save the labored breath of one who wrestled mightily with death, where watched no referee to call the foul. The moon now cleared the world's end, and the owl gave voice unto the wizardry of light, while in some dim-lit chancel of the night, snouts to the goddess, wolfish corybants intoned their wild antiphonary chants, the oldest, saddest worship in the world. And Jamie watched until the firelight swirled softly about him. Sound and glimmer merged to make an eerie void, through which he urged with frantic spur some whirlwind of a steed that made the way as glass beneath his speed, yet scarce kept pace with something dear that fled on, ever on, just half a dream ahead, until it seemed, by some vague shape dismayed, he cried aloud for Hugh, and the steed neighed, a neigh that was a burst of light, not sound. And Jamie, sprawling on the dewy ground, knew that his hoss was sniffing at his hair, while, mumbling through the early morning air, there came a roll of many hoofs, and then he saw the swinging troop of Henry's men canter up the valley with the sun. Of all Hugh's comrades crowding round, not one but would have given heavy odds on death, for though the greybeard fought with sobbing breath, no man, it seemed, might break upon the hips so stern a wrestler with the strangling grip that made the neck veins like a purple thong tangled with knots. Nor might Hugh tarry long there where the trail forked outward far and dim, or so it seemed. And when they lifted him, his moan went treble like a song of pain. He was so tortured, surely it were vain to hope he might endure the toilsome ride across the barrens. Better let him bide there on the grassy couch beside the spring. And furthermore, it seemed a foolish thing that 80 men should wait the issue there. For dying is a game of solitaire, and all men play the losing hand alone. But when at noon he had not ceased to moan, and fought still like the strong man he had been, there grew a vague mistrust that he might win, and all this be a tale for wondering ears. So Major Henry called for volunteers, 2 men among the 80 who would stay to wait on glass and keep the wolves away, until he did whatever he should do. All quite agreed 'twas bitter bread for Hugh, yet none, save Jamie, felt in duty bound to run the risk, until the hat went round, and pity wakened, at the silver's clink, in Jules Le Bon. He would not have them think that mercenary motives prompted him, but somehow just the grief of little Jim was quite sufficient, not to mention Hugh. He weighed the risk. As everybody knew, the Rickaries were scattered to the west. The late campaign had stirred a hornet's nest to fill the land with stingers, which was so, and yet 3 days a southwest wind may blow false April with no drop of dew at heart. So Jules ran on, while, ready for the start, the pawing horses nickered and the men, impatient in their saddles, yawned. And then, with brief advice, a round of bluff goodbyes and some few reassuring backward cries, the troop rode up the valley with the day. Intent upon his friend, with naught to say, sat Jamie, while Le Bon discussed at length the reasonable limits of man's strength, a self-conducted dialectic strife that made absurd all argument for life and granted but a fresh dug hole for Hugh. 'Twas half-like murder. Yet it seemed Jules knew unnumbered tales accordant with the case, each circumstantial as to time and place and furnished with a death's head colophon. Vivaciously despondent, Jules ran on. Did he not share his judgment with the rest? You see, 'twas some contusion of the chest that did the trick, heart, lungs, and all that, mixed in such a way they never could be fixed. A bear's hug, ugh. And often Jamie winced at some knife thrust of reason that convinced yet left him sick with unrelinquished hope, as one who in a darkened room might grope for some beloved face, with shuddering anticipation of a clammy thing. So in the lad's hot sorrow fumbled round for some old joy to lean upon, and found the stark, cold something Jamie knew was there. Yet, womanlike, he stroked the hoary hair or bathed the face, while Jules found tales to tell, lugubriously garrulous. Night fell. At sundown, day-long winds are like to veer, so, summoning a mood of relished fear, Le Bon remembered dire alarms by night, the swoop of savage hordes, the desperate fight of men outnumbered, and, like him of old, in all that made Jules shudder as he told, his the great pot, a man by field and flood fate-tossed. Upon the gloom he limned in blood their situation's possibilities, 2 men against the fury of the Reese, a game in which 200 men had failed. He pointed out how little it availed to run the risk for one as good as dead. Yet, Jules Le Bon meant every word he said, and had a scalp to lose, if need should be. That night through Jamie's dreaming swarmed the Ree. Grey-souled, he wakened to a dawn of grey, and felt that something strong had gone away, nor knew what thing. Some whisper of the will bade him rejoice that Hugh was living still, but Hugh, the real, seemed somehow otherwhere. Jules, snug and snoring in his blanket there, was half a life the nearer. Just so, pain is nearer than the peace we seek in vain, and by its very sting compels belief. Jules woke, and with a fine restraint of grief saw early dissolution. One more night, and then the poor old man would lose the fight. Ah, such a man. A day and night crept by, and yet the stubborn fighter would not die, but grappled with the angel. All the while, with some conviction, but with more of guile, Jules colonized the vacancy with Reese, till Jamie felt that looseness of the knees that comes of oozing courage. Many men may tower for a white-hot moment, when the wild blood surges at a sudden shock. But when, insistent as a ticking clock, blind peril haunts and whispers, few dare. Dread hovered in the hushed and moony air the long night through, nor might a fire be lit, lest some far-seeing foe take note of it. And day-long Jamie scanned the blank sky rim for who flung dust clouds, till there woke in him a childish anger, dumb for ruth and shame, that Hugh so dallied. But the fourth dawn came, and with it lulled the fight, as on a field where broken armies sleep but will not yield. Or had one conquered? Was it Hugh or death? The old man breathed with faintly fluttering breath, nor did his body shudder as before. Jules triumphed sadly. It would soon be awe, so men grew quiet when they lost their grip and did not care. At sundown he would slip into the deeper silence. Jamie wept, unwitting how a furtive gladness crept into his heart that gained a stronger beat. So cities, long beleaguered, take defeat unto themselves half-traitors. Jules began to dig a hole that might conceal a man, and as his sheath knife broke the stubborn sod, he spoke in kindly vein of life and God and mutability and rectitude. The immemorial funerary mood brought tears, mute tribute to the mother dust, and Jamie, seeing, felt each cutting thrust less like a stab into the flesh of Hugh. The sun crept up and down the arc of blue, and through the air a chill of evening ran. But though the grave yawned, waiting for the man seemed scarce yet ready for the grave. Now prompted by a coward or a knave that lurked in him, Le Bon began to hear faint sounds that to the lad's less cunning ear were silence. More like tremors of the ground they were, Jules said, than any proper sound, thus one detected horseman miles away. For many moments big with fate he lay, ear pressed to earth, then rose and shook his head as one perplexed. There's something wrong, he said, and as at daybreak whitened winter skies, agape and staring with a wild surmise, the lad's face whitened at the other's word. Jules could not quite interpret what he heard. 100 hoss might noise their whereabouts in just that fashion, yet he had his doubts. It could be bison moving, quite as well, but if 'twere Reese, there'd be a tale to tell that 2 men he might name should never hear. He reckoned scalps that fall were selling dear, in keeping with the limited supply. Men, fit to live, were not afraid to die. Then, in that caution suits not courage ill, Jules saddled up and canted to the hill, a white dam set against the twilight stream, and as a hossman riding in a dream the lad beheld him, watched him clamber up to where the dusk, as from a brimming cup, ran over, saw him pause against the gloom, portentous, huge, a brooder upon doom. What did he look upon? Some moments passed, then suddenly it seemed as though a blast of wind, keen-cutting with the whips of sleet, smote hoss and rider. Haunched on huddled feet, the steed shrank from the ridge then, rearing, wheeled and took the rubbly incline fury-heeled. Those days and nights, like seasons creeping slow, had told on Jamie. Bet a blow on blow of evil hap, with doom seen clear ahead, than that monotonous, abrasive dread, blind nower at the soul thews of the blind. Thin wan, the lost hot string that held him kind, strung taut, the final tie that kept him true now snapped in Jamie, as he saw the 2 so goaded by some terrifying sight. Death riding with the vanguard of the night, life dwindling yonder with the rear of day. What choice for one whom panic swept away from moorings in the sanity of will? Jules came and summed the vision of the hill in one hoarse cry that left no word to say. Reese, saddle up, we've got to get away. Small wit had Jamie left to ferret guile, but fumblingly obeyed Le Bon. The while Jules knelt beside the man who could not flee, for big hots lack not time for charity, however thick the blows of fate may fall. Yet, in that Jules Le Bon was practical, he could not quite ignore a hunting knife, a flint, a gun, a blanket, gear of life scarce suited to the customs of the dead. And Hugh slept soundly in his ample bed, star-canopied and blanketed with night, unwitting how venality and fright made hot the westward trail of Henry's men. Roman 2, the awakening no one may say what time elapsed, when the slumberous shadow lifted over Hugh. But some globose immensity of blue enfolded him at last, within whose light he seemed to float, as some faint swimmer might, a deep beneath and overhead a deep. So one late plunged into the lethal sleep, a spirit diver fighting for his breath, swoops through the many-fathomed glooms of death, emerging in a daylight strange and new. Rousing a languid wonder, came on Hugh the quiet, steep-arched splendor of the day. Agrope for some dim memory, he lay upon his back, and watched a lucent fleece fade in the blue profundity of peace, as did the memory he sought in vain. Then with a stirring of mysterious pain, old habit of the body bade him rise. But when he would obey, the hollow skies broke as a bubble punctured, and went out. Again he woke, and with a drowsy doubt, remote unto his horizontal gaze, he saw the world's end kindle to a blaze and up the smoky steep pale heralds run. And when at length he knew it for the sun, dawn found the darkling reaches of his mind, where in the twilight he began to find strewn shards and tassos of familiar things. As from the rubble in a place of kings men school the dream to build the past anew, so out of dream and fragment builded Hugh, and came upon the reason of his plight, the bear's attack, the shot, and then the night wherein men talked as ghosts above a grave. Some consciousness of will the memory gave, he would get up. The painful effort spent made the wide heavens billow, as a tent wind struck, the shaken prairies sag and roll. Some moments with an effort at control he swayed, half raised upon his arms until the dizzy cosmos righted, and was still. Then would he stand erect and be again the man he was. An overwhelming pain smote him to earth, and one unruly limb refused the weight and crumpled under him. Sickened with torture, he lay huddled there, gazing about him with a great despair proportioned to the might that felt the chain. Far-flung as dawn, collusive sky and plain stared bleak denial back. Why strive at all? That vacancy about him like a wall, yielding as light, a granite scarp to climb, some little waiting on the creep of time, abandonment to circumstance, and then, here flashed a sudden thought of Henry's men into his mind and drove the gloom away. They would be riding westward with the day? How strange he had forgot. That battered leg or some scalp wound had set his wits abeg. Was this Hugh Glass to whimper like a squaw? Grimly amused, he raised his head and saw the empty distance, listened long and heard naught but the twitter of a lonely bird that emphasized the hush. Was something wrong? 'Twas not the Major's way to dally long, and surely they had camped not far behind. Now woke a query in his troubled mind, where was his hoss? Again came creeping back the circumstances of the bear's attack. He had dismounted, thinking at the spring to spend the night, and then the grisly thing, of course the hoss had bolted, plain enough. But why was all the soil about so rough as though a herd of hosses had been there? The riddle vexed him till his vacant stare fell on a heap of earth beside a pit. What did that mean? He wormed his way to it, the newly wakened wonder-dulling pain. No paw of beast had scooped it, that was plain. 'Twas squared, indeed, 'twas like a grave, he thought. A grave, the mental echo wrought sick fancies. Who had risen from the dead? Who, lying there, had heard above his head the ghostly talkers deaf unto his shout? Now searching all the region round about, as though the answer were a lurking thing, he saw along the margin of the spring an ash heap and the litter of a camp. Suspicion, like a little smoky lamp that daubs the murk but cannot fathom it, flung blear grotesques before his groping wit. Had Rhys been there? And he alive? Who then? And were he dead, it might be Henry's men. How many suns had risen while he slept? The smoky glow flared wildly, and he crept, the dragged limb throbbing, till at length he found the trail of many hosses westward bound. And in one breath the groping light became a gloom-devouring ecstasy of flame, a dazing conflagration of belief. Plunged deeper than the seats of hate and grief, he gazed about for aught that might deny such baseness. Saw the noncommittal sky, the prairie apathetic in a shroud, the bland complacence of a vagrant cloud. Worldwide connivance? Smilingly the sun approved a land wherein such deeds were done. And careless breezes, like a troop of youth, unawed before the presence of such truth, went scampering amid the tousled brush. Then by and by came on him with a rush his weakness and the consciousness of pain, while, with the chill insistence of a rain that pelts the sodden wreck of summer's end, his manifest betrayal by a friend beat in upon him. Jamie had been there, and Jamie did not care. What no man yet had witnessed, the wide sky looked down and saw. a light wind idling by heard what no ear of mortal yet had heard, for he, whose name was like a magic word to conjure the remote heroic mood of valiant deed and splendid fortitude, wherever two that shared a fire might be, gave way to grief and wept unmanfully. Yet not as they for whom tears fall like dew to green a frosted heart again, wept Hugh. So thewed to strive, so engined to prevail and make harsh fate the zany of a tale, his own might shook and taw him. For a span he lay, a grey old ruin of a man with all his years upon him like a snow. And then at length, as from the long ago, remote beyond the other side of wrong, the old love came like some remembered song whereof the strain is sweet, the burden sad. A retrospective vision of the lad grew up in him, as in a foggy night the witchery of semiluna light mysteriously quickens all the air. Some memory of wind-blown golden hair, the boyish laugh, the merry eyes of blue, wrought marvelously in the heart of Hugh, as under snow the demon of the spring. And momently it seemed a little thing to suffer. Nor might treachery recall the miracle of being loved at all, the privilege of loving to the end, and thereupon a longing for his friend made life once more a struggle for a prize, to look again upon the merry eyes, to see again the wind-blown golden hair. Aye, one should lavish very tender care upon the vessel of a hope so great, lest it be shattered, and the precious freight, as water on the arid waste, poured out. Yet though he longed to live, a subtle doubt still turned on him the weapon of his pain. Now, as before, collusive sky and plain outstared his purpose for a puny thing. Praying to live, he crawled back to the spring, with something in his heart like gratitude that by good luck his gun might furnish food, his blanket, shelter, and his flint, a fire. For after all, what thing do men desire to be or have, but these condition it? These with a purpose and a little wit, and howsoever smitten, one might rise, push back the curtain of the curving skies, and come upon the living dream at last. Exhausted, by the spring he lay and cast dull eyes about him. What did it portend? Naught but the footprints of a fickle friend, a yawning grave and ashes met his eyes. Scarce feeling yet the shock of a surprise, he searched about him for his flint and knife, knew vaguely that his seeking was for life, and that the place was empty where he sought. No food, no fire, no shelter. Dully wrought the bleak negation in him, slowly crept to where, despite the pain, his love had kept a shrine for Jamie undefiled of doubt. Then suddenly conviction, like a shout, aroused him. Jamie was a thief? The very difficulty of belief was fuel for the simmering of rage that grew and grew, the more he strove to gauge the underlying motive of the deed. Untempered youth might fail a friend in need, but here had wrought some devil of the will, some heartless thing, too cowardly to kill, that left to nature what it dared not do. So bellowsed, all the kindled soul of Hugh became a still white hell of brooding ire, and through his veins regenerating fire ran, driving out the lethargy of pain. Now once again he scanned the yellow plain, conspirant with the overbending skies, and lo, the one was blue as Jamie's eyes, the other of the color of his hair, twin hues of falseness merging to a stare, as though such guilt, thus visibly immense, regarded its effect with insolence. Alas for those who fondly place above the act of loving what they chance to love, who prize the goal more dearly than the way, for time shall plunder them, and change betray, and life shall find them vulnerable still. A bittersweet narcotic to the will, Hugh's love increased the peril of his plight, but anger broke the slumber of his might, quickened the heart, and warmed the blood that ran defiance for the treachery of man, defiance for the meaning of his pain, defiance for the distance of the plain that seemed to gloat. You cannot master me. And for one burning moment he felt free to rise and conquer in a wind of rage. But as a tiger, conscious of the cage, a smolder with a purpose, broods and waits, so with the sullen patience that is hates Hugh taught his wrath to bide expedience. Now cognizant of every quickened sense, thirst came upon him. Leaning to the spring, he stared with fascination on a thing that rose from giddy deeps to share the draught. A face, it was, so tortured that it laughed, a ghastly mask that murder well might wear, and while as when they drank together there, it was as though the deed he meant to do took shape and came to kiss the lips of Hugh, lest that revenge might falter. Hunger woke, and from the bush with leafage grey as smoke, wherein like flame the bulberries glinted red, scarce sweeter than the heart of him they fed, Hugh feasted. And the hours of waiting crept, a gloom, a glow, and though he waked or slept, the pondered purpose or a dream that wrought, by night, the murder of his waking thought, sustained him till he felt his strength returned. And then at length the longed-for morning burned and beckoned down the vast way he should crawl, that waste to be surmounted as a wall, sky-rims and yet more sky-rims steep to climb, that simulacrum of enduring time, the 100 empty miles twixt him, and where the stock Missouri ran? Yet why not dare? Despite the useless leg, he could not die one hairsbreadth farther from the earth and sky, ma remote from kindness. Roman 3, the crawl straight away beneath the flare of dawn, the re-land lay, and through it ran the shot trail to the goal. Thereon a grim turnpikeman waited toll, but 'twas so doomed that southering geese should flee 9 times, ere yet the vengeance of the Ree should make their foe the haunter of a tale. Midway to safety on the northern trail, the scoriac region of a hell burned black forbade the crawler. And for all his lack, Hugh had no heart to journey with the suns. No suppliant unto those faithless ones should bid for pity at the big Horn's mouth. The greater odds for safety in the south allured him. So he felt the midday sun blaze down the coulee of a little run that dwindled upward to the watershed, whereon the feeders of the Moorow head, scarce more than deep-carved runes of vernal rain. The trailing leg was like a galling chain, and bound him to a doubt that would not pass. Defiant clumps of thirst-embittered grass that bit parched earth with bared and fang-like roots. Dwarf thickets, jealous for their stunted fruits, harsh-tempered by their disinheritance. These symbolized the enmity of chance for him who, with his fate unreconciled, equipped for travel as a weanling child, essayed the journey of a mighty man. Like agitated oil, the heat waves ran, and made the scabrous gulch appear to shake as some reflected landscape in a lake where laggard breezes move. A taunting reek rose from the grudging seepage of the creek, whereof Hugh drank, and still would drink. And where the mottled shadow dripped as ink from scanty thickets on the yellow glare, the crawler faltered with no heart to dare again the torture of that toil, until the master thought of vengeance woke the will to goad him forth. And when the sun quiesced amid ironic heavens in the west, the region of false friends, Hugh gained a rise whence to the fading cincture of the skies a purpling panorama swept away. Scarce farther than a shout might carry, lay the place of his betrayal. He could see the yellow blotch of earth where treachery had digged his grave. O futile wrath and toil, tucked in beneath yon coverlet of soil, turned back for him, how soundly had he slept. Fool, to struggle when he might have crept so short a space, yet farther than the flight of swiftest dreaming through the longest night, into the quiet house of no false friend. Alas for those who seek a journey's end, they have it ever with them like a ghost, nor shall they find, who deem they seek it most, but crave the end of human ends, as Hugh. Now swoopingly the world of dream broke through the figured wall of sense. It seemed he ran as wind above the creeping ways of man, and came upon the place of his desire, where burned, far luring as a beacon fire, the face of Jamie. But the vengeful stroke bit air. The darkness lifted like a smoke, and it was early morning. Gazing far, from where the west yet kept a pallid star to thin a sky where dawn was wearing through, Hugh shrank with dread, reluctant to renew the war with that serene antagonist. More fearsome than a smashing iron fist seemed that vast negativity of might, until the frustrate vision of the night came moonwise on the gloom of his despair. And lo, the foe was naught but yielding air, a vacancy to fill with his intent. So from his spacious bed he rose and went 3-footed, and the vision goaded him. All morning southward to the bare sky rim, the rugged coulee zigzagged, mounting slow, and ever as it rose, the lean creek's flow dwindled and dwindled steadily, until at last a scooped-out basin would not fill, and thenceforth 'twas a way of mocking dust. But in that, Hugh still kept the driving lust for vengeance. This new circumstance of fate served but to brew more venom for his hate, and nerved him to avail the most with least. Ere noon the crawler chanced upon a feast of breadroot sunning in a favored draw. A sentry gopher from his stronghold saw some 3-legged beast, bear-like, yet not a bear, with quite misguided fury digging where no hapless brother gopher might be found. And while, with striped nose above his mound, the sentinel chirped shrilly to his clan scare-tales of that anomaly, the man devoured the chance-flung manner of the plains that some vague reminiscence of old rains kept succulent, despite the burning drouth. So with new vigor Hugh assailed the south, his pockets laden with the precious roots against that coming traverse, where no fruits of herb or vine or shrub might brave the land spread roof-like twixt the Moorow and the Grand. The coulee deepened, yellow walls flung high, sheer to the ragged strip of blinding sky, dazzled and swelted in the glare of day. Capricious draughts that woke and died away into the heavy drowse were breathed as flame, and midway down the afternoon, Hugh came upon a little patch of spongy ground. His thirst became a rage. He gazed around, seeking a spring, but all about was dry as strewn bones bleaching to a desert sky, nodded a clawed hole, bought with needed strength, return a grateful ooze. And when at length Hugh sucked the mud, he spat it in disgust. It had the acrid tang of broken trust, the sweetish, tepid taste of feigning love. Still hopeful of a spring somewhere above, he crawled the faster for his taunted thirst. More damp spots, no less grudging than the first, occurred with growing frequence on the way, until amid the purple wane of day, the crawler came upon a little pool. Clear as a friend's heart, 'twas, and seeming cool, a crystal bowl whence skiey deeps looked up. So might a god set down his drinking cup charged with a distillation of haut skies. As famished hosses, thrusting to the eyes parched muzzles, take a long-sought water-hole, Hugh plunged his head into the brimming bowl as though to share the joy with every sense. And lo, the tang of that wide insolence of sky and plain was acrid in the draught. How ripplingly the lying water laughed! How like fine sentiment the mirrored sky won credence for a sink of alkali, so with false friends. And yet, as may accrue from specious love some profit of the true, one gift of kindness had the tainted sink. Stripped of his clothes, Hugh let his body drink at every thirsting paw. Through trunk and limb, the elemental blessings solaced him. Nor did he rise till, vague with stellar light, the lone gulch, buttressing an arch of night, was like a temple to the Holy Ghost. As priests in slow procession with the host, a gusty breeze intoned, now low, now loud, and now, as to the murmur of a crowd, yielding the dim-touched wonder of the nave. Aloft along the dusky architrave, the wonder-tale of drifting stars evolved, and Hugh lay gazing till the whole resolved into a haze. It seemed that little Jim had come to share a merry fire with him, and there had been no trouble twixt the two. And Jamie listened eagerly while Hugh essayed a tangled tale of bears and men, breadroot and stars. But ever now and then the shifting smoke cloud dimmed the golden hair, the leal blue eyes, until with sudden flare the flame effaced them utterly, and lo, the gulch bank full with morning. Loath to go, Hugh lay beside the pool and pondered fate. He saw his age-long pilgrimage of hate stretch out, a fool's trail, and it made him cringe, for still amid the nightly visions fringe his dull wit strayed, companioned with regret. But when the sun, a tilted cauldron set upon the gulch rim, pot a blaze of day, he rose and bathed again, and went his way, sustaining wrath returning with the toil. At noon the gulch walls, hewn in light a soil, fell back, and coulees dense with shrub and vine climbed zigzag to the sharp horizon line, whence one might choose the pilotage of crows. He labored upward through the noonday doze of breathless shade, where plums were turning red in tangled bowers, and grapevines overhead purpled with fruit to taunt the crawler's thirst. With little effort Hugh attained the first, the latter bargained sharply, ere they sold their luscious clusters for the hoarded gold of strength that had so very much to buy. Now, having feasted, it was sweet to lie beneath a sunproof canopy, and sleep came swiftly. Hugh awakened to some deep star-snuffing well of night. A while he lay and wondered what had happened to the day, and where he was, and what were best to do. But when, fog-like, the drowse dispersed, he knew how from the rim above the plains stretched far to where the evening and the morning are, and that 'twere better he should crawl by night, sleep out the glare. With groping hands for sight, skyward along the broken steep he crawled, and saw at length, immense and purple-walled, sensed, the dusky mystery of plain. Gazing aloft, he found the capsized wain in mid-plunge down the polar steep. Thereto he set his back, and far ahead there grew, as some pale blossom from a darkling root, the star-blanched summit of a lonely butt, and thitherward he dragged his heavy limb. It seemed not moved. Time hovered over him, an instant of incipient endeavor. 'Twas ever thus, and should be thus forever, this groping for the same armful of space, an insubstantial essence of one place, extentless on a weird frontier of sleep. Sheer deep upon unfathomable deep the flood of dusk bore down without a sound, as ocean on the spirits of the drowned awakened headlong leagues beneath the light. So lapsed the drowsy eon of the night, a strangely tensile moment in a trance. And then, as quick into somnambulance, the heavens, imperceptibly in motion, were altered as the upward deeps of ocean diluted with a seepage of the moon. The butt-top, late a gossamer balloon in mid-air tethered hovering, grew down and rooted in a blear expanse of brown, that, lifting slowly with the ebb of night, took on the harsh solidity of light. And day was on the prairie like a flame. Scarce had he munched the hodded roots when came a vertigo of slumber. Snatchy dreams of sick pools, inaccessible cool streams, lured on through giddy vacancies of heat in swooping flights. Now hills of roasting meat made savory the oven of the world, yet kept remote peripheries and whirled about a burning center that was Hugh. Then all were gone, save one, and it turned blue and was a heap of cool and luscious fruit. until at length he knew it for the butt now mantled with a weaving of the gloam. It was the hour when cattle straggle home. Across the clearing in a hush of sleep they saunter, lowing, loiter belly-deep amid the lush grass by the meadow stream. How like the sound of water in a dream the intermittent tinkle of yon bell. A windlass creaks contentment from a well, and cool deeps gurgle as the bucket sinks. Now blowing at the trough the plough team drinks, the shaken harness rattles. Sleepy quails call fa. The warm milk hisses in the pails there in the dusky barn lot. Crickets cry. The meadow twinkles with the glowing fly. One hears the hosses munching at their oats. The green grows black. A veil of slumber floats across the haunts of home-enamored men. Some freak of memory brought back again the boyhood world of sight and scent and sound. It perished, and the prairie ringed him round, blank as the face of fate. In listless mood Hugh set his face against the solitude and met the night. The new moon, low and far, a frail cup tilted, nor the high-swung star, it seemed, might glint on any stream or spring or touch with silver any toothsome thing. The quixote voiced the universal lack. As from a nether fire, the plain gave back the swelter of the noon glare to the gloom. In the hot hush Hugh heard his temples boom. Thirst tortured. Motion was a languid pain. Why seek some further nowhere on the plain? Here might the quixotes feast as well as there. So spoke some loose-lipped spirit of despair, and still Hugh moved, volitionless, a weight submissive to that now unconscious hate, as darkling water to the hidden moon. Now when the night wore on in middle swoon, the crawler, roused from stupor, was aware of some strange alteration in the air. To breathe became an act of conscious will. The starry waste was ominously still. The far-off quixote's yelp came sharp and clear as through a tunnel in the atmosphere, a ponderable, resonating mass. The limp leg dragging on the sun-dried grass produced a sound unnaturally loud. Crouched, panting, Hugh looked up but saw no cloud. An oily film seemed spread upon the sky, now dully staring as the open eye of one in fever. Gasping, choked with thirst, a childish rage assailed Hugh, and he cursed. 'Twas like a broken spirit's outcry, tossed upon hell's burlesque Sabbath for the lost, and briefly space seemed crowded with the voice. To wait and die, to move and die, what choice? Hugh chose not, yet he crawled, though maw and maw he felt the futile strife was nearly awe. And as he went, a muffled rumbling grew, more felt than heard, for long it puzzled Hugh. Somehow 'twas coextensive with his thirst, yet boundless. Swollen blood veins ere they burst might give such warning, so he thought. And still, the drone seemed heaping up a phonic hill that towered in a listening profound. Then suddenly, a mountain peak of sound came toppling to a heaven-jolting fall. The prairie shuddered, and a raucous drawl ran far and perished in the out a deep. As one too roughly shaken out of sleep, Hugh stared bewildered. Still the face of night remained the same, save where upon his right the moon had vanished neath the prairie rim. Then suddenly, the meaning came to him. He turned and saw athwart the northwest sky, like some black eyelid shutting on an eye, a coming night to which the night was day. Star-hungry, ranged in regular array, the lifting mass assailed the dragon's lair, submerged the region of the hounded bear, out-topped the tall ox-driver and the pole. And all the while there came a low-toned roll, less sound in air than tremor in the earth, from where, like flame upon a windy hearth, deep in the further murk sheet-lightning flared. And still the southern arc of heaven stared, a half-shut eye, near blind with fever-rheum, and still the plain lay tranquil as a tomb wherein the dead wreck not a menaced world. What turmoil now? Lo, ragged columns hurled pell-mell up stellar slopes, swift blue fires leap above the wild assailants of the steep, along the solid rear, a dull boom runs, so light hoss squadrons charge beneath the guns. Now once again the night is deathly still. What ghastly peace upon the zenith hill, no longer starry, not a sound is heard. So poised the hush, it seems a whispered word might loose all noises in an avalanche. Only the black mass moves, and far glooms blanch with fitful flashes. The capricious flare reveals the butt top tall and lonely there like some grey prophet contemplating doom. But hark! What spirits whisper in the gloom? What sibilation of conspiracies ruffles the hush? Or murmuring of trees, ghosts of the ancient forest, or old rain, in some hallucination of the plain, a frustrate phantom mourning. All around, that air evolving, ne'er resolving sound gropes in the stifling hollow of the night. Then once, twice, thrice, a blade of blinding light ripped up the heavens, and the deluge came, a burst of wind and water, noise and flame that hurled the watcher flat upon the ground. A moment past Hugh famished. Now, half-drowned, he gasped for breath amid the hurtling drench. So might a testy god, long sought to quench a puny thirst, paw wassail, hurling after the crashing bowl with wild, sardonic laughter to see man wrestle with his answered prayer. Prone to the roaring flaw and ceaseless flare, the man drank deeply with the drinking grass, until it seemed the storm would never pass, but raven down the painted murk for aye. When had what dreamer seen a glaring day and leagues of prairie pantingly aquiver? Flame, flood, wind, noise, and darkness were a river tearing a cosmic channel to no sea. The tortured night wore on, then suddenly peace fell. Remotely the retreating wrath trailed dull, reluctant thunders in its path, and up along a broken stair of cloud, the dawn came creeping whitely. Like a shroud, gray vapors clung along the sodden plain. Up rose the sun to wipe the final stain of fury from the sky and drink the mist. Against a flawless arch of amethyst the butt sawed, like a soul serene and white, because of the catharsis of the night. All day Hugh fought with sleep and struggled on southeastward, for the heavy heat was gone despite the naked sun. The blank northwest breathed coolly, and the crawler thought it best to move while yet each little break and hollow and shallow basin of the bison wallow begrudged the earth and air its dwindling star. But now that thirst was conquered, more and more he felt the gnaw of hunger like a rage. And once, from dozing in a clump of sage, a lone jackrabbit bounded. As a flame hope flared in Hugh, until the memory came of him who robbed a sleeping friend and fled. Then hate and hunger merged, the man saw red, and momently the hare and little Jim were one blurred mock for murder unto him, elusive, taunting, sweet to clutch and tear. The rabbit paused to scan the crippled bear that ground its teeth as though it chewed a root. But when, in witless rage, Hugh drew his boot and hurled it with a curse, the hare loped off, its critic ears turned back, as though to scoff at silly brutes that threw their legs away. Night like a shadow on enduring day swooped by. The dream of crawling and the act were phases of one everlasting fact. Hugh woke, and he was doing what he dreamed. The butt, outstripped at eventide, now seemed intent to follow. Ever now and then, the crawler paused to calculate again what dear-bought yawn of distance dwarfed the hill. Close in the rear it sawed, a Titan still, whose hand-in-pocket saunter kept the pace. Distinct along the southern rim of space a low ridge lay, the crest of the divide. What rest and plenty on the other side? Through what lush valleys ran what crystal brooks? And there in virgin meadows wayside nooks with leaf and purple cluster dulled the light. All day it seemed that distant Pisgah height retreated, and the tall butt dogged the rear. At eve a striped gopher chirping near gave Hugh an inspiration. Now, at least, no thieving friend should rob him of a feast. His great idea stirred him as a shout. Off came a boot, a sock was ravelled out. The cosyan, fashioned to a running snare, he placed about the gopher's hole with care, and then withdrew to hold the yarn and wait. The night-bound moments, ponderous with fate, crept slowly by. The battered gray face leered in expectation. Down the grizzled beard ran slaver from anticipating jaws. Evolving twilight hovered to a pause. The light wind fell. Again and yet again the man devoured his fancied prey, and then within the noose a timid snout was thrust. His hand unsteadied with the hunger lust, Hugh jerked the yawn. It broke. Down swooped the night, a shadow of despair. Bleak height on height, it seemed, a sheer abyss enclosed him round. Clutching a strand of yarn, he heard the sound of some infernal turmoil under him. Grimly he strove to reach the ragged rim that snared a star, until the skiey space was darkened with a roof of Jamie's face, and then the yarn was broken, and he fell. A tumble like a stricken bat, his yell woke hordes of laughers down the giddy yawn of that black pit, and suddenly 'twas dawn. Dream dawn, dream noon, dream twilight? Yet, possessed by one stern dream more clamorous than the rest, Hugh headed for a gap that notched the hills, where through a luring murmur of cool rills, a haunting smell of verdure seemed to creep. By fits the wild adventure of his sleep became the cause of all his waking care, and he complained unto the empty air how Jamie broke the yawn. The sun and breeze had drunk all shallow basins to the lees, but now and then some gully, choked with mud, retained a turbid relict of the flood. Dream dawn, dream noon, dream night? And still obsessed by that one dream more clamorous than the rest, Hugh struggled for the crest of the divide. And when at length he saw the other side, 'twas but a rumpled waste of yellow hills. The deep-sunk, wiser self had known the rills and nooks to be the facture of a whim, yet had the pleasant lie befriended him, and now the brutal fact had come to stare. Succumbing to a languorous despair, he mourned his fate with childish uncontrol, and nursed that deadly adder of the soul, self-pity. Let the crows swoop down and feed, I, batten on a thing that died of need, a poor old wretch betrayed of God and man. So peevishly his broken musing ran, till, glutted with the luxury of woe, he turned to see the butt, that he might know how little all his striving could avail against ill luck. And lo, a fingernail, at arm-length held, could blot it out of space? A goading purpose and a creeping pace had dwarfed the Titan in a haze of blue, and suddenly new power came to Hugh with gazing on his masterpiece of will. So fare the wise on Pisgah. Down the hill, unto the higher vision consecrate, now sallied forth the new triumvirate, a weariness, a hunger, and a glory, against tyrannic chance. As in a story some higher Hugh observed the Beza pot. So sits the artist throned above his art, nor recks the travail so the end be fair. It seemed the wrinkled hills pressed in to stare, the arch of heaven was an eye a-gaze. And as Hugh went, he fashioned many a phrase for use when, by some friendly embellite, his tale of things endured should speed the night, and all this gloom grow golden in the sharing. So wrought the old evangel of high daring, the duty and the beauty of endeavor, the privilege of going on forever, a victor in the moment. Ah, but when the night slipped by and morning came again, the sky and hill were only sky and hill and crawling but an agony of will. So once again the old triumvirate, a buzzard hunger and a viper hate together with the Beza pot of Hugh, went visionless. That day the wild geese flew, vague in a grey profundity of sky, and on into the night their muffled cry haunted the moonlight like a far farewell. It made Hugh homesick, though he could not tell for what he yearned. And in his fitful sleeping, the cry became the sound of Jamie weeping, immeasurably distant. Morning broke, blear chilly, through a fog that drove as smoke before the booming northwest. Sweet and sad came creeping back old visions of the lad, some trick of speech, some merry little lilt, the brooding blue of eyes too clear for guilt, the wind-blown golden hair. Hate slept that day, and half of Hugh was half a life away, a wandering spirit wistful of the past, and half went drifting with the autumn blast that mourned among the melancholy hills, for something of the lethargy that kills came creeping close upon the ebb of hate. Only the raw wind, like the lash of fate, could have availed to move him any more. At last, the buzzard beak no longer tore his vitals, and he ceased to think of food. The fighter slumbered, and a maudlin mood foretold the dissolution of the man. He sobbed, and down his beard the big tears ran. And now the scene is changed. The bleak wind's cry becomes a flight of bullets snarling by from where on yonder summit skulk the reese. Against the sky, in silhouette, he sees the headstrong Jamie in the leaden rain, and now serenely beautiful and slain the dear lad lies within a gusty tent. Thus vexed with doleful whims, the crawler went adrift before the wind, nor saw the trail, till close on night he knew a rugged veil had closed about him, and a hush was there, though still a moaning in the upper air told how the grey-winged gale blew out the day. Beneath a clump of brush he swooned away into an icy void, and waking numb, it seemed the still white dawn of death had come on this, some cradle valley of the soul. He saw a dim, enchanted hollow roll beneath him, and the brush thereof was fleece, and like the body of the perfect peace that thralled the whole, abode the break of day. It seemed no wind had ever come that way, nor sound dwelt there, nor echo found the place. And Hugh lay lapped in wonderment a space, vexed with a snarl whereof the ends were lost, till, shivering, he wondered if a frost had fallen with the dying of the blast. So, vaguely troubled, listlessly he cast a gaze about him. Lo, above his head the grey-green curtain of his chilly bed was broidered thick with plums. So it seemed, for he was half persuaded that he dreamed, and with a steady stare he strove to keep that treasure for the other side of sleep. Returning hunger bade him rise. In vain he struggled with a fine-spun mesh of pain that trammelled him, until a yellow stream of day flowed down the white veil of a dream and left it disenchanted in the glare. Then, warmed and soothed, Hugh rose and feasted there, and thought once more of reaching the morrow. To southward with a painful pace and slow, he went stiff-jointed, and a gnawing ache in that hip wound he had for Jamie's sake oft made him groan, nor wrought a tender mood. The rankling weapon of ingratitude was turned again with every puckering twinge. Far down the vale, a narrow winding fringe of wilted green betokened how a spring there sent a little rill meandering, and Hugh was greatly heartened, for he knew what fruits and herbs might flourish in the slough, and thirst, henceforth, should touch him not again. So day on day, despite the crawler's pain, all in the windless, golden autumn weather, these two, as comrades, struggled south together, the homeless greybeard and the homing rill, and one was sullen with the lust to kill, and one went crooning of the moon-wooed vast, for each the many-fathomed peace at last, but oh the boon of singing on the way. So came these in the golden fall of day, unto a sudden turn in the ravine, wherefrom Hugh saw a flat of clutted green beneath the further bluffs of the morrow. With sinking heart, he paused and gazed below upon the goal of so much toil and pain. Young green had seemed a paradise to gain the while he thirsted where the lonely butt looked far, and saw no toothsome herb or fruit in all that yellow barren dim with heat. But now, the wasting body cried for meat, and sickness was upon him. Game should pass, nor deign to fear the mighty hunter glass, but curiously sniffing, paused to stare. Now while thus musing, Hugh became aware of some low murmur, phasic and profound, scarce risen o'er the borderline of sound. It might have been the coursing of his blood, or thunder heard remotely, or a flood flung down a wooded valley far away. Yet that had been no weather-breeding day, 'twould frost that night. Amid the thirsty land all streams ran thin, and when he pressed a hand on either ear, the world seemed very still. The deep-wan channel of the little rill here fell away to eastward, rising, rough with old rain furrows, to a lofty bluff that faced the river with a yellow wall. There too, perplexed, Hugh set about to crawl, nor reached the summit till the sun was low. Far spread, shade dimpled in the level glow, the still land told not whence the murmur grew, but where the green strip melted into blue far down the winding valley of the stream, Hugh saw what seemed the tempest of a dream at mimic havoc in the timber glooms. As from the sweeping of gigantic brooms, a dust cloud deepened down the dwindling river. Upon the distant treetops ran a shiver, and huddled thickets writhed as in a gale. On creeps the windless tempest up the vale, the while the murmur deepens to a roar, as with the wider yawning of a daw. And now the agitated green gloom gapes to belch a flood of countless dusky shapes that mill and wrangle in a turbid flow. Migrating myriads of the buffalo, bound for the winter pastures of the Platte. Exhausted, faint with need of meat, Hugh sat and watched the mounting of the living flood. Down came the night, and like a blot of blood, the lopped moon welted in the dust-bleared east. Sleep came and gave a barmecidal feast. About a merry flame were simmering sweet haunches of the calving of the spring, and tender tongues that never tasted snow, and marrow bones that yielded to a blow such treasure. Hugh awoke with gnashing teeth, and heard the mooing drone of cows beneath, the roll of hoofs, the challenge of the bull. So sounds a freshet when the banks are full and bursting brush jams bellow to the croon of water through green leaves. The ragged moon now drenched the valley in an eerie rain. Below, the semblance of a hurricane. Above, the perfect calm of brooding frost, through which the wolves in doleful tension tossed from hill to hill the ancient hunger song. In broken sleep, Hugh rolled the chill night long, half conscious of the flowing flesh below, and now he trailed a bison in the snow that deepened till he could not lift his feet. Again, he battled for a chunk of meat with some gray beast that fought with icy fang. And when he woke, the wolves no longer sang. White dawn athwart a white world smote the hill, and thunder rolled along the valley still. Morn, wiping up the frost as with a sponge, day on the steep and down the night would plunge, and twilight saw the myriads moving on. Dust to the westward where the van had gone, and dust and muffled thunder in the east. Hugh starved while gazing on a Titan feast. The tons of beef that eddied there and swirled had stilled the crying hungers of the world, yet not one little morsel was for him. The red sun, pausing on the dusty rim, induced a panic aspect of his plight. The herd would pass and vanish in the night and be another dream to cling and flout. Now scanning all the summit round about, amid the rubble of the ancient drift he saw a boulder. 'Twas too big to lift, yet he might roll it. Painfully and slow he worked it to the edge, then let it go and breathlessly expectant watched it fall. It hurtled down the laning yellow wall, and bounding from a brushy ledge's brow, it barely grazed the buttocks of a cow, and made a moment's eddy where it struck. In peevish wrath, Hugh cursed his evil luck, and seizing rubble, gave his fury vent by pelting bison till his strength was spent, so might a child assail the crowding sea. Then, sick at heart and musing bitterly, he shambled down the steep way to the creek, and having stayed the tearing buzzard beak with breadroot and the waters of the rill, slept till the white of morning o'er the hill was like a whisper groping in a hush. The stream's low trill seemed loud. The tumbled brush and rumpled treetops in the flat below, upon a fog that clung like spectral snow, lay motionless, nor any sound was there. No frost had fallen, but the crystal air smacked of the autumn, and a heavy dew lay hoar upon the grass. There came on Hugh a picture, vivid in the moment's thrill, of marshalled corn shocks marching up a hill and spiked fields dotted with the pumpkin's gold. It vanished, and, a-shiver with the cold, he brooded on the mockeries of chance, the shrewd malignity of circumstance that either gave too little or too much. Yet, with the fragment of a hope for crutch, his spirit rallied, and he rose to go, though each stiff joint resisted as a foe, and that old hip wound battled with his will. So down along the channel of the rill unto the vale, below he fought his way. The froth fog, rifting in the risen day, revealed the havoc of the living flood. The river shallows beaten into mud, the slender saplings shattered in the crush, all lower leafage stripped, the tousled brush despoiled of fruitage, winter-thin, aghast. And where the avalanche of hoofs had passed, it seemed nor herb nor grass had ever been. And this the hard-won paradise, wherein a food-devouring plethora of food had come to make a starving solitude? Yet hope and courage mounted with the sun. Surely, Hugh thought, some ill-begotten one of all that striving mass had lost the strife and perished in the headlong stream of life, a feast to fill the bellies of the strong, that still the weak might perish. All day long he struggled down the stricken vale, nor saw what thing he sought. But when the twilight awe was creeping in, beyond a bend arose a din, as though the coyotes and the crows fought there with shrill and raucous battle cries. Small need had Hugh to ponder and surmise what guerdon beak and fang contended for. Within himself, the oldest cause of war brought forth upon the instant fang and beak. He too would fight? Nor had he far to seek amid the driftwood strewn about the sand for weapons suited to a brawny hand with such a purpose. Armed with club and stone, he forged ahead into the battle zone, and from a screening thicket spied his foes. He saw a bison carcass black with crows, and over it a welter of black wings, and round about, a press of tawny rings that, like a muddy current churned to foam upon a snag, flashed whitely in the gloam with naked teeth, while close about the prize red beaks and muzzles bloody to the eyes betrayed how worth a struggle was the feast. Then came on Hugh the fury of the beast, to eat or to be eaten? Better so to die contending with a living foe, than fight the yielding distance and the lack. Masked by the brush he opened the attack, and ever where a stone or club fell true, about the stricken one an uproar grew and brute tore brute, forgetful of the prey, until the whole pack tumbled in the fray with bleeding flanks and lacerated throats. Then, as the leader of a host who notes the cannon-wrought confusion of the foe, Hugh seized the moment for a daring blow. The wolf's a coward, who in goodly packs may counterfeit the courage that he lacks, and with a craven's fury crush the bold. But when the disunited mass that rolled in suicidal strife became aware how some great beast that shambled like a bear bore down with roaring challenge, fell a hush upon the pack, some slinking to the brush with tails a-droop, while some that whined in pain writhed off on reddened trails. With bristled mane before the flying stones, a bolder few snarled menace at the foe, as they withdrew to fill the outer dusk with clamorings. Aloft upon a moaning wind of wings the crows with harsh, vituperative cries now saw a grey wolf of prodigious size devouring with the frenzy of the starved. Thus fell to Hugh a bison killed and carved, and so fate's whims mysteriously trend, woe in the silken meshes of the friend, weal in the might and menace of the foe. But with the fading of the afterglow, the routed wolves found courage to return. Mid the brush Hugh saw their eyeballs burn, and well he knew how futile stick and stone should prove by night to keep them from their own. Better is less with safety than enough with ruin. He retreated to a bluff, and scarce had reached it when the pack swooped in upon the carcass. All night long, the din of wrangling wolves assailed the starry air, while high above them in a brushy lair Hugh dreamed of gnawing at the bloody feast. Along about the blanching of the east, when sleep is weirdest and a moment's flight, remembered coextensive with the night, may teem with hapful years, as light in smoke. Upon the jumble of Hugh's dreaming broke a buzz of human voices. Once again he rode the westward trail with Henry's men, hoof-smitten leagues consuming in a dust. And now the nightmare of that broken trust was on him, and he lay beside the spring, a copse, yet heard the muffled polying above him of the lutas of the dead. But when he might have riddled what they said, the babble flattened to a blur of grey. And lo, upon a bleak frontier of day, the spent moon staring down, a little space Hugh scrutinized the featureless white face, as though 'twould speak. But when again the sound grew up and seemed to come from underground, he cast the drowse, and peering down the slope, beheld what set at grapple fear and hope, 3 Indian horsemen riding at a jog. Their ponies, wading belly-deep in fog that clung along the valley, seemed to swim, and through a thinner vapor moving dim, the men were ghost-like. Could they be the Sioux? Almost the wish became belief in Hugh. Or were they Reese? As readily the doubt withheld him from the hazard of a shout, and while he followed them with baffled gaze, grown large and vague, dissolving in the haze, they vanished westward. Knowing well the want of Indians moving on the bison hunt, forthwith Hugh guessed the early riders were the outflung feelers of a tribe astir like some huge cat gone mousing. So he lay concealed, impatient with the sleepy day that dawdled in the dawning. Would it bring good luck or ill? His eager questioning, as crawling fog, took on a golden hue from sunrise. He was waiting for the Sioux, their paflech panias fat with sun-dried maize and wasna. From the mint of evil days, he would coin tales and be no begging guest about the tribal feast fires burning west, but kinsman of the blood of daring men. And when the crawler stood erect again, O friend betrayer at the big Han's mouth, beware of someone riding from the south to do the deed that he had lived to do. Now when the sun stood hour high in the blue, from where a cloud of startled blackbirds rose downstream, a panicked tumult broke the doze of windless morning. What unwelcome news embroiled the parliament of feathered shrews? A boiling cloud against the sun they lower, flackering strepent. Now a sooty shower, big-flaked, squall-driven westward, down they flutter to set a clump of cottonwood's ace butter with cold black fire. And once again, some shock of sight or sound flings panic in the flock, grey boughs exploding in a ruck of birds. What augury in onoscopic words did yon swat sibyls on the morning scrawl? Now broke abruptly through the clacking brawl a camp dog's barking and a pony's neigh, whereat a running nicka fled away, attenuating to a rearward hush. And lo, in hailing distance round the brush that fringed a jutting bluff space like a beard upon a stubborn chin outthrust, appeared a band of mounted warriors. In their van aloof and lonely rode a gnarled old man upon a piebald stallion. Stooped was he beneath his heavy years, yet haughtily he wore them like the purple of a king. Keen for a goal, as from the driving string a bobbed and feathered arrow truly sped, his face was like a flinty arrowhead, and brooded westward in a steady stare. There was a sift of winter in his hair, the bleakness of brown winter in his look. Hugh saw, and huddled closer in his nook. Fled the bright dreams of safety, feast and rest before that keen, cold brooder on the west, as gaudy leaves before the blizzard flee. 'Twas Elk Tongue, fighting chieftain of the Ree, with all his people at his pony's tail. Full 2 lodges emptied on the trail of hunger. On they came in ravelled rank, and many a haggard eye and hollow flank made plain how close and pitilessly pressed the enemy that drove them to the west, such foemen as no warrior ever slew. A tale of cornfields plundered by the Sioux their sagging panniers told, yet rich enough they seemed to him who watched them from the bluff. Yea, pampered nigh the limit of desire. No friend had filched from them the boon of fire and hurled them shivering back upon the beast. Erect they went, full armed to strive, at least. And nightly, in a cozy emberglow, hope fed them with a dream of buffalo soon to be overtaken. After that, home with their Pawnee cousins on the Platte, much meat and merrymaking till the spring. On dragged the rabble like a fraying string too tautly drawn. The rich in ponies rode, for much is light and little is a load among all heathen with no Christ to save. Grey seekers for the yet begrudging grave, bent with the hoeing of forgotten maize, wood-hewers, water-bearers all their days, toiled neath the lifelong hoarding of their packs. And nursing squaws, their babies at their backs whining because the milk they got was thinned in dugs of famine, strove as with a wind. Invincibly equipped with their first bows the striplings strutted, knowing, as youth knows, how fair life is beyond the beckoning blue. Cold-eyed the grandsires plodded, for they knew, as frosted heads may know, how all trails merge in what lone land. Raw maidens on the verge of some half-guessed-at mystery of life, in wistful emulation of the wife, stooped to the fancied burden of the race, nor read upon the withered grandam's face the scrawled tale of that burden and its woe. Slant to the sagging poles of the travox, numb to the squaw's harsh railing and the goad, the lean cayuses toiled. And children rode atop the household plunder, wonder-eyed to see a world flow by on either side, from blue air sprung to vanish in blue air, a river of enchantments. Here and there, the Kemp curs loped upon a vexing quest where countless hoofs had left a palimpsest, a taunting snarl of broken scents. And now they sniff the clean bones of the bison cow, howl to the skies, and now with manes a-rough, they nose the man-smell leading to the bluff, pause puzzled at the base and sweep the height with questioning yelps. Aloft, crouched low in fright, already Hugh can hear the braves' guffaws at their scorned foemen yielded to the squaw's inverted mercy, and a slow-won grave. Since Earth's first mother scolded from a cave, and that dear riddle of her love began, no man has wrought a weapon against man to match the deadly venom brewed above the lean, blue, blinding hot fires of her love. Well might the hunted hunter shrink aghast, but thrice 3 seasons yet should swell the past, so was it writ, ere fate's keen harriers should run Hugh Gloss to earth. The hungry curs took up again the tangled scent of food. Still flowed the rabble through the solitude, a thinning stream now of the halt, the weak and all who had not very far to seek for that weird pass where the fleet are slow, and out of it keen winds and numbing blow, shrill with the fleeing voices of the dead. Slowly, the scattered stragglers, making head against their weariness as up a steep, fled westward, and the morning lay asleep upon the valley fallen wondrous still. Hugh kept his nook, nor ventured forth, until the high day toppled to the blue descent, when thirst became a master, and he went with painful scrambling down the broken scarp, lured by the stream, that like a smitten hop rippled a muted music to the sun. Scarce had he crossed the open flat, and won the halfway fringe of willows, when he saw, slow plodding up the trail, a tottering squaw whose years made big the little pack she bore. Crouched in the brush, Hugh watched her. More and more the little burden tempted him. Why not? A thin cry throttled in that lonely spot could bring no succor. None should ever know, save him, the feasted coyote and the crow, why one poor crone found not the midnight fire. Nor would the vanguard, quick with young desire, devouring distance westward like a flame, regret this ash dropped rearward. On she came, slow-footed, staring blankly on the sand, so close now that it needed but a hand outthrust to overthrow her, I to win that priceless spoil, a little tent of skin, a flint and steel, a kettle and a knife. What did the dying with the means of life, that thus the fit to live should suffer lack? Poised for the lunge, what whimsy held him back? Why did he gaze upon the passing prize, nor seize it? Did some gust of ghostly cries awaken round her, whisperings of eld, wraith voices of the babies she had held, to plead for pity on her gravewood days? Far down a moment's cleavage in the haze of backwood years, Hugh saw her now. Nor saw the little burden and the feeble squaw, but someone sitting haloed like a saint beside a hearth long cold. The dream grew faint, and when he looked again, the crone was gone beyond a clump of willow. Crawling on, he reached the river. Leaning to a pool calm in its cup of sand, he saw a fool? A wild, wry mask of mirth, a grin, yet grim, rose there to claim identity with him and ridicule his folly. Pity? Faw? Who pitied this, that it should spare a squaw spent in the spawning of a scorpion brood? He drank and hastened down the solitude, fleeing that thing which fleed him, and was Hugh. And as he went his self-accusing grew, and with it, anger, till it came to seem that somehow some sly Jamie of a dream had plundered him again, and he was strong with lust of vengeance and the sting of wrong, so that he travelled faster than for days. Now, when the eve in many shaded grays wove the day's shroud, and through the lower land's lean fog arms groped with chilling spirit hands, Hugh paused perplexed. Elusive, haunting, dim, as though some memory that stirred in him, invasive of the real, outgrew the dream, there came upon the breeze that stole upstream a whiff of wood smoke. Twixt a beat and beat of Hugh's deluded heart, it seemed the sweet allure of home. A brief way, and one came upon the clearing where the sumac flame ran round the forest fringe, and just beyond one saw the slough grass nodding in the pond unto the sleepy troll, the bullfrog sung. And then one saw the place where one was young, the log house sitting on a stumpy rise. Half-lit within, its windows were as eyes that love much and are faded with old tears. It seemed regretful of a life's arrears, yet patient, with a self-denying poise, like some old mother for her bearded boys waiting sweet-hearted and a little sad. So briefly dreamed a recrudescent lad beneath grey hairs, and fled. Through chill and damp still groped the odor, hinting at a camp, a two-tongued herald wooing hope and fear. Was hospitality or danger near? A Sioux war party hot upon the trail, or lagged Reese? Hugh crawled across the vale, toiled up along a zigzag gully's bed and reached a bluff's top. In a smudge of red the west burned low. Hill summits yet alight, and pools of gloom anticipating night mottled the landscape to the dull blue rim. What freak of fancy had imposed on him? Could one smell home smoke 50 years away? He saw no fire. No pluming spire of grey rose in the dimming air to woo or wan. He lay upon the bare height, fagged, fall-on, and old times came upon him with the creep of subtle drugs that put the will to sleep and wreak doom to the soothing of a dream. So listlessly he scanned the sombre stream, scarce seeing what he scanned. The dark increased. A chill wind wakened from the frowning east and sowed along the vale. Then with a start he saw what broke the topper of his heart and set the wild blood free. From where he lay an easy point-blank rifle shot away, appeared a mystic germinating spark that in some secret garden of the dark upreared a frail, blue, nodding stem, whereon a ruddy lily flourished, and was gone. What miracle was this? Again it grew, the scarlet blossom on the stem of blue, and withered back again into the night. With pounding heart Hugh crawled along the height and reached a point of vantage whence, below, he saw capricious witch lights dim and glow like far-spent embers quickened in a breeze. 'Twas surely not a camp of lagged Reese, nor yet of Siwan warriors hot in chase. Dusk and a quiet bivouacked in that place. A doddering vagrant with numb hands, the wind fumbled the dying ashes there, and whined. It was the day-old campground of the foe. Glad-hearted now, Hugh gained the vale below, keen to possess once more the ancient gift. Nearing the glow, he saw vague shadows lift out of the painted gloom of smoldering logs, distorted bulks that bristled, and were dogs snarling at this invasion of their lair. Hugh charged upon them, growling like a bear, and sent them whining. Now again to view the burgeoning of scarlet, gold and blue, the immemorial miracle of fire. From heaped-up twigs a tenuous smoky spire arose, and made an altar of the place. The spark glow, faint upon the grizzled face, transformed the kneeling outcast to a priest, and native of the light-begetting east, the wind became a chanting acolyte. These two, entempled in the vaulted night, breathed conjuries of interwoven breath. Then, hark! The snapping of the chains of death, from dead wood, lo! The epiphanic god, once more the freightage of the fennel rod dissolved the chilling pall of Jovian scorn. The wonder of the resurrection mawn, the face apocalyptic and the sod, the glory of the many-symboled Lord, Hugh, lifting up his eyes about him, saw, and something in him like a vernal thaw, voiced with the sound of many waters, ran and quickened to the laughter of a man. Light-heartedly he fed the singing flame and took its blessing, till a soft sleep came with dreaming that was like a pleasant tale. The far white dawn was peering up the vale when he awoke to indolent content. A few shone stars in pale astonishment were huddled westward, and the fire was low. 3 scrawny camp curs, mustered in a row beyond the heap of embers, heads askew, ears pricked to question what the man might do, sat wistfully regardant. He arose, and they, grown canny in a school of blows, skulked to a safer distance, there to raise a dolorous chanting of the evil days, their grey breath like the body of a prayer. Hugh nursed the sullen embers to a flare, then set about to view an empty camp as once before. But now no smoky lamp of blear suspicion searched a gloom of fraud wherein a smirking friendship, like a bawd, embraced a coward's safety. Now no grief, twixt hideous revelation and belief, made womanish the man, but glad to strive, with hope to nerve him and a will to drive, he knew that he could finish in the race. The staring impassivity of space no longer mocked. The dreadful skyward climb, where distance seemed identical with time, was past now. And that mystic something, luck, without which worth may flounder in the ruck, had turned to him again. So flame-like sod rekindled hope in him as he explored among the ash heaps, and the lean dogs ran and balked about him, for the love of man wistful, yet fearing. Surely he could find some trifle in the hurry left behind, or haply hidden in the trampled sand, that to the cunning of a needy hand should prove the master key of circumstance. For 'tis the little gifts of grudging chance, well husbanded, make victors. Long he sought without avail, and crawling back, he thought of how the dogs were growing less afraid, and how one might be skinned without a blade. A flake of flint might do it. He would try. And then he saw, or did the servile eye trick out a mental image like the real? He saw a glimmering of wetted steel beside a heap now washed with morning light. Scarce more of marvel, and the sense of might moved Arthur when he reached a hand to take the fey-wrought brand emerging from the lake, whereby a kingdom should be lopped of strife, than Hugh now, pouncing on a trader's knife wan hollow in the use of bounteous days. And now behold a rich man by the blaze of his own hearth, a lord of steel and fire, not having, but the measure of desire determines wealth. Who gaining more, seek most, are ever the pursuers of a ghost and lend their fleetness to the fugitive. For Hugh, long goaded by the wish to live, what gauge of mastery in fire and tool, that twain wherewith time put the brute to school, evolving man, the maker and the seer. Twixt urging hunger and restraining fear, the gaunt dogs hovered round the man, while he cajoled them in the language of the Ree and simulated feeding them with sand, until the boldest dared to sniff his hand, bare-fanged and with conciliative whine. Through bristled mane, the quick blade bit the spine below the skull, and as a flame-struck thing the body humped and shuddered, withering. The lank limbs huddled, wilted, now to skin the carcass, dig a hole, arrange therein, and fix the pelt with stakes, the flesh side up. This done, he shaped the bladder to a cup on willow withes, and filled the rawhide pot with water from the river, made it hot with roasted stones, and set the meat a-boil. Those days of famine and prodigious toil had wrought bulimic cravings in the man, and scarce the cooking of the flesh outran the eating of it. As a fed flame towers according to the fuel, it devours. His hunger with indulgence grew, nor ceased until the kettle, empty of the feast, went dim, the sky and valley, merging, swirled in subtle smoke that smothered out the world. Hugh slept. And then, as divers, mounting, sunder a murmuring murk to blink in sudden wonder upon a dazzling up a deep of blue, He rose again to consciousness, and knew the low sun beating slantly on his face. Now, indolently gazing round the place, he noted how the curs had revelled there, the bones and entrails gone, some scattered hair alone remaining of the pot of hide. How strange he had not heard them at his side. And granting but one afternoon had passed, what could have made the fire burn out so fast? Had daylight waned, night fallen, morning crept, noon blazed, a new day dwindled while he slept. And was the friend-like fire a Jamie too? Across the twilit consciousness of Hugh the old obsession, like a wounded bird, fluttered. He got upon his knees and stirred the feathery ash, but not a spark was there. Already with the failing sun the air went keen, betokening a frosty night. Hugh winced with something like the clutch of fright. How could he bear the torture? How sustain the sting of that antiquity of pain rolled back upon him? Face again the foe, that yielding victor, fleet in being slow, that huge, impersonal malevolence. So readily the tentacles of sense root in the larger standard of desire, that Hugh fell farther in the loss of fire than in the finding of it he arose. And suddenly the place grew strange, as grows a friend's house, when the friend is on his bier, and all that was familiar there and dear puts on a blank, inhospitable look. Hugh set his face against the east, and took that dreariest of ways, the trail of flight. He would outcrawl the shadow of the night and have the day to blanket him in sleep. But as he went to meet the gloom a-creep, bemused with life's irrational rebuffs, a yelping of the dogs among the bluffs rose, hunger-whetted, stabbing, rent the pall of evening silence, blunted to a drawl amid the arid waterways, and died. And as the echo to the sound replied, so in the troubled mind of Hugh was wrought a reminiscent cry of thought to thought that, groping, found an unlocked door to life. The dogs, keen flint to skin one, then the knife discovered. Why, that made of flint and steel. No further with the subtle foe at heel he fled, for all about him in the rock, to waken when the needy hand might knock, a saviour slept. He found a flake of flint, scraped from his shirt a little wad of lint, spilled on it from the smitten stone a shower of ruddy seed, and saw the mystic flower that genders its own summer, bloom anew. And so capricious luck came back to Hugh, and he was happier than he had been since Jamie to that unforgiven sin had yielded, ages back upon the ground. Now he would turn the cunning of his hand to carving crutches, that he might arise, be manlike, lift more rapidly the skies that crouched between his purpose and the mock. The warm glow housed him from the frosty dock, and there he wrought in very joyous mood and sang by fits, whereat the solitude set laggard singers snatching at the tune. The gaunter for their hunt, the dogs came soon to haunt the shaken fringes of the glow, and, pitching voices to the timeless woe, outwailed the lilting. So the chorus sings of terror, pity, and the tears of things when most the doomed protagonist is gay. The stars swarmed over, and the front of day whitened above a white world, and the sun rose on a sleeper with a task well done, nor roused him till its burning topped the blue. When Hugh awoke, there woke a younger Hugh, now half a stranger, and 'twas good to feel with ebbing sleep the old green vigor steal, thrilling, along his muscles and his veins, as in a lull of winter-cleansing rains the grey bough quickens to the sap a-creep. It chanced the dogs lay near him, sound asleep, curled nose to buttock in the noonday glow. He killed the lodger with a well-aimed blow, skinned, dressed, and set it roasting on a spit, and when 'twas cooked, ate sparingly of it, for need might yet make little seem a feast. Fording the river shallows, south by east he hobbled now along a withered rill that issued where old floods had gashed the hill, a cyclopean potle yawning sheer. No storm of countless hoofs had entered here. It seemed a place where nothing ever comes but change of season. He could hear the plums plash in the frosted thicket, over lush, while, like a spirit lisping in the hush, the crisp leaves whispered round him as they fell. And ever now and then the autumn spell was broken by an ululating cry from where far back with muzzle to the sky the lone dog followed. Morning. Darkness came, and huddled up beside a cozy flame, Hugh's sleep was but a momentary flight across a little shadow into light. So day on day he toiled. And when, afloat above the sunset like a Stygian boat, the new moon bore the spectre of the old, he saw, a dwindling strip of blue outrolled, the valley of the tortuous Cheyenne, and ere the half-moon sailed the night again, those far lone leagues had sloughed their garb of blue, and dwindled, dwindled, dwindled off to Hugh, until he saw that Titan of the plains, the sinewy Missouri. Dearth of rains had made the giant gaunt as he who saw. This loud chain-smasher of a late March thaw seemed never to have bellowed at his banks, and yet, with staring ribs and hollow flanks, the urge of an indomitable will proclaimed him of the breed of giants still, and where the current ran a boiling track, 'twas like the muscles of a mighty back-grown Atlantean in the wrestler's craft. Hugh set to work and built a little raft of driftwood, bound with grapevines. So it fell that one with an amazing tale to tell came drifting to the gates of Kiowa. Roman saw the return of the ghost not long. Hugh let the lust of vengeance gnaw upon him idling, though the tale he told and what report proclaimed him were as gold to buy a winter's comfort at the post. I cannot rest, for I am but the ghost of someone murdered by a friend, he said. So long as yonder traitor thinks me dead, I, buried in the bellies of the crows and coyotes. Whereupon said one of those who heard him, noting how the old man shook as with a chill, God fend that one should look with such a blizzard of a face for me. For he went greyer like a poplar tree that shivers, ruffling to the first faint breath of storm, while yet the world is still as death save where, far off, the kennelled thunders bay. So brooding, he grew stronger day by day, until at last he laid the crutches by. And then one evening came a rousing cry from where the year's lost keelboat hove in view around the bend, its swarthy, sweating crew slant to the shouldered line. Men sang that night in Kiowa, and by the ruddy light of leaping fires amid the wooden walls, the cups went round, and there were merry brawls of bearded lads no older for the beard, and laughing stories vied with tales of weird by stream and prairie trail and mountain pass, until the tipsy bourgeois bawled for glass to shame these with a man's tale fit to hear. The greybeard, sitting where the light was blear, with little heart for revelry, began his story, told as of another man who, loving late, loved much and was betrayed. He spoke unwitting how his passion played upon them, how their eyes grew soft or hard with what he told. Yet something of the bard he seemed, and his the purpose that is arts, whereby men make a vintage of their hearts and with the wine of beauty deaden pain. Low-toned, insistent as October rain, his voice beat on, and now and then would flit across the melancholy grey of it a glimmer of cold fire that, like the flare of soundless lightning, showed a world made bare, green summer slain and all its leafage stripped. And bronze jaws tightened, brawny hands were gripped, as though each hearer had a fickle friend. But when the old man might have made an end, rounding the story to a peaceful close at Kiowa, song-like his voice arose, the grinning grey mask lifted, and the eyes burned as a bard's who sees and prophesies, conning the future as a time long gone. Swaying to rhythm, the dizzy tale plunged on even to the cutting of the traitor's throat, and ceased, as though a bloody strangling smote the voice of that grey chanter, drunk with doom. And there was shuddering in the blue-smeared gloom of fallen fires. It seemed the deed was done before their eyes who heard. The morrow's sun, low over leagues of frost-enchanted plain, saw glass upon his pilgrimage again, northbound as hunter for the keelboat's crew. And many times the wide autumnal blue burned out and darkened to a deep of stars, and still they toiled among the snags and bars, those lean upstream men, straining at the rope, lashed by the doubt and strengthened by the hope of backwood winter. Engines wrought of bone and muscle, panting for the Yellowstone, bend off to bend and yet more bends away. Now was the river like a sandy bay at ebb tide, and the far-off cutbank's boom mocked them in shallows. Now 'twas like a flume with which the toilers, barely creeping, strove. And bend by bend the self-same poplar grove, set on the self-same headland, so it seemed, confronted them, as though they merely dreamed of passing one drear point. So on and up past where the tawny Titan gulps the cup of Cheyenne waters, past the Morow's mouth, and still Rye League and Stubborn League fell south, becoming haze and weary memory. Then past the empty lodges of the Ree that gaped at cornfields plundered by the Sioux, and their old times came mightily on Hugh, for much of him was born and buried there. Some troubled glory of that wind-tossed hair was on the trampled con. The lonely skies, so haunted with the blue of Jamie's eyes, seemed taunting him. And through the frosted wood along the flat, where once their tent had stood, a chill wind sorrowed, and the blackbird's brawl amid the funeral torches of the fall ran raucously, a desecrating din. Past where the cannon ball and hot come in they labored. Now the northwest woke at last. The gaunt bluffs bellowed back the trumpet blast of charging winds that made the sandbars smoke. To breathe now was to gulp fine sand, and choke. The stinging air was sibilant with whips. Leaning the maw and with the firmer grips, still northward the embattled toilers pressed to where the river yaws into the west. There stood the Mandan village. Now began the chaining of the Titan. Drift ice ran. The winged hounds of winter ceased to bay. The stupor of a doom completed lay upon the world. The biting darkness fell. Out in the night, resounding as a well, they heard the deck planks popping in a vise of frost. All night, the smithies of the ice rechoed with the grinding jaw and clink of ghostly hammers welding link to link. And morning found the world without a sound. There lay the stubborn prairie Titan bound, to wait the far-off Heraclean thaw, though still in silent rage he strove to gnaw the ragged shackles knitting at his breast. And so the boatman won a winter's rest among the Mandan traders. But for Hugh, there yet remained a weary work to do. Across the naked country, west by south, his purpose called him at the Big Horn's mouth, 300 miles of winging for the Crow, but by the river trail that he must go 'twas 700 winding miles at least. So now he turned his back upon the feast, snug ease, the pleasant tale, the merry mood, and took the bare, foot-sounding solitude northwestward. Long they watched him from the post, skied on a bluff rim, fading like a ghost at gray cockcrow, and hooded in his breath. He seemed indeed a fugitive from death on whom some tatter of the shroud still clung. Blank space engulfed him. Now the moon was young when he set forth, and day by day he strode, his scarce healed wounds upon him like a load, and dusk by dusk his fire outflared the moon that waxed until it wrought a spectral noon at nightfall. Then he came to where, awhirl with spring's wild rage, the snow-born Titan girl, a skiey wonder on her virgin face, receives the virile Yellowstone's embrace and bears the lusty seeker for the sea. A bleak, horizon-wide serenity clung round the valley where the twain lay dead. A winding sheet was on the marriage bed. 'Twas warmer now, the sky grew overcast, and as Hugh strode southwestward, all the vast grey void seemed suddenly astir with wings and multitudinary whisperings, the muffled sibilance of tumbling snow. It seemed no more might living waters flow, moon gleam, star glint, dawn smolder through, bird sing, or ever any fair familiar thing be so again. The outworn winds were furled. Weird weavers of the twilight of a world wrought, thread on kissing thread, the web of doom. Grown insubstantial in the knitted gloom, the bluffs loomed eerie, and the scanty trees were dwindled to remote dream traceries that never might be green or shield a nest. All day, with swinging stride, Hugh forged southwest along the Yellowstone's smooth-paven stream, a dream shape moving in a troubled dream, and all day long the whispering weavers wove. And close on dark, he came to where a grove of cottonwoods rose tall and shadow-thin against the northern bluffs. He camped therein, and with cut boughs made shelter as he might. Close pressed the blackness of the snow-choked night about him, and his fire of plum wood purred. Athwart a soft penumbral drowse, he heard the tumbling snowflakes sighing all around, till sleep transformed it to a summer sound of boyish memory. Suzeraint bees, the south wind in the tousled apple trees, and slumber flowing from their leafy gloom. He wakened to the cottonwood's deep boom. Black fury was the world. The northwest's raw, as of a surf upon a shipwreck shaw, plunged high above him from the sheer bluff's verge, and like the backward sucking of the surge, far fled the sobbing of the wild snow spray. Black blindness grew white blindness, and 'twas day. All being now seemed narrowed to a span that held a sputtering wood fire and a man. Beyond was tumult and a whirling maze. The trees were but a roaring in a haze. The sheer bluff wall that took the blizzard's charge was thunder flung along the hidden marge of chaos, stridden by the ghost of light. White blindness grew black blindness, and 'twas night wherethrough nor moon nor any star might grope. 2 days since, Hugh had killed an antelope, and what remained sufficed the time of storm. The snow banked round his shelter kept him warm, and there was wood to burn for many a day. The third dawn, oozing through a smudge of gray, awoke him. It was growing colder fast. Still from the bluff high over boomed the blast, but now it took the void with numbing wings. By noon, the woven mystery of things frayed raggedly, and through a sudden rift at length Hugh saw the beetling bluff wall lift a sturdy shoulder to the flying rack. Slowly the sense of distances came back, as with the waning day the great wind fell. The pale sun set upon a frozen hell. The wolves howled. Hugh had left the Mandan town when, half-a-hond, the maiden moon lies down beside the sea of evening. Now she rose scar-faced and staring blankly on the snows, while yet the twilight tarried in the west. And more she came a tardy guest, as Hugh pushed onward through the frozen waste, until she stole on midnight shadow-faced, a haggard spectre, then no more appeared. 'Twas on that time the man of hoary beard paused in the early twilight, looming lone upon a bluff rim of the Yellowstone, and peered across the white stream to the south, where in the flatland at the Big Horn's mouth, the new fort stood that Henry's men had built. What perfect peace for such a nest of guilt! What satisfied immunity from woe? Yon sprawling shadow, pied with candle glow, and plumed with sparkling wood smoke, might have been a homestead with the children gathered in to share its bounty through the holidays. Hugh saw their faces round the gay hearth blaze, the hale old father in a mood for yawns, all boastful of the plenty of his bonds, fruitage of honest toil and grateful lands, and half a stranger to her folded hands, the mother with October in her hair and August in her face. One moment that Hugh saw it. Then the monstrous brutal fact wiped out the dream and goaded him to act, though now to act seemed strangely like a dream. Descending from the bluff, he crossed the stream, the dry snow fifing to his eager stride. Reaching the fought stockade, he paused to bide the passing of a whimsy. Was it true? Or was this but the fretted wraith of Hugh whose flesh had fed the quixotes long ago? Still through a chink he saw the candle glow, so like an eye that brazened out a wrong. And now there came a flight of muffled song, the rhythmic thudding of a booted heel that timed a squeaking fiddle to a reel. How swiftly men forget. The spawning earth is fat with graves, and what is one man worth that fiddles should be muted at his fall? He should have died and did not, that was all. Well, let the living jig it? He would turn back to the night, the spacious unconcern of wilderness that never played the friend. Now came the song and fiddling to an end, and someone laughed within. The old man winced, listened with bated breath, and was convinced 'twas Jamie laughing. Once again he heard. Joy filled a hush twixt hot beats like a bird, then like a famished cat his lurking hate pounced crushingly. He found the outer gate, beat on it with his shoulder, raised a cry. No doubt 'twas deemed a fitful wind went by, none stirred. But when he did not cease to shout, a door creaked open and a man came out amid the spilling candle glimmer, raised the wicket in the outer gate, and gazed one moment on a face as white as death, because the beard was thick with frosted breath made mystic by the stars. Then came a gasp, the clatter of the falling wicket's hasp, the crunch of panic feet along the snow, and someone stammered huskily and low, "My God, I saw the old man's ghost out there." 'Twas spoken as one speaks who feels his hair prickle the scalp, and then another said, it seemed like Henry's voice, "The dead are dead. What talk is this, Le Bon? You saw him die. Who's there?" Hugh strove to shout to give the lie to those within, but could not fetch a sound. Just so he dreamed of lying underground beside the grand and hearing overhead the talk of men. Or was he really dead, and all this but a maggot in the brain? Then suddenly the clatter of a chain aroused him, and he saw the portal yawn and saw a bright rectangled patch of dawn, as through a grave's mouth. No, 'twas candlelight pawed through the open doorway on the night, and those were men before him, bulking black against the glow. Reality flashed back. He strode ahead and entered at the door. A falling fiddle jangled on the floor and left a deathly silence. On his bench the fiddler shrank. A row of eyes, a-blench with terror, ran about the naked hall, and there was one who huddled by the wall and hid his face and shivered. For a spell that silence clung, and then the old man. "Well, is this the sort of welcome that I get? 'Twas not my time to feed the quixotes yet. Put on the pot and stew a chunk of meat, and you shall see how much a ghost can eat. I've journeyed far if what I hear be true." Now in that none might doubt the voice of Hugh, nor yet the face, however it might seem a blurred reflection in a flowing stream. A buzz of wonder broke the trance of dread. "Good God," the major gasped, "we thought you dead. 2 men have testified they saw you die." "If they speak truth," Hugh answered, "then I lie both here and by the grand. If I be right, then 2 lie here and shall lie from this night." "Which are they?" Henry answered, "Yon is one." The old man set the trigger of his gun and gazed on Jules who cowered by the wall. Eyes blinked, expectant of the hammer's fall, ears strained, anticipative of the raw. But Hugh walked leisurely across the floor and kicked the croucher, saying, "Come, get up and wag your tail. I couldn't kill a pup." Then turning round, "I had a faithful friend, no doubt he too was with me to the end. Where's Jamie?" Started out before the snows for Atkinson. Jamie, the country of the crows, through which the bighorn and the rosebud run, sees over mountain peaks the setting sun, and southward from the Yellowstone flung wide, it broadens ever to the morning side and has the powder on its vague frontier. About the subtle changing of the year, ere even favored valleys felt the stir of spring, and yet expectancy of her was like a pleasant rumor, all repeat, yet none may prove. The sound of horses' feet went eastward through the silence of that land. For then, it was there rode a little band of trappers out of Henry's post, to bear dispatches down to Atkinson, and there to furnish out a keelboat for the Hawn. And far went lightly, but the 5th seemed wan as with a heavy heart, for that was he who should have died but did not. Silently he heard the careless parley of his men, and thought of how the spring should come again, that garish strumpet with her world-old lure, to waken hope where nothing may endure, to quicken love where loving is betrayed. Yet now and then some dream of Jamie made slow music in him for a little while, and they who rode beside him saw a smile glimmer upon that ruined face of grey, as on a winter fog, the groping day paws glory through a momentary rift. Yet never did the gloom that bound him lift. He seemed as one who feeds upon his hot and finds, despite the bitter and the smart, a little sweetness and is glad for that. Now up the Powder, striking for the Platte across the bleak divide the horseman went, attained that river where its course is bent from north to east, and spurring on apace along the wintry valley, reached the place where from the west flows in the Laramie. Thence, fearing to encounter with the Ree, they headed eastward through the barren land to where, fleet-footed down a track of sand, the Niobrara races for the Mon, a gaunt-loined runner. Here at length was born upon the southern slopes the baby Spring, a timid, fretful, ill-begotten thing, a suckle at the winter's withered paps, not such as when announced by thunderclaps and ringed with sods of lightning, she would ride, the haughty victrix and the mystic bride, clad splendidly as never Sheba's queen, before her marching multitudes of green in many-bannered triumph. Grudging, slow, amid the fraying fringes of the snow the bunch-grass sprouted, and the air was chill. Along the northern slopes 'twas winter still, and no root dreamed what triumph over death was nurtured now in some bleak Nazareth beyond the crest to sunward. On they spurred through vacancies that waited for the bird, and everywhere the Odic presence dwelt. The southwest blew, the snow began to melt, and when they reached the valley of the Snake, the Niobrara's ice began to break, and all night long and all day long, it made a sound as of a random cannonade with rifles snarling down a skirmish line. The geese went over. Every tree and vine was dotted thick with leaf buds, when they saw the little river of Kiapaha grown mighty for the moment. Then they came, one evening, when all thickets were aflame with pale green witch fires, and the windflowers blew, to where the headlong Niobrara threw his speed against the swollen Missouri's flank, and hurled him roaring to the further bank, a giant staggered by a pygmy's sling. Thence, plunging ever deeper into spring, across the greening prairie east by south they rode, and, just above the Platte's wide mouth, came, weary with the trail, to Atkinson. There all the vernal wonder-work was done, no carefree heart might find aught lacking there. The dove's call wandered in the drowsy air, a love-dream brooded in the lucent haze. Priapic revelers, the shrieking jays held mystic worship in the secret shade. Woodpeckers briskly plied their noisy trade along the tree boles, and their scarlet hoods flashed flame-like in the smoky cottonwoods. What lacked, not sweetness in the sun-lulled breeze, the plum bloom murmurous with bumblebees was drifted deep in every draw and slough. Not color, witcheries of gold and blue the dandelion and the violet wove in the green. Might not the sad forget, the happy here have nothing more to seek? Lo, yonder by that pleasant little creek, how one might loll upon the grass and fish and build the temple of one's wildest wish twixt nibbles. Surely there was quite enough of wizard timber, and of wonder stuff to rear it nobly to the blue-domed roof? Yet there was one whose spirit stood aloof from all this joyousness, a gray old man, no nearer now than when the quest began to what he sought on that long winter trail. Jamie had been there, but when the tale that roving trappers brought from Kiowa was told to him, he seemed as one who saw a ghost and could but stare on it, they said, until one day he mounted horse and fled into the north, a devil-ridden man. "I've got to go and find him if I can," was all he said for days before he left. And what of Hugh? So long of love bereft, so long sustained and driven by his hate, a touch of ruth now made him desolate. No longer eager to avenge the wrong, with not enough of pity to be strong, and just enough of love to choke and sting. A gray old hulk, amid the surge of spring, he floundered on a lee shore of the Hot. But when the boat was ready for the start up the long watery stairway to the Hon, Hugh joined the party. And the year was shorn of blooming girlhood as they forged amain into the north. The late green-mantled plain grew sallow, and the ruthless golden shower of summer wrought in lust upon the flower that withered in the endless martyrdom to seed. The scarlet quickened on the plum about the Hot's mouth when they came there too. Among the Mandan's grapes were turning blue, and they were purple at the Yellowstone. A frosted scrub oak, standing out alone upon a barren bluff top, gazing far above the crossing at the Powder's bar, was spattered with the blood of summer slain. So it was autumn in the world again, and all those months of toil had yielded naught to Hugh. How often is the seeker sought by what he seeks? A blind, heart-breaking game, for always had the answer been the same from roving trapper and at trading post. One who seemed to stare upon a ghost and followed willy-nilly where it led, had gone that way in search of Hugh, they said, a haggard, blue-eyed, yellow-headed chap. And often had the old man thought, mayhap he'll be at Henry's post and we shall meet, and to forgive and to forget were sweet. 'Tis for its nurse that vengeance whets the tooth. And oh, the golden time of Jamie's youth, that it should darken for a greybeard's whim. So Hugh had brooded, till there came on him the pity of a slow rain after drouth. but at the crossing of the Rosebud's mouth, a shadow fell upon his growing dream. A band of Henry's traders, bound downstream, who paused to traffic in the latest word, downriver news for matters seen and heard in higher waters, had not met the lad, not yet encountered anyone who had. Alas, the journey back to yesterwhiles? How tangled are the trails, the stubborn miles, how wearily they stretch. And if one win the long way back in search of what has been, shall he find aught that is not strange and new? Thus wrought the melancholy news in Hugh, as he turned back with those who brought the news. For Ma and Ma, he dreaded now to lose what doubtful seeking rendered doubly dear. And in the time when keen winds stripped the year, he came with those to where the poplar joins the greater river. Their Assiniboines, rich from the summer's hunting, had come down and flung along the flat their ragged town, that traders might bring goods and winter there. So leave the hot-sick graybeard. Otherwhere the final curtain rises on the play. 'Tis dead of winter now. For day on day, the blizzard wind has thundered, sweeping wide from Mississippi to the great divide out of the north beyond Saskatchewan. Brief evening glimmers like an inverse dawn after a long white night. The tempest dies, the snow haze lifts. Now let the curtain rise upon Milk River Valley, and reveal the stars like broken glass on frosted steel above the Piegan lodges, huddled deep in snowdrifts, like a freezing flock of sheep. A crystal weight the dread cold crushes down, and no one moves about the little town that seems to grovel as a thing that fears. But see, a lodge flap swings, a squaw appears, hunched with the sudden cold. Her footsteps creak shrill in the hush. She stares upon the bleak, white skyline for a moment, then goes in. We follow her, push back the flap of skin, enter the lodge, inhale the smoke-tanged air, and blink upon the little faggot flare that blossoms in the center of the room. Unsteady shadows haunt the outer gloom wherein the walls are guessed at. Upward, far, the smoke vent now and then reveals a star as in a well. The ancient squaw, a-stoop, her face light-stricken, stirs a pot of soup that simmers with a pleasant smell and sound. A gnarled old man, cross-legged upon the ground, sits brooding near. He feeds the flame with sticks, it brightens. Lo, a leaden crucifix upon the wall. These heathen eyes, though dim, have seen the white man's God and cling to him, lest on the sunset trail slow feet should err. But look again. From yonder bed of fur beside the wall, a white man strives to rise. He lifts his head, with yearning sightless eyes gropes for the light. A mass of golden hair falls round the face that sickness and despair somehow make old, albeit he is young. His weak voice, stumbling to the mongrel tongue of traders, flings a question to the squaw. You saw no black robe, tell me what you saw. And she, brief-spoken as her race, replies, heaped snow, sharp stars, a quixote on the rise. The blind youth huddles moaning in the furs. The firewood spits and pops, the boiled pot purrs and sputters. On this little isle of sound the sea of winter silence presses round, one feels it like a menace. Now the crone dips out a cup of soup, and having blown upon it, takes it to the sick man there and bids him eat. With wild, unseeing stare he turns upon her. Why are they so long? I cannot eat. I've done a mighty wrong, it chokes me. Oh no, no, I must not die until the black robe comes. His feeble cry sinks to a whisper. Tell me, did they go, your kinsmen? They went south before the snow, and will they tell the black robe? They will tell. The crackling of the faggots for a spell seems very loud. Again the sick man moans, and, struggling with the weakness in his bones, would gain his feet, but cannot. Go again, and tell me that you see the bulks of men dim in the distance there. The squaw obeys, returns anon to crouch beside the blaze, numb-fingered and a-shudder from the night. The vacant eyes that hunger for the light are turned upon her. Tell me what you saw, or maybe snowshoes sounded up the draw. Quick, tell me what you saw and heard out there. Heaped snow, sharp stars, big stillness everywhere. One clutching at thin ice with numbing grip cries while he hopes, but when his fingers slip, he takes the final plunge without a sound. So sinks the youth now, hopeless. All around the winter silence presses in, the walls grow vague and vanish in the gloom that crawls close to the failing fire. The Piegans sleep. Night hovers midway down the morning steep. The sick man drowses. Nervously he starts and listens, hears no sound except his heart's and that weird murmur brooding stillness makes. But stealthily upon the quiet breaks, vague as the coughing of the hearer's blood, a muffled, rhythmic beating, thud on thud, that growing nearer, deepens to a crunch. So, hungry for the distance, snowshoes munch the crusted leagues of winter, stride by stride. A camp dog barks, the hollow world outside brims with the running howl of many curs. Now wide awake, half risen in the furs, the youth can hear low voices and the creak of snowshoes near the lodge. His thin, wild shriek startles the old folk from their slumberings. He comes, the black robe. Now the dofflap swings, and briefly one who splutters Pegan bars the way, then enters. Now the patch of stars is darkened with a greater bulk that bends beneath the lintel. Peace be with you, friends, and peace with him herein who suffers pain. So speaks the second comer of the twain, a white man by his voice, and he who lies beside the wall, with empty, groping eyes turned to the speaker. There can be no peace for me, good father, till this gnawing cease, the gnawing of a great wrong I have done. The big man leans above the youth. My son, grown husky with the word, the deep voice breaks, and for a little spell the whole man shakes as with the clinging cold. Have faith and hope. 'Tis often nearest dawn when most we grope. Does not the good book say, who seeks shall find? But, father, I am broken now and blind, and I have sought, and I have lost the way. To which the stranger, what would Jesus say? Hark, in the silence of the heart 'tis said, by their own weakness are the feeble sped, the humblest feet are surest for the goal, the blind shall see the city of the soul. Lay down your burden at his feet tonight. Now, while the fire, replenished, bathes in light the young face scrawled with suffering and care, flinging ironic glories on the hair, and glinting on dull eyes that once flashed blue, the sick one tells the story of old Hugh to him whose face, averted from the glow, still lurks in gloom. The winds of battle blow once more along the steep. Again, one sees the rescue from the fury of the Reese, the greybeard's fondness for the gay lad, then the westward march with Major Henry's men with all that happened there upon the Grand. And so we hit the trail of Henry's band. The youth continues, for we feared to die, and dread of shame was ready with the lie we carried to our comrades. Hugh was dead and buried there beside the Grand, we said. Could any doubt that what we said was true? They even praised our courage, but I knew. The nights were hell because I heard his cries and saw the crows apecking at his eyes, the coyotes tearing at him. Oh my God! I tried and tried to think him under sod, but every time I slept it was the same. And then one night, I lay awake, he came. I say he came, I know I hadn't slept. Amid a light like rainy dawn, he crept out of the dark upon his hands and knees. The wound he got that day among the Reese was like red fire. A snarl of bloody hair hung round the eyes that had a pleading stare, and down the ruined face and gory beard big teardrops rolled. He went as he appeared, trailing a fog of light that died away. And I grew old before I saw the day. Oh, father, I had paid too much for breath. The devil traffics in the fear of death, and may God pity anyone who buys what I have bought with treachery and lies, this rat-like gnawing in my breast. I knew I couldn't rest until I buried Hugh, and so I told the major I would go to Atkinson with letters, ere the snow had choked the trails. Jules wouldn't come along. He didn't seem to realize the wrong. He called me foolish, couldn't understand. I rode alone, not south but to the Grand. Daylong my hoss beat thunder from the sod, accusing me, and all my prayers to God seemed flung in vain at bolted gates of brass. And in the night the wind among the grass hissed endlessly the story of my shame. I do not know how long I rode. I came upon the Grand at last and found the place, and it was empty. Not a sign or trace was left to show what end had come to Hugh. And oh, that grave! It gaped upon the blue, a death wound pleading dumbly for the slain. I filled it up and fled across the plain, and somehow came to Atkinson at last. And there I heard the living Hugh had passed along the river northward in the fall. Oh, father, he had found the strength to crawl that long, heart-breaking distance back to life, though Jules had taken blanket, steel and knife, and I, his trusted comrade, had his gun. They said I'd better stay at Atkinson, because old Hugh was surely hunting me, white-hot to kill. I did not want to flee or hide from him. I even wished to die, if so this aching cancer of a lie might be torn out forever. So I went, as eager as the homesick homeward bent, in search of him and peace. But I was cursed. For even when his stolen rifle burst and spewed upon me this eternal night, I might not die as any other might. But God so willed that friendly Pegans came to spare me, yet a little unto shame. Oh, father, is there any hope for me? Great hope indeed, my son, so huskily the other answers. I recall a case like yours, no matter what the time and place. 'Twas somewhat like the story that you tell, each seeking and each sought and both in hell, but in the tale I mind, they met at last. The youth sits up, white-faced and breathing fast. They met, you say? What happened? Quick, oh quick. The old man found the dear lad blind and sick, and both forgave. 'Twas easy to forgive, for oh we have so short a time to live. Whereat the youth. Who's here? The black robe's gone, whose voice is this? The grey of winter dawn now creeping round the dofflap lights the place and shows thin fingers groping for a face deep scarred and hoary, with the frost of years whereover runs a new springtide of tears. Oh, Jamie, 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 I am Hugh. There was no black robe yonder. Will I do? I have the song of the Indian was to Alice. 3 years old when I began the gift I bear it seemed you weren't anywhere. But being younger now, I know how even 50 moons ago the apple bloom began to seek the proper tinting for a cheek. The skies, aware of thrilling news, displayed the loveliest of blues for whoso fashions eyes to choose. And all that prehistoric spring experimental grace of wing and tentatively shapen forms, from crocuses to thunderstorms, and happy sound and sunny glow rehearsed you 50 moons ago. Why, even I was toiling too upon a little gift for Yowl, and now that we are wise and three. And I love you and you love me. We know the whole conspiracy. Preface: The Song of the Indian Waz is a part of the epic cycle of the West upon which I have been working for 11 years. However, as the reader will note, it is complete in itself, as are the two other parts of the cycle already published, The Song of Three Friends and The Song of Hugh Glass. My purpose in writing this cycle is to preserve the great race mood of courage that was developed west of the Missouri River in the 19th century. The period with which I am dealing is beyond question the great American epic period, beginning in 1822 and ending in 1890. The dates are neither approximate nor arbitrary. In 1822, the first Ashley Henry band ascended the Missouri, and, after Lewis and Clark, the most important explorers of the West were Ashley Henry men. As to the exploits of those men and the epic nature of the period, the interested reader is referred to the prefatory matter of The Song of Three Friends and The Song of Hugh Glass in the Modern Readers series. Also to my volume, entitled The Splendid Wayfaring. The year 1890 marked the end of Indian resistance on the plains. In working out my plan for the cycle, I have yet to deal with the period of exploration and the period of migration. The Song of the Indian Waz deals with the last great fight for the bison pastures of the plains between the westering white men and the prairie tribes, the struggle for the right of way between the Missouri River and the Pacific Ocean. Since the period was one of crucial importance in the process of our national development, I have felt the obligation to be accurate. I have neither fictionized my material nor sentimentalized my characters. It seems unnecessary to list all the printed sauces upon which I have drawn during the years I have devoted to the subject. The list would be long, and I doubt if any work of considerable significance bearing on the period has escaped me, whether a government report, a formal history, or a personal narrative. But one cannot safely trust the printed sauces alone, and I have made it a duty to consult many veterans who were themselves a part of what I have to tell. Among these I am especially indebted to the following: Brigadier General Anson Mills of Washington, D.C., who served with conspicuous gallantry under Crook both in the Rosebud fight and in the Battle of Slim Butts; Brigadier General Edward S. Godfrey of Cookston, N.J., who distinguished himself in the Reno Battle on the Little Big Horn; Brigadier General Walter S. Schuyler of San Francisco, who served under Crook and rendered brilliant service under Mackenzie in the winter battle with the Cheyennes on Willow Creek; Brigadier General Charles King of Milwaukee, the famous soldier novelist, who was one of Crook's lieutenants in the campaign of 1876; Major Henry R. Lemley of Washington, D.C., who was Crook's acting assistant adjutant general during the famous Horsemeat March in pursuit of the Indians after the Custer fight, and who witnessed the death of Crazy Horse; Colonel Homer W. Wheeler of Los Angeles, rich in experience as a plainsman and as an Indian fighter; the late Captain Grant P. Marsh of Bismarck, N.D., who was in command of the steamer Far West during the campaign of 1876 and transported the wounded of Reno's command from the mouth of the Little Big Horn to Fort Abraham Lincoln; Captain James H. Cook of Agate, Nebraska, famous plainsman and Army scout, intimate friend of the great Chief Red Cloud, and of most of the other notable Sioux leaders; Mrs. George A. Forsyth of Wilkes-Barre, Penn, wife of the late Brigadier General George A. Forsyth, the hero of Beecher's Island; Captain Howard Martin of Palo Alto, California, who fought with Forsyth on the Rickery Fork of the Republican, and who still carries the bullet that tore out one of his eyes in that wonderful little battle; Mr. William C. Slaper of Los Angeles, who served as a private under Reno in the Battle of the Little Big Horn; Sergeant Max Littman of St. Louis and Sergeant Samuel Gibson of Omaha, both of whom were in the wagon box fight; Mr. Wallace of Okoch, Okla, who was one of Custer's scouts in the winter campaign ending with the Battle of the Washita; Mr. John Hunton, still living at Old Fort Laramie where he was post-trader in the 60s, Red Hawk, and Ogallala Sioux, who knew and fought with Crazy Hoss. My brother friend, Curly, one of Custer's Crow scouts, who told me only the truth. However lustily he may have drawn the long bow for the amazement of over-credulous journalists. Indirectly, I have gotten much valuable material out of the Indian consciousness through those who were intimately acquainted with the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho during the period of the Lost Wars. Also much valuable reminiscence of white men, other than those named, has been made accessible to me by Mr. E. A. Brennenstuhl of Los Angeles, whose extensive collection of source material bearing on the Indian Wars has cost him many years of effort and is equaled by few private collections of the sort in the country. Dr. Grace R. Hebard of the University of Wyoming, co-author with Mr. Brennenstuhl of the Bozeman Trail, a work of the highest authority on the Red Cloud Wars, gave me generous and timely aid by placing important original documents in my hands before the publication of the volume named. Mr. Doane Robinson of Pierre, Secretary of the State Historical Society of South Dakota, and a high authority on the whole history of the plains, has further increased my debt to him, a debt of long standing. For some of the Indian speeches, I am indebted to the works of Dr. Charles A. Eastman, who, himself a Sioux, was intimately acquainted with many of the great leaders of his people. My years of intimate association with the Omaha tribe, a Siouan people, at a time when the old generation was still numerous, may have given me some insight into Indian psychology. As to the country in which my story moves, I have reason to know it well. My acquaintance with it began 37 years ago, when I lived with my pioneering grandparents in Kansas, on the Upper Solomon. Signs of the vanished buffalo were still there, and I have sat by cowchip fires. Also, I have taken the trouble to study at first hand the topography of the various localities and stretches of country that I have undertaken to describe. Since my interest in the period treated is not of recent origin, it is impossible to give credit to all who, in one way or another, have helped me, but the foregoing will serve to indicate the means employed by way of getting at the truth and into the mood of the time. Wherever I have found various versions of particular incidents, I have been careful to adopt that one which seemed best supported by the evidence. Perhaps the greatest variation of testimony is to be found in the matter of Custer's lost battle. I may say that I am quite familiar with the controversy, nor should those who may resent my account as that of a Custer partisan accuse me of having never seen the report of the Reno investigation. I spent a wonderful day and night with it, and I found it a rich mine for the psychologist. In the interval between a 4.5-year task just finished and another soon to be assumed, I may be allowed the satisfaction of noting the steadily increasing success of the Song of Three Friends and the Song of Hugh Glass, both with the general public and in the public schools and colleges. Already, the progress made would seem to justify me in devoting my 20 best years to the cycle. John G. Neihardt Bronson, Mo. September, 1924. The Song of the Indian Wars, I the sowing of the dragon at last, the 4-year storm of fratricide, had ceased at Appomattox, and the tide of war-bit myriads, like a turning seas, recoiled upon the deep realities that yield no foam to any squall of change. Now many a hearth of home had gotten strange to eyes that knew sky-painting flares of war. So much that once repaid the striving for no longer mattered. Yonder road that ran at hazard once beyond the ways of man by haunted vale and space-enchanted hill had never dreamed of aught but Jones's Mill, a dull pedestrian. The spring, where erst the peering ploughboy sensed a larger thirst, had shoaled from awe. So long the man had drunk at deeper floods. How yonder field had shrunk that billowed once mysteriously far to where the cowlot nursed the evening star and neighbored with the drowsing moon and sun. For oh, what winds of wrath had boomed, and across what vaster fields of moaning grain, rich seedings, nurtured by a ghastly rain to woeful harvest. So the world went small. But mid the wreck of things remembered tall and epidemic rumor murmured now. Men leaned upon the handles of the plough to hear and dream, and through the harrow smoke the weird voice muttered, and the vision broke of distant, princely acres unpossessed. Again the bugles of the race blew west, that once the Tigris and Euphrates heard. In unsuspected deeps of being stirred the ancient and compelling Aryan urge. A homing of the homeless, surge on surge, the valley roads ran wagons, and the hills through lane and byway, fed with trickling rills the man-stream mighty with a mystic thaw. All summer now the Mississippi saw what long ago the Hellespont beheld. The shrewd, prophetic eyes that peered of eld across the Danube, visioned naked plains beyond the bleak Missouri, clad with grains, jeweled with orchard, grove and greening goth. Serene abundance scented in a hearth to nurture lusty children. On they swirled, the driving breed, the takers of the world, the makers and the bringers of the law. Now up along the bottoms of the caw the drifting reek of wheel and hoof arose. The coyotes talked about it, and the crows along the lone Republican, and still the bison saw it on the Smoky Hill and Solomon, while yonder on the Platte 10,000 wagons scoured the sandy flat between the green grass season and the brown. A name sufficed to make the camp a town, a whim unmade. In spaces wide as air, and late as empty, now the virile share quickened the virgin meadowlands of God. And lo, begotten of the self-same sod, the house and harvest. So the Cadmean breed, the wedders of the vision and the deed, went forth to sow the dragon seed again. But there were those, and they were also men, who saw the end of sacred things and dear in all this wild beginning, saw with fear ancestral pastures gutted by the plow, the bison harried ceaselessly, and how they dwindled moon by moon. With pious dread beheld the holy places of their dead the mock of aliens. Sioux, Arapaho, Cheyenne, Comanche, Kiowa and Crow in many a council pondered what befell the prairie world. Along the Muscle Shell, the Tongue, the Niobrara, all they said upon the Platte, the Arkansas, the red was echoed word by peril-laden word. Along Popo AG1 and the Han they heard the clank of hammers, and the clang of rails where hordes of white men conjured iron trails, now crawling past the Loop Fork and the Blue. By Desertroming Cimarron they knew, and where La Powder heads the tale was known, how, snoring up beyond the Yellowstone, the Medicine canoes breathed flame and steam, and like weird monsters of an evil dream, spewed foes, a multitudinary spawn. Were all the teeming regions of the dawn unpeopled now? What devastating need had set so many faces pale with greed against the sunset? Not as men who seek some meed of kindness, suppliant and meek, these hungry myriads came. They did but look, and whatsoever pleased them, that they took. Their faded eyes were icy, lacking ruth, and all their tongues were forked to split the truth that word and deed might take diverging ways. Bewildered in the dusk of ancient days, the red men groped, and howsoever loud the hopeful hotheads boasted in the crowd, the wise ones heard prophetic whisperings through aching hushes, felt the end of things inexorably shaping. What should be already was to them. And who can flee his shadow or his doom? Though cowards stride the wind-wild thunder hosses, doom shall ride the arrows of the lightning, and prevail. Ere long whole tribes must take the spirit trail, as once they traveled to the bison hunt. Then let it be with many wounds, in front, and many scalps, to show their ghostly kin how well they fought the fight they could not win, to perish facing what they could not kill. So down upon the Platte and Smoky Hills swept Waugh, and all their valleys were afraid. The workers where the trails were being laid to speed the iron hosses, now must get their daily wage in blood as well as sweat with gun and shovel. Often staring plains beheld at daybreak gutted wagon trains set foursquare to the whirling night attack, with neither hoof nor hand to bring them back to Omaha or Westport. Every week, the roiling coaches bound for Cherry Creek were scarred in running battle. Every day some ox-rig, creeping California way, that paradise of every hope fulfilled, was plundered, and the homesick driver killed, forlornly fighting for his little brood. And often was the prairie solitude aware by night of burning ricks and roofs, stampeding cattle, and the fleeing hoofs of wild marauders. Roman 2, red clouds sullenly, a gale that blustered rainless up the Bozeman Trail, was bringing June again, but not the dear deep-bosomed mother of a hemisphere that other regions cherish. Flat of breast, more passionate than loving, up the west a stern June strode, lean suckler of the lean, her rag and tatter robe of faded green, blown dustily about her. Afternoon now held the dazzled prairie in a swoon, and where the Platte and Laramie unite, the naked heavens slanted blinding light across the bare, fought Laramie parade. The groping shadow arm, the flagpole swayed to nightward, served to emphasize the glare, and mid-Saharan hollows of the air one haughty flower budded from the mast and bloomed and withered as the gale sowed past to languish in the swelter. Growing loud, when some objection wakened in the crowd, or dwindling to a murmur of assent, still on and on the stubborn Polly went of many treaty makers gathered here. Big talk there was at Laramie that year of '66. For lo, a mighty word the great White Father spoke, and it was heard from peep of morning to the sunset fires. The south wind took it from the talking wires, and gave it to the gusty west that blew its meaning down the country of the Sioux past Inyankara to Missouri's tide. The eager east wind took and flung it wide to where lush valleys gaze at lofty snow all summer long. And now Arapaho the word was, now Dakota, now Cheyenne, but still one word. Let grass be green again upon the trails of war and hatred cease, for many presents and the pipe of peace are waiting yonder at the soldiers' town. And there were some who heard it with a frown and said, remembering the white man's guile, make yet more arrows when the foemen smile. And others, wise with many winters, said, life narrows and the better days are dead. Make war upon the sunset, will it stay? And some who counselled with a dream would say, Great Spirit made all peoples, white and red, and pitched one big blue teepee overhead that men might live as brothers side by side. Behold, is not our country very wide with room enough for all? And there were some who answered scornfully, Not so they come, their medicine is strong, their hearts are bad. A little pot of what our fathers had they give us now, tomorrow come and take. Great Spirit also made the rattlesnake, and over him the big blue teepee set. So wrought the great white father's word. And yet, despite remembered and suspected wrong, because the long knife's medicine was strong, there lacked not mighty chieftains who obeyed. 1,000 Ogallala's man afraid and Red Cloud marshaled on the council trail. 1,000 Brulés followed Spotted Tail. Cheyennes, Arapahoes came riding down by hundreds, till the little soldier town was big with teepees. Where the white June drowse beat slanting through a bower of withered boughs that cast a fretwork travesty of shade, now sat the peace commissioners, and made soft words to woo the chieftains of the bands. They wanted but a roadway through the lands wherein the rosebud, tongue, and powder head, that white men, seeking for the yellow lead along the Madison, might pass that way. There ran the shortest trail by many a day of weary travel. This could do no harm, nor would there be occasion for alarm if they should wish to set a fort or two up yonder, not against Cheyenne and Sioux, but rather that the great white fathers will might be a curb upon his people still, and red men's rights be guarded by the laws. Adroitly phrased, with many a studied pause, in which the half-breed spokesman, bit by bit, reshaped the alien speech and scattered it, the purpose of the council swept at last across the lounging crowd. And where it passed, the feathered headgear swayed and bent together with muttering, as when in droughty weather a little whirlwind sweeps the tasseled con. Some bull-lunged Ogallala's howl of scorn was hurled against the few assenting, housed among the Brulés. Then the summer drowse came back, the vibrant silence of the heat, for man afraid had gotten to his feet, his face set hard, one straight arm rising slow against the whites, as though he bent a bow and yonder should the fleshing arrow fly. So stood he, and the moments creeping by were big with expectation. Still and tense, the council felt the wordless eloquence of man afraid, and then, I tell you no, when Hani talked to us 10 snows ago he gave us all that country. Now you say the white chief lied. My heart is bad today, because I know too well the forked tongue that makes a promise when the moon is young, and kills it when the moon is in the dark. The Ogallala's rod, and like a spock that crawls belated when the fuse is damp, the words woke sequent thunders through the camp where Cheyennes heard it and Arapahoes. Then once again the chieftain's voice arose, Your talk is sweet today. So ever speak the white men when they know their hands are weak that itch to steal. But once your soldiers pitch their teepees yonder, will the same hands itch the less for being stronger? Go around. I do not want you in my hunting ground. You scare my bison and my folk must eat. Far sweeter than your words are, home is sweet to us as you, and yonder land is home. In sheltered valleys elk and bison roam all winter there, and in the spring are fat. We gave the road you wanted up the Platte. Make dust upon it then, but you have said the shortest way to find the yellow lead runs yonder. Any trail is short enough that leads your greedy people to the stuff that makes them crazy? It is bad for you. I, man afraid, have spoken. Hetchetu? How? A howl of fighting men swept out across the crowd and back again to break about the shadow-mottled stand where Colonel Mainadia, with lifted hand, awaited silence. As a soldier should, he spoke straight words and few. His heart was good. The great white father would be very sad to know the heart of man afraid was bad and how his word was called a crooked word. It could not be that man afraid had heard. The council had not said that Hani lied. It wanted but a little road, as wide as that a wagon makes from wheel to wheel. The long-knifed chieftains had not come to steal the red men's hunting ground. The half-breeds cried the speech abroad, but where it fell, it died. One heard the flag a-ripple at the mast, the bicker of the river flowing past, the melancholy crooning of the gale. Now, mid the bodeful silence, Spotted Tail arose, and all the people leaned to hear, for was he not a warrior, and a seer whose deeds were mighty as his words were wise? Some droll, shrewd spirit in his narrowed eyes seemed peering past the moment and afar to where predestined things already are, and humor lurked beneath the sober mien, but half concealed, as though the doom foreseen revealed the old futility of tears. Remembering the story of his years, his Brûlé warriors loved him standing so. And some recalled that battle long ago far off beside the upper Arkansas, when, like the freshet of a sudden thaw, the Utes came down, and how the Brûlés, caught in ambush, sang the death song as they fought, for many were the foes and few were they. Yet Spotted Tail, a stripling fresh from play, had saved them with his daring and his wit. How often when the dark of dawn was lit with flaming wagon tops, his battle cry had made it somehow beautiful to die, a whirlwind joy, and how the leaping glare had shone by fits the snowfall of despair upon the white men's faces. Well they knew that every brave who followed him was too, so mighty was the magic of his name. And none forgot the first time Hani came, his whetted deaths that chatted in the sheath, the long blue snake that set the ground beneath Ace Molda with a many-footed rage. What blading of the Brûlés might assuage that famished fury? Vain were cunning words to pay the big arrears for harried herds and desolated homes and settlers slain, and many a looted coach and wagon train, and all that sweat of terror in the land. Who now went forth to perish, that his band might still go free? Lo, yonder now he stood. And none forgot his loving hardihood the day he put the ghost paint on his face and, dressed for death, went singing to the place where Hani's soldiers waited. Brothers, friends? Slow words he spoke. The longest summer ends, and nothing stays forever. We are old. Can anger check the coming of the cold? When frosts begin, men think of meat and wood, and how to make the days of winter good with what the summer leaves them of its cheer. 2 times I saw the first snow deepen here, the last snow melt, and twice the grass was brown when I was living at the soldiers' town to save my Brûlés. All the while I thought about this alien people I had fought, until a cloud was lifted from my eyes. I saw how some great spirit makes them wise. I saw a white Missouri flowing men, and knew old times could never be again this side of where the spirit sheds its load. Then let us give the Powder River road, for they will take it if we do not give. Not all can die in battle, some must live. I think of those and what is best for those. Dakotas, I have spoken. Cries arose from where his band of Brûlé warriors sat, the cries that once sent panic up the Platte, an eyeless runner panting through the gloom. For though their chief had seen the creeping doom like some black cloud that gnaws the prairie rim, yet echoes of their charges under him had sawed and sung above the words he said. Now silence, like some music of the dead that holds a throng of new-born spirits awed, possessed the brooding crowd. A lone crow cawed. A wind fled moaning like a wilded ghost. So clung that vatic hush upon the host until the bad-face Ogallala band saw Red Cloud coming forward on the stand, serene with conscious might, a king of men. Then all the hills were ululant again, as though a horde of foes came charging there. For here was one who never gave despair a moral mien, nor schooled a righteous hate to live at peace with evil. Tall and straight he stood and scanned the now quiescent crowd, then faced the white commissioners and bowed a gracious bow, the gesture of a knight whose courage pays due deference to might before the trumpets breathed the battle's breath. Not now he seemed that fearful lord of death, whose swarm of charging warriors, clad in red, were like a desolating thunderhead against an angry sunset. Many a Sioux recalled the time he fought alone and slew his father's slayers, Bull Bear and his son, while yet a fameless youth, and many a one about the fought, remembering Greton and all his troopers slaughtered by a man so bland of look and manner, wondered much. Soft to the ear as velvet to the touch, his speech, that lacked but little to be song, caressed the fringing hushes of the throng where many another's cry would scarce be clear. My brothers, when you see this prairie here, you see my mother. 40 snows and faw have blown and melted since the sun she bore first cried at Platte Fox yonder, weak and blind, and whether winter stern or summer kind, her ways with me were wise. Her 1,000 laps have shielded me, her ever-giving paps have suckled me and made me tall for war. What presents shall I trade my mother for? A string of beads? A scarlet rag or two? Already he was going ere they knew that he had ceased. Among the people fled a sound as when the frosted oaks are red and naked thickets shiver in the flaws. Far out among the lodges keened the squaws, shrill with a sorrow women understand, as though the mother passion of the land had found a human voice to claim the child. With lifted brows the bland commissions smiled, as clever men who share a secret joke. At length the Brûlé, swift bear, rose and spoke, twixt fear and favor poised. He seemed a man who, doubting both his ponies, rode the span and used the quirt with caution. Black Hoss then harangued the crowd a space, the words, Cheyenne, their sense, an echo of the white man's plea, rebounding from a tense expectancy of many pleasing gifts. But all the while these wrestled with the question, mile on mile the white man's answer crept along the road, 200 mule teams, leaning to the load, and 700 soldiers. Middle May had seen the dust clouds slowly trail away from Kearney. Rising ever with the sun and falling when the evening had begun, it drifted westward. When the low-swung moon was like a cradle for the baby June, they camped at Julesburg. Yet another week across the South Platte's flood to Pumpkin Creek, they fought the stubborn road. Beneath the towers of Cot House Rock, awash in starry showers, their fagged herd grazed. Past Chimney Rock they crawled, past where the roadway narrows, dizzy-walled, past Mitchell Post. And now, intent to win at dusk to where the Laramie comes in, the surly teamsters swaw and plied the goad. The lurching wagons grumbled at the road, the trace chains clattered and the spent mules brayed, protesting as the cracking lashes played on lathered withers bitten to the red, and, glinting in the slant glare overhead, a big dust beckoned to the soldiers' town. It happened now that Red Cloud, peering down the dazzling valley road with narrowed eyes, beheld that picture writing on the skies and knitted puzzled brows to make it out. So, weighing this and that, a lonely scout might read a trail by moonlight. Loudly still the glib logicians wrangled, as they will. The freer for the prime essential lacked a due allowance for the brutal fact that, by the vulgar trick of being so, confounds logicians. Lapsing in a flow of speech and counter-speech, a half-hour passed while Red Cloud stared and pondered. Then at last men saw him rise and leave his brooding place, the flinty look of battle on his face, a gripping claw of wrath between his brows. Electric in the sullen summer drowse, the silence deepened, waiting for his word, but still he gazed. Naw spoke. The people heard the river lipping at a stony brink, the rippling flag, then suddenly the clink of bridle bits, the tinkling sound of spurs. The chieftains and the white commissioners pressed forward with a buzzing of surprise. The people turned. Atop a gentle rise that cut the way from fought to fought in half, came Carrington Acanter with his staff, and yonder, miles behind, the reeking air revealed how many others followed there to do his will. Now rising to a shout, the voice of Red Cloud towered, crushing out the wonder hum that ran from band to band. These white men here have begged our hunting land. Their words are crooked and their tongues are split. For even while they feign to beg for it, their soldiers come to steal it. Let them try, and prove how good a warrior is a lie, and learn how Ogalallas meet a thief. You, Spotted Tail, may be the beggar's chief. I go to keep my motherland from harm. He tapped his rifle nestled in his arm. From now I put my trust in this, he said with lowered voice, then pointing overhead, Great Spirit, too, will help me. With a bound he cleared the bower railing for the ground, and shouting, Bring the hosses in, he made his way across the turbulent parade to where the Ogallala lodges stood. So, driving down some hollow in a wood, a great wind shoulders through the tangled ruck, and after it, swirled inward to the suck, the crested timber raws. Then, like a bird that fills a sudden lull, again was heard the clink of steel, as Carrington rode through the man-walled lane that cleft the crowd in two, and hobbling after, mindless of the awe that favors might, a toothless, ancient squaw lifted a feeble fist at him and screamed. Roman 3, the council on the Powder, serenely now, the ghost of summer dreamed on Powder River. 'Twas the brooding time, with nights of starlight glinting on the rime that cured the curly grass for winter feed, and days of blue and gold when scarce a reed might stir along the runnels, lean with drouth. Some few belated cranes were going south, and any hour the blizzard wind might bawl, but still the tawny fingers of the fall lay whist upon the maw of winter. Thrice the moon had been a melting boat of ice among the burning breakers of the west, since Red Cloud, bitter-hearted, topped the crest above the fort and took the homeward trek, the bad-face Ogalallas at his back and some few brûlés. Silently he rode, and they who saw him bent as with a load of all the tribal sorrow that should be, pursued the trail as silently as he, a fateful silence, boding little good. Beyond the mouth of bitter cottonwood they traveled, onward through the winding halls where Platte is darkened, and the listening walls heard not of laughter, heard the ponies blow, the rawhide creak upon the bent travox, the lodge-poles skid and slitter in the sand. Nor yet beyond amid the meadowland was any joy. Nor did the children play, despite the countless wooers by the way, wild larkspur, tulip, bindweed, prairie pea, the shadow of a thing that was to befell on them too, though what they could not tell. Still on, beyond the horseshoe and Laprille, they toiled up Sage Creek where the prickly pear bloomed gaudily about the camp. And there the Cheyenne, Black Hoss, riding from the south, came dashing up with sugar in his mouth to spew on bitter moods. Come back, he whined. Our good white brothers call you, being kind and having many gifts to give to those who hear them. But the braves unstrung their bows and beat him from the village, counting coup, while angry squaws reviled the traitor too, and youngsters dogged him, aping what he said. Across the barren, Cheyenne watershed their ponies panted, where the sage-brush roots bit deep to live. They saw the pumpkin butts from dry Fawk. Then the powder led them down a day past Lodge Pole Creek. Here Red Cloud's town, with water near and grass enough, now stood amid a valley strewn with scrubby wood, and idling in the lazy autumn ere the lodge smoke rose. The only idler there. For all day long, the braves applied their hate to scraping dogwood switches smooth and straight for battle arrows, and the teeth that bit the gnarly shaft put venom into it against the day the snarling shaft should bite. Unceasingly from morning until night, the squaws toiled that their fighting men might eat, nor be less brave because of freezing feet. By hundreds they were stitching rawhide soles to buckskin uppers. Many drying poles creaked with the recent hunt, and bladders, packed with suet, fruit, and flesh, were being stacked for hungers wetted by the driving snow. Fresh robes were tanning in the autumn glow for warriors camping fireless in the cold, and noisily the mimic battles rolled among the little children, grim in play. The village had been growing day by day since Red Cloud sent a pipe to plead his cause among the far-flung Tetons. Hung papas, unhurried by the fear of any foe, were making winter meet along Morrow the day the summons came to gird their loins. The Sans ox, roving where the Belfauche joins the Big Cheyenne, had smoked the proffered pipe when grapes were good and plums were getting ripe. Amid the Niobrara meadowlands and up the White, the scattered brûlée bands that scorned the talk at Laramie had heard. Among the Black Hills went the pipe and word to find the Minneconjou killing game where elk and deer were plentiful and tame, and clear creeks bellowed from the canyon beds. Still westward where the double Cheyenne heads, the hunting Ogalallas hearkened too. So grew the little camp as lakelets do, when coolies grumble to a lowering sky. Big names, already like a battle cry, were common in the town, and there were some in which terrific thunders yet were dumb, but soon should echo fearsome and apod. Crow King, Bigfoot, the younger hump and sod, black leg and black shield, touch the cloud and gall, and that one fear would trumpet over all. Young crazy hoss and spotted tail, the wise, Red Cloud and man afraid, both battle cries, rain in the face, yet dumb, and sitting bull. 'Twas council time, for now the moon was full, the time when, ere the stars may claim the dock, a goblin mawning with the owl for lock steals in, and ere the flags of day are furled, pressed white against the window of the world a scarred face stares astonished at the sun. The moonset and the sunrise came as one, but ere the daybreak lifted by a span the frosty dusk, the teepee tops began to burgeon, and a fairy sapling grove stood tall, to bloom in sudden red and mauve and gold against the horizontal light. Still humped, remembering the nipping night, the dogs prowled, sniffing, round the open flaps where women carved raw haunches in their laps to feed the kettles for the council feast. Amid the silence of the lifting east, the criers shouted now, old men and sage, using the lost sad privilege of age for brief pathetic triumphs over youth. Neat saws and bits of hortatory truth they proffered with the orders of the day, and names that were as scarlet in the gray of pending ill, they uttered like a song, the names of those who, being wise or strong, should constitute the council. Round and round, the focal centers of a spreading sound, the criers went. The folk began to fuse in groups that seized the latest bit of news and sputtered with the tongue of fool and seer. A roaring hailed some chanted name held dear, or in a silence, no less eloquent, some other, tainted with suspicion, went among the people like a wind that blows in solitary places. Day arose a spear-length high. The chattering became a bated hum, for, conscious of their fame, and clad in gorgeous ceremonial dress, the fathers of the council cleft the press in lanes that awe ran on before to clear, and expectation closed the flowing rear sucked in to where the council bower stood. Long since the busy squaws had fetched the wood and lit the council fire, now smoldering. The great men entered, formed a broken ring to open eastward, lest the light should find no entrance, and the ladies of the blind see darkly too. With reverential awe the people, pressed about the bower, saw the fathers sit, and every tongue was stilled. Now Red Cloud took the sacred pipe and filled the bowl with fragrant bach, and plucked a brand to light it. Now with slowly lifted hand he held it to the glowing sky, and spoke. Grandfather, I have filled a pipe to smoke, and you shall smoke it first. In you we trust to show good trails. He held it to the dust. Grandmother, I have filled a pipe for you, he said, and you must keep us strong and true, for you are so. Then, offering the stem to all four winds, he supplicated them that they should blow good fortune. Then he smoked, and all the fathers after him invoked the mysteries that baffle man's desire. Some women fetched and set beside the fire the steaming kettles, then with groundward gaze withdrew in haste. A man of ancient days, who searched a timeless dusk with roomy stare, and saw the ghosts of things that struggle there before men's struggle, now remembered those with might to help. 6 bits of meat he chose, the best the pots afforded him, and these he gave in order to the mysteries, the sky, the earth, the winds, as was their due. Before I eat, I offer this to you, he chanted as he gave. So all men should. I hope that what I eat may do me good, and what you eat may help you even so. I ask you now to make my children grow to men and women. Keep us healthy still, and give us many buffalo to kill and plenty grass for animals to eat. Some youths came forth to parcel out the meat in order as the counsellors were great in deeds of worth, and each, before he ate, addressed the mystic sauces of the good. The feast now being finished, Red Cloud stood still pondering his words with mouth set grim, but men felt thunder in the hush of him, and knew what lightning struggled to be wise behind the hawk-like brooding of the eyes, the chipped flint look about the cheek and jaw. The humming of a hustling autumn flaw in aspen thickets swept the waiting crowd. It seemed his voice would tower harsh and loud. It crooned, "My friends, 'twas many snows ago when first we welcomed white men. Now we know their hearts are bad, and all their words are lies. They brought us shining things that pleased the eyes and weapons that were better than we knew, and this seemed very good. They brought us to the spirit water, strong to wash away the coward's fear, and for a moment stay the creeping of old age and gnawing sorrow. My friends, if you would have these things tomorrow, forget the way our fathers taught us all. As though you plan to live till mountains fall, seek out all things men need and pile them high. Be fat yourself, and let the hungry die. Be warm yourself, and let the naked freeze. So shall you see the trail the white man sees. And when your teepee bulges to the peak, look round you for some neighbor who is weak and take his little too. Dakotas, think, shall all the white man's trinkets and his drink, by which the mind is overcome and drowned, be better than our homes and hunting ground, the guiding wisdom of our old men's words? Shall we be driven, as the white man's herds from grass to bitter grass? When Hani said his people, seeking for the yellow lead, would like an iron trail across our land, our good old chieftains did not understand what snake would crawl among us. It would pass across our country. Not a blade of grass should wither for that passing, they were told. And now, when scarce the council fire is cold, along the little piney hear the beat of axes and the desecrating feet of soldiers? Are we cowards? Shall we stand unmoved as trees and see our motherland plowed up for corn? Increasing as he spoke, the smothered wrath now mastered him, and woke the sleeping thunder all had waited for. Out of a thrilling hush he shouted, "Wah!" A cry to make an enemy afraid. The grazing ponies pricked their ears and neighed, recalling whirlwind charges, and the town roared after like a brush jam breaking down with many waters. When the quiet fell, another rose with phrases chosen well to glut the tribal wrath, and took his seat amid the crowd's acclaim. Like chunks of meat, flung bloody to a pack, raw words were said by others, and the rabble's fury, fed, outgrew the eager feeding. Who would dare to rise amid the bloodlust raging there and offer water? Spotted Tail stood up, and since all knew no blood was in the cup that he would give, dumb scorn rejected him. He gazed afar, and something seen made dim the wonted quizzic humor of the eyes. The mouth, once terrible with battle cries, took on a bitter droop as he began. Hey, 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 so laments an aging man who totters and can never more be free as once he was. Hey, 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 so may we exclaim today for what the morrow brings. There is a time, my brothers, for all things, and we are getting old. Consider, friends, how everything begins and grows and ends, that other things may have their time and grow. What tribes of deer and elk and buffalo have we ourselves destroyed lest we should die? About us now you hear the dead leaves sigh, since these were green, how few the moons have been. We share in all this trying to begin, this trying not to die. Consider well the white man, what you know and what men tell about his might. His never-weary mind and busy hands do magic for his kind. Those things he loves we think of little worth. And yet, behold, he sweeps across the earth, and what shall stop him? Something that is true must help him do the things that he can do, for lies are not so mighty. Be not stirred by thoughts of vengeance and the burning word. Such things are for the young, but let us give good counsel for the time we have to live, and seek the better way, as old men should. He ended, yet a little while he stood abashed and lonely, seeing how his words had left as little trace as do the birds upon the wide insouciance of air. He sat at length, and round him crouching there, the hostile silence closed, as Wat is close above the drowned. Then Sitting Bull arose, and through the stirring crowd a murmur woke as of a river yielding to the stroke of some deft swimmer. No heroic height proclaimed him peer among the men of might, nor was his bearing such as makes men serve. Bull tossed, squat-necked, with legs that kept a curve to fit the many ponies he had backed, he scarcely pleased the eyes, but what he lacked of visible authority to mold men's lives was compensated manifold by something penetrating in his gaze that searched the rabble, seeming to appraise the common weakness that should make him strong. One certainty about him held the throng, his hatred of the white men. Otherwise, conjecture, interweaving truth and lies, wrought various opinions of the man. A mountebank, so one opinion ran, a battle-shirking intimate of squaws, a trivial contriver of applause, a user of the sacred for the base. Yet there was something other in his face than vanity and craft, and there were those who awe him in that battle with the crows the day he did a thing no coward could. There ran a slough amid a clump of wood from whence, at little intervals, there broke a roaring and a spurt of rifle smoke that left another wound among the Sioux. Now Sitting Bull rode down upon the slough to see what might be seen there. What he saw was such as might have gladdened any squaw, a wounded warrior with an empty gun. 'Twas then that deed of Sitting Bull was done, and many saw it plainly from the hill. Would any coward shun an easy kill and lose a scalp? Yet many saw him throw his loaded rifle over to the crow, retreat a space, then wheel to charge anew. With but a riding quirt he counted coup and carried back a bullet in his thigh. Let those who jeered the story for a lie behold him limping yet, and others said he had the gift of talking with the dead, and used their clearer seeing to foretell dark things aright, that he could weave a spell to make a foeman feeble if he would. Such things the people pondered while he stood and searched them with a quiet, broad-browed stare. Then suddenly some magic happened there. Can men grow taller in a breathing span? He spoke, and even scorners of the man were conscious of a swift, disarming thrill, the impact of a dominating will that overcame them. Brothers, you have seen the way the spring sun makes the prairie green and wakes new life in animal and seed, preparing plenty for the biggest need, remembering the little hungers too. The same mysterious quickening makes new men's hearts, for by that power we also live. And so, till now, we thought it good to give all life its share of what that power sends to man and beast alike. But hear me, friends, we face a greedy people, weak and small when first our fathers met them, now grown tall and overbearing. Tireless in toil, these madmen think it good to till the soil, and love for endless getting mocks them fools. Behold, they bind their poor with many rules and let their rich go free. They even steal the poor man's little for the rich man's weal. Their feeble have a god their strong may flout. They cut the land in pieces, fencing out their neighbors from the mother of all men. When she is sick, they make her bear again with medicines they give her with the seed. All this is sacrilegious, yet they heed no word, and like a river in the spring they flood the country, sweeping everything before them. 'Twas not many snows ago they said that we might hunt our buffalo in this our land forever. Now they come to break that promise. Shall we cower dumb? Or shall we say, first kill us, here we stand? He paused, then stooping to the motherland he scraped a bit of dust and tossed it high. Against the hollow everlasting sky all watched it drifting, sifting back again in utter silence. So it is with men, said Sitting Bull, his voice now low and tense. What better time, my friends, for going hence than when we have so many foes to kill? He ceased, as though they heard him speaking still. The people listened, for he had a way that seemed to mean much more than he could say, and over all the village cast a spell. At length some warrior uttered in a yell the common hate. 'Twas like the lean blue flash that stabs a sultry hush before the crash of heaven-rending thunder and the loud assault of winds. Then fury took the crowd and set it howling with the lust to slay. The counsellors were heard no more that day, and from the moony hill-tops all night long the wolves gave answer to the battle-song, and saw their valley hunting grounds aflare with roaring fires, and frenzied shadows there that leaped and sang as wolves do, yet were men. Roman fought Phil Kearney long since the column, pushing north again with Carrington, had left the little post on Laramie, unwitting how the ghost of many a trooper, lusty yet and gay, disconsolately drifting back that way, should fill unseen the gaps of shattered ranks. Scarce moved to know what shadows dogged their flanks, till all the winds that blew were talking spies and draws, had ears and every hilltop, eyes, and silence, tongues. The 700 went. How brazenly their insolent intent was flaunted. Even wolves might understand these men were going forth to wed the land and spawn their breed therein. Behold their squaws? Could such defend the great white father's laws? So weak they were their warriors hewed the wood, Nor did they tend the pots, as women should, nor fill them. Powder River caught the word of how they swam their long-horned cattle herd at Bridges Ferry. Big Horn and the Tongue beheld through nearer eyes the long line flung up Sage Creek Valley. Heard through distant ears the cracking lashes of the muleteers the day the sandy trail grew steep and bleak. The Rosebud saw them crossing Lightning Creek, whence southward, cone outsoaring Dizzy Cone, until the last gleamed splendidly alone, they viewed the peak of Laramie. When high between the head of North Fork and the Dry, they lifted Cloud Peak scintillant with snows. The Cheyenne hunters and Arapahos, far-flung as where the wind becomes the Horn, discussed their progress. Spirits of the Mon, that watched them break the nightly camp and leave, outwinged the crane to gossip with the eve in distant camps. Beyond the lodge pole's mouth relentless red cloud, pouring on the south, could see them where the upper powder ran past Reno Post, and counted to a man the soldiers left there. Tattlings of the noon were brooded by the glimmer of the moon in lands remote, till, pushing northward yet past Crazy Woman's Fork and Lake de Smet, they reached the Big and Little Piney Creeks. Some such a land the famished hunter seeks in fever dreams of coolness. All day long, the snow-born waters hummed a little song to virgin meadows, till the sun went under. Then toddy freshets in a swoon of thunder, that deepened with the dark, went rushing by, as Twea the night herself sang lullaby till morning. Cottonwoods and evergreens made music out of what the silence means in timeless solitudes. And over all, white towers dizzy on a floating wall of stainless white, the Big Horn Mountains rose. Absoraka, the country of the crows, a land men well might fight for, here they camped, rejoicing, man and beast. The work-mule champed the forage of the elk, and rolled to sate his lust for greenness. Like a voice of fate, foretelling ruthless years, his blatant bray with horns of woe and trumpets of dismay crowded the hills. The milk cow and the steer in pastures of the bison and the deer lowed softly. And the trail-worn troopers went about their duties, whistling, well content to share this earthly paradise of game. But scarcely were the tents up when there came, was it a sign? One moment it was noon, a golden peace hypnotic with the tune of bugs among the grasses. And the next, the spacious splendor of the world was vexed with twilight that estranged familiar things. A moaning sound, as of enormous wings flung wide to bear some swooping bat of death, awakened. Hills and valleys held their breath to hear that sound. A nervous troop horse neighed shrill in the calm. Instinctively afraid, the cattle bellowed and forgot to graze, and raucous mules deplored the idle day's untimely end. Then presently there fell what seemed a burlesque blizzard out of hell. A snow of locusts, tawny flakes at strife, that driven by a gust of rabid life, smothered the windless noon, the lush grass bent, devoured in bending. Wagon top and tent sagged with the drift of brown, corrosive snow. Innumerable hungers shrilled below. A humming fog of hungers hid the sky, until a cool breath, falling from the high white ramparts, came to cleanse the stricken world. Then suddenly the loud rack lifted, swirled to eastward, and the golden light returned. Now day by day, the prairie people learned what wonders happened where the Pineys flowed, how many wagons rutted out a road to where the pines stood tallest to be slain. What medicine the white man's hand and brain had conjured, how they harnessed up a fog that sent a round knife screaming through a log from end to end, how many adzes hewed, and how the desecrated solitude beheld upon a level creekside knoll the rise of fitted bowl on shaven bowl, until a great fought brazened out the sun. And while that builded insolence was done, far prairies saw the boasting banner flung above it, like a hissing adder's tongue, to menace every ancientry of good. Long since and oft the workers in the wood had felt the presence of a foe concealed. The drone of mowers in the haying field was silenced often by the rifle's crack. The arrows were, and often, forging back with lash and oath along the logging road, the scared mule whacker fought behind his load, his team a kicking tangle. Oft by night some hilltop wagged a sudden beard of light, immediately shone, and dark hills saw to glimmer sentient. Hours of drowsy awe near dawn had heard the raided cattle bawl, afraid of alien herdsmen, bugles call to hoss, the roaring sally, fleeing cries, and oft by day upon a distant rise some naked rider loomed against the glare with hand at brow to shade a searching stare, then like a dream dissolved in empty sky. So men and fate had labored through July to make a story. August browned the plain, and ever fought Phil Kinney grew amain with sweat of toil and blood of petty fights. September brought the tingling silver nights and men worked faster, thinking of the snows. Aye, more than storm they dreaded. Friendly crows had told wild tales. Had they not ridden through the Powder River gathering of Sioux? And lo, at one far end the day was young. Noon saw the other. Up along the tongue big villages were dancing. Everywhere the buzzing wasp of war was in the air. October smoldered goldenly, and grey November sulked and threatened. Day by day, while yet the greater evils held aloof, the soldiers wrought on wall, stockade, and roof against the coming wrath of God and man. And often where the lonely home trail ran they gazed with longing eyes, nor did they see the dust cloud of the prayed-for cavalry and ammunition train long overdue. By now they saw their fosses cut in two, first Reno post upon the Powder, then fought Smith upon the Big Horn needing men, and here the center of the brewing storm would rage. Official suavities kept warm the wire to Laramie, assurance bland of peace now reigning in the prairie land, attest the treaty signed. So said the mail, but those who brought it up the Bozeman Trail 200 miles could tell of running fights, of playing tag with terror in the nights to hide by day. If peace was anywhere, it favored most the growing graveyard there across the piney under Pilot Hill. December opened ominously still, and scarce the noon could dull the eager fang that now the long night whetted. Shod hoofs rang on frozen sod. The tenuated whine and sudden shriek of buzzsaws biting pine were heard far off unnaturally loud. The 6-mule log teams labored in a cloud. The drivers beat their breasts with aching hands. As yet the snow held off, but prowling bands grew bolder. Weary night guards on the walls were startled broad awake by wolf-like calls from spots of gloom uncomfortably near, and out across the crystal hemisphere, weird yammerings arose and died away to dreadful silence. Every sunny day the looking-glasses glimmered all about. So, clinging to the darker side of doubt, men took their boots to bed, nor slumbered soon. It happened on the 6th December noon that from a hill commanding many a mile the lookout, gazing off to Piney Isle, beheld the log train crawling up a draw still halfway out. With naked eye, he saw a lazy serpent reeking in the glare of wintry sunlight. Nothing else was there but empty country under empty skies. Then suddenly, it seemed a blur of flies arose from each adjacent gulch and break, and, swarming inward, swirled about the snake that strove to coil amid the stinging mass. One moment through the ill-adjusted glass vague shadows flitted, then the whirling specks were ponies with their riders at their necks, swung low. The lurching wagons spurted smoke, the teams were plunging. Frantic signals woke the bugles at the fort, the brawl of men obeying, boots and saddles. Once again the sentry lifts his glass, 'tis like a dream. So very near the silent figures seem a hand might almost touch them. Here they come hell-bent for blood, distorted mouths made dumb with distance. One can see the muffled shout, the twang of bow thongs. Leaping fog blots out the agitated picture, flattens, spreads. Dull rumblings wake and perish. Tossing heads emerge and ramrods prickle in the rack. A wheel mule, sprouting feathers at his back, rears like a clumsy bird essaying flight, and falls to vicious kicking. Left and right deflected hundreds wheel about, and swing to charge anew, tempestuous galloping on cotton. Empty ponies bolt away to turn and stare high-headed on the fray, with muted snotting at the deeds men do. But listen how at last a sound breaks through the deathly silence of the scene. Hurrah, for 40 troopers roaring down the draw with fetmen. A cloud of beaten dust sent scurrying before a thunder gust. They round the hogback yonder. With a rush they pierce the limpid curtain of the hush quiescing in the picture. Hurry, men, the rabid dogs are rushing in again. Look, hurry, no, they break midway. They see the squadron dashing up. They turn, they flee before that pack of terriers like rats. Yell, yell, you lucky loggers. Wave your hats and thank the captain that you've kept your hair. Look how they scatter to the northward there, dissolving into nothing. Ply the spurs, you fire-eaters. Catch that pack of curs this side the Pinot, or they'll disappear. Look out, they're swooping in upon your rear. Wherever did they come from? Look, good God, the breaks ahead belch ponies, and the sod on every side sprouts warriors. Holy spoons, the raw recruits have funked it. Turn, you loons, you cowards. Can't you see the captain's game to face them with a handful? Shame, oh shame. They'll rub him out, turn back. That's not the way we did it to the Johnnies many a day in Dixie. Every mother's baby rides as though it mattered if they saved their hides. Their empty faces gulp the miles ahead. Ride on and live to wish that you were dead back yonder where the huddled muskets spit against a sea. Now you're in for it. Here comes the colonel galloping like sin around the hill. Hurrah, they're falling in, good boys. It's little wonder that you ran. I'm not ashamed to say to any man I might have run. Ah, what a pretty sight. Go on and show 'em that you're white. They're breaking now, you've got 'em on the run, they're scattering. Hurrah, the fight was done, no victory to boast about, indeed, just labor. Sweat today, tomorrow, bleed, an incidental difference. And when the jaded troopers trotted home again, there wasn't any cheering. 6 of those clung dizzily to bloody saddle bows, and Bingham was the 7th and was dead, and Bowers, with less hair upon his head than arrows in his vitals, prayed to die. He did that night. Now 13 days went by with neither snow nor foe, and all the while the log trains kept the road to Piney Isle. Soon all the needed timber would be hauled, the work be done. Then, snugly roofed and walled, what need for men to fear? Some came to deem the former mood of dread a foolish dream, grew mellow, thinking of the holidays with time for laughter and a merry blaze on every hearth and nothing much to do. As for the bruited power of the Sioux, who doubted it was overdrawn a mite, at any rate they wouldn't stand and fight unless the odds were heavy on their side. It seemed the colonel hadn't any pride, too cautious. Look at Fetterman and Brown, who said they'd ride the whole Sioux nation down with 80 men, and maybe could, by jing. Both scrappers, not afraid of anything, a pair of eagles hungering for wrens. And what about a flock of butchered hens in Pinot Valley not so long ago but for the colonel? Bowers ought to know, go ask him. Thus the less heroic jeered. These redskins didn't run because they feared. 'Twas strategy, they didn't fight our way. Again it happened on the 19th day, the lookout saw the logging train in grief, and Captain Powell, leading the relief, returned without a single scratch to show. The 20th brought neither snow nor foe. The morrow came a peaceful, scarlet morn. It seemed the homesick sun in Capricorn had found new courage for the homeward track, and yearning out across the zodiac to Cancer, brightened with the conjured scene of grateful hills and valleys flowing green, sweet incense rising from the rain-soaked sward, and color shouts of welcome to the Lord and Savior. 90 took the logging road that morning, happy that the final load would trundle back that day, and all be well. But hardly 2 miles out the foemen fell upon them, swarming 3 to 1. And so once more the hilltop lookout signaled woe and made the fort a wasp nest buzzing ire. The rip and drawl of running musket fire, the muffled, rhythmic uproar of the Sioux, made plain to all that what there was to do out yonder gave but little time to waste. A band of horse and infantry soon faced the colonel's quarters, waiting for the word. Above the distant tumult many heard his charge to Powell, leader of the band, and twice 'twas said that all might understand the need for caution. Drive away the foe and free the wagon train, but do not go past Lodge Trail Ridge. A moment's silence fell, and many in the aftertime would dwell upon that moment, little heeded then. The ghostly horses and the ghostly men, the white-faced wives, the gaping children's eyes grown big with wonder and a dread surmise to see their fathers waiting giant tall, that mumbling voice of doom beyond the wall, the ghastly golden pleasance of the air, and Fetterman, a spectre, striding there before the colonel, while the portals yawn. As vivid as a picture lightning drawn upon the night, that memory would flash, more vivid for the swooping backward crash of gloom. 'Twas but the hinges of the gates that shrieked that moment, while the eager fates told off the waiting band and gloated. Done. He asked for 80, give him 81. Then Fetterman, unwitting how the rim of endless outer silence pressed on him and all his comrades, spoke. With deference due to Captain Powell, Colonel, and to you, I claim command as senior captain here. So ever is the gypsy danger dear to courage, so the lusty woo and wed their dooms, to father in a narrow bed a song against the prosing after years. And now the restive hosses prick their ears and nicker to the bugle. Faws about, they rear and wheel to line. The hillsides shout back to the party. Forward? Now it swings high-hearted through the gate of common things to where bright hazard, like a stormy moon, still gleams round Hector, Roland, Sigurd, Fionn, and all the lost, horizon-hungry prows, eternal in contemporary nows, heave seaward yet. The colonel mounts the wall, and once again is heard his warning call. Relieve the wagon train, but do not go past Lodge Trail Ridge. And Fetterman, below, turns back a shining face on him, and smiles across the gap that neither years nor miles may compass now. A little farther still they watched him skirt a westward-lying hill that hid him from the train, to disappear. He'll swing about and strike them in the rear, the watchers said, and have the logging crew for anvil. Now a solitary Sioux was galloping in circles on a height that looked on both the squadron and the fight, the prairie sign for many bison seen. A lucky case shot swept the summit clean, and presently the distant firing ceased, nor was there sound or sight of man or beast outside for age-long minutes after that. At length a logger, spurring up the flat, arrived with words of doubtful cheer to say. The Indians had vanished Pinot way, the train was moving on to Piney Isle. He had no news of Fetterman. V rubbed out meanwhile, where ran the bowsman rode along the bleak north slope of Lodge Trail Ridge to Pinot Creek. Big hopes were burning. Silence waited there. The brown land, even as the high blue air seemed empty. Yet the troubled crows that flew keen-eyed above the sunning valley knew what made the windless sloughgrass ripple so, and how a multitude of eyes below were peering southward to the road-scarred rise where every covert was alive with eyes that scanned the bare horizon to the south. The white of dawn had seen the Pinot's mouth a-swam with men, Cheyennes, Arapahos, Dakotas. When the pale-faced sun arose, a spectre fleeing from a bath of blood, it saw them like a thunder-fathered flood surge upward through the sounding sloughs and draws, afoot and mounted, veterans and squaws, youths new to war, the lowly and the great, 1,000-footed, single-hearted hate flung thoughtward. Now their chanted battle songs dismayed the hills. Now silent with their wrongs they strode, the sullen hum of hoofs and feet, through valleys where a far-time life was sweet, more terrible than songs or battle cries. The sun had traversed half the morning skies when, entering the open flat, they pawed to where the roadway crossed the Pinot Ford below the ridge. Above them wheeled and pried the puzzled crows, to learn what thing had died, what carcass, haply hidden from the ken of birds, had lured so large a flock of men thus chattering with lust. There, brooding doom, they paused and made the brown December bloom with mockeries of August, demon flowers and lethal, thirsting for the sanguine showers that soon should soak the unbegetting fields. The trailing bonnets and the pictured shields, the lances nodding in the warren's breath, and faces brave with paint to outstare death in some swift hush of battle. Briefly so they parleyed. Then the spears began to flow on either side the ridge, a double stream of horsemen, winking out as in a dream high up among the brakes that flanked the trail. Amid the tall dry grasses of the vale, the footmen disappeared, and all the place was still and empty as a dead man's face that sees unmoved the wheeling birds of prey. The anxious moments crawled. Then far away across the hills, a muffled tumult grew, as of a blanket being ripped in two and many people shouting underground. The valley grasses rippled to the sound as though it were a gusty wind that passed. Far off a bugle's singing braved the vast and perished in a wail. The tall grass stirred. The rumor of the distant fight was heard a little longer. Suddenly it stopped, and silence, like a sky-wide blanket, dropped upon the landscape empty as the moon. The sun, now scarce a lance length from the noon, seemed waiting for whatever might occur. Across the far northwest, a purplish blur had gathered and was crawling up the sky. Now presently a nearer bugle cry defied the hush, a scarlet flower of sound that sowed the sterile silences around with futile seed of music. Once again the sound of firing and the cries of men arose, but now 'twas just beyond the place where, climbing to the azure rim of space, the roadway topped the ridge and disappeared. The tongueless coverts listened, thousand-eared, and heard hoof thunders rumbling over there. Then suddenly the high blue strip of air was belching warriors in a wind of cries. In breakneck rout they tumbled from the skies, wheeled round to fling more arrows at a foe, and fled to where the breast-deep grass below swayed wildly. Now a crow-black stallion rose, and looming huge against the blue noon does, raced back and forth across the ridge's rim, while shooting from beneath the neck of him, the Cheyenne big nose held the roaring rear. Nor did the snarling musket balls come near. So mighty was his medicine, they say. Now presently the high blue wall of day spewed cavalry along the ridge, and then a marvel for the tongues and ears of men amazed the hidden watches of the height. For like a thunder-stridden wind of night that rages through a tousled poplar grove, the rider of the stallion charged, and drove straight through the middle of the mounted crowd. Men saw his bonnet tossing in a cloud of manes and tails, and saber lightnings played about it. Then, emerging undismayed, he charged back through and galloped down the hill with bullets that were impotent to kill spat pinging all around. The firing ceased. The fugitives were half a mile at least beyond the Pinot Ford. There, circling wide with bows and lances brandished, they defied the foe to come and fight with them. By now the infantry had crossed the ridge's brow. It joined the troop a little way below, then all together, cautiously and slow, came down the hated road, and silence lay on summit, slope and valley, deep as day and doomful as they came. The flat could hear the murmur of the straining saddle gear, the shuffling feet, the clinking of the bits, and when a nervous troop horse neighed by fits, the ponies, lurking in the broken lands that flanked the ridge, kept silence for the hands that gripped their nostrils. Now the 81 were halfway down the hill. The no-winning sun slipped fearfully behind a flying veil, and from the gray northwest a rock-cold gale came booming up. The fugitive decoys, off yonder in the flat, like playing boys, divided now, and waged a mimic fight. Immediately halfway up the height among the brakes appeared a warrior's toss. 1,000 hidden eyes knew little Hoss, the Cheyenne chieftain, saw him wave a spear left-handed, pass it round him in the rear to seize it with the right. The whole flat swarmed with footmen, mounted warriors thunderstormed by hundreds from the breaks above, and one came dashing down the ridge road at a run and plunged among the soldiery to die beneath the frantic sabers. With a cry that set the hosses wild, the swarm closed in. The cavalry, as hoping yet to win the summit of the ridge, wheeled round and hewed a slow way upward through the solitude of lances, howling in the arrow storm. The rest, already circled by the swarm, took cover in a patch of tumbled rock where, huddled like a blizzard-beaten flock, they faced the swirling death they could not stem. A little while before it smothered them, the dwindling few toiled mightily, men say, with gun butts swinging in the dim melee of battle clubs and lances, then were still. The wave broke over, surging up the hill. For yonder yet the battle smoked and roared where, midway twixt the summit and the ford, the little band of troopers held the height, green manhood withering in a locust flight of arrows. Aye, a gloaming of despair the shuttling arrows wove above them there, so many were the bows. Cheyenne and Sioux went down beneath the shafts their brothers drew, Arapahos struck down Arapahos unwittingly, and many a red gout froze along the slopes, so keen had grown the gale. A little while those makers of a tale gave battle like a badger in a hole, nor could the ponies charge the narrow knoll, for either slope was steep and gully-scrawled. Still up and up the cautious bowmen crawled, and still the troopers overawed the field. Then presently, men say, a white chief reeled, rolled from his saddle, like a man gone daft got up and dotted, tugging at a shaft that sprouted from his belly. Then a yell of many bowmen mocked him as he fell, his writhing body feathered like a goose. The troops began to turn their hosses loose, retreating up the ridge, a hopeless crowd. A lull of battle thinned the arrow cloud above them, for the mounted warriors knew the soldiers doomed whatever they might do, and fell to rounding up the runaways. Meanwhile, the broken troopers in a daze of desperation scrambled up the slope. Strewn boulders yonder woke a lying hope, and there they waited, living in their grave. The hoss chase ended. Once again the wave began to mount the steep on either side, while warriors hailed their fellows and replied, "Be ready?" "We are ready, brothers." Then the hillsides bellowed with a surf of men flung crowding on the boulders. 'Twas the end. Some trooper's wolfhound, mourning for his friend, loped forward, pausing now and then to cry his urgent question to the hostile sky that spat a stinging frost, and someone said, "Let yonder dog bear tidings of the dead to make the white men tremble over there. No, teach them that we do not even spare their dogs." Another said, "An arrow sang shrill to the mark." The wolfhound yelped and sprang, snapped at the feather, wilted, and was still. And so they perished on that barren hill beside the Pinot. And the winter strode numb-footed down that bloody stretch of road at twilight, when a squadron came to read the copse-writ rune of battle, deed by deed, between the ridge's summit and the ford. The blizzard broke at dusk. All night it roared round fought Phil Kinney mourning for the slain. The wagon boxes besieging January made the plain one vast white camp to reinforce the foe that watched the fought. Mad cavalries of snow assaulted. Stubborn infantries of cold sat round the walls and waited. Wolves grew bold to peer by night across the high stockade where, builded for the winter's escalade, the hard drifts leaned. And often in the deep of night men started from a troubled sleep to think the gods were fighting on the wall, and, roaring over like a waterfall, the wild hordes pouring in upon the lost. But 'twas the timber popping in the frost, the mourning wolves. Nor did the dawn bring cheer. Becandled like a copse upon a bier the lifeless sun, from gloom to early gloom, stole past, a white procession to a tomb illumining the general despair. Meanwhile omniscience in a swivel chair, unmenaced half a continent away, amid more pressing matters of the day, had edited the saga of the dead. Compare the treaty where it plainly said there was no war, all duly signed and sealed. Undoubtedly, the evidence revealed the need of an official reprimand. Wherefore stern orders ticked across the land from Washington to Laramie. Perhaps no blizzard swept the neat official maps to nip a tracing finger. Howsoever, 4 companies of horse and foot must bear to Fort Phil Kinney tidings of its shame. Through 10 score miles of frozen hell they came, frost-bitten, wolfish, with the iron word of Carrington dishonored, and transferred to Reno Post. The morning that he went, the sun was like a sick man in a tent, crouched shivering between 2 feeble fires. Far-off men heard his grinding wagon tires shriek fife-like in the unofficial snow, his floundering 3-span mule teams blaring woe across the blue-cold waste, and he was gone. Without a thaw, the bitter spell wore on to raging February. Days on days men could not see beyond the whirling haze that made the thoughts the world's wall fronting sheer on chaos. When at times the sky would clear and like a frozen bubble were the nights, pale rainbows jigged across the polar heights, and leafy rustlings mocked the solitude. Men sickened with the stale and salty food, for squadrons hunt at best with ill success, and quiet days revealed the wilderness alert with fires, so doggedly the foe guarded the deer and elk and buffalo that roamed the foothills where the grass was good. A battle often bought a load of wood, and arrows swept the opening water gate from where the wily bowmen lurked in wait along the brush-clad piney. March went past, a lion, crouched or raging, to the last, and it was April in the almanac. No maiden with the south wind at her back ran, crocus-footed up the Bozeman road. A loveless vixen swept her drear abode with brooms of whimsic wrath, and scolded shrill. Men pined to think of how the whippoorwill broided the moony silences at home. There now a mist-like green began to roam the naked forest hillward from the draws. The dogwood's bloom was vying with the haws. The redbud made a bonfire of its boughs. And there, perchance, one lying in a drowse at midnight, heard the friendly thunder crash, the violet-begetting downpour lash the flaring panes, and possibly one heard the sudden rapture of a mocking-bird defy the lightning in a pitch-black lull. Here dull days wore the teeth of winter dull. Drifts withered slowly. Of an afternoon, the gulches grumbled hoarsely, ceasing soon when sunset faded out. The pasque flower broke the softened sod, and in a furry cloak and airy bonnet brazened out the chill. The long grave yonder under Pilot Hill, where 80 lay, was like a wound unwrapped. The cottonwoods, awaking sluggish sapped, prepared for spring with wavering belief. May stole along the piney like a thief. And yet, another sun made summer now in wild hearts given glebe-like to the plough of triumph. So miraculously fed with slaughter, richly seeded with the dead, the many-fielded harvest throve as one. And red cloud was the summer and the sun. In many a camp in 3 great tribal tongues, that magic name was thunder in the lungs of warriors. Swift, apocalyptic light, it smote the zenith of the red man's night with dazzling vision. Thoughts dissolved in smoke, the hated roadway lifted, drifted, broke, and was a dust. The white men were a tail, the green, clean prairie bellowed, hill and vale, with fatted bison, and the good old days came rushing back in one resistless blaze of morning. It was good to be a youth that season when all dreaming was the truth and miracle familiar. Waning, May could hear the young men singing on the way to Red Cloud. Pious sons and rake-hell scamps, unbroken colts, the scandals of their camps, and big-eyed dreamers never tried by strife, one-hearted with the same wild surge of life, sang merrily of dying as they came. Aloof amid his solitude of fame, the battle-brooding chieftain heard, to dream of great hods raging like a flooded stream from Powder River to the greasy grass, that never after might a wagon pass along that hated highway of deceit. The meadows of Absoraka grew sweet with nursing June. Waponies, winter-thin, nuzzled the dugs of ancient might therein against the day of victory. July pawed virile ardor from a ruthless sky to make stern forage, that the hardened herds might speed as arrows, wheel and veer as birds, have smashing fosse and never lack for breath, be fit for bearing heroes to their death in that great day now drawing near. Meanwhile, once more, the solitude of Piney Isle was startled with a brawl of mules and men. The long knives wagons clattered there again, the axes bit and rang, saws whined and gnawed, and mountain valleys wakened to applaud the mighty in their downfall, meanly slain. Now close to Piney Isle there lay a plain some 3 long bowshots wide. Good grazing land it was, and empty as a beggar's hand. Low foothills squatted round with bended knees, and standing mountains waited back of these to witness what the hunked hills might view. They saw a broad arena roofed with blue that 1st of August. Where the mid-plain raised a little knoll, the yellow swelter blazed on 14 wagon beds set oval-wise, a small corral to hold the camp supplies, flour, salt, beans, ammunition, grain in sacks. Therein, forestalling sudden night attacks, the mules were tethered when the gloaming starred the laggard evening. Soldiers, sent to guard the logging crew, had pitched their tents around, and all of this was like a feeble sound lost in the golden fanfare of the day. Across the piney falk, a mile away, unseen among the pines, the work camp stood, and trundling thence with loads of winter wood, stripped wagon trucks creaked thoughtward. Twilight awe among the pines now silenced axe and saw. With jingling traces, eager for their grain, across the creek and up the gloaming plain the work mules came, hee-hawing at the glow of fires among the tents. The day burned low to moonless dusk. The squat hills seemed to lift, expectant. Peaks on shadow seas adrift, went voyaging where lonely wraiths of cloud haunted the starry hushes. Bugs grew loud among the grasses, cynic owls laughed shrill. Men slept. But all night long the wolves were still, aware of watches in the outer dark. And now and then a sentry's dog would bark, rush snarling where it seemed that nothing stirred. But those who listened for a war cry heard the skirling bugs, the jeering owls, the deep discordant snoring of the men asleep upon their guns, mules blowing in the hay. At last the blanching summit saw the day. A drowsy drummer spread the news of morn. The mules began to nicker for their corn and wrangle with a laying back of ears. Among them went the surly muleteers, dispensing feed and sulphurous remarks. The harness rattled, and the meadow larks set dawn to melody. A sergeant cried the names of heroes. Common men replied, sing-songing down the line. The squat hills heard to seize and gossip with the running word. Here, 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 coffee steaming in the pot, wood smoke and slabs of bacon, sizzling hot, were very good to smell. The cook cried chuck, and when the yellow flood of sunrise struck the little prairie camp, it fell on men who ate as though they might not eat again. Some wouldn't, for the day of wrath arose. And yet, but for a cruising flock of crows, the basking world seemed empty. Now the sun was 2 hours high. The axes had begun across the piney yonder. Drowsy draws snawed with the lagging echoes of the saws. The day swooned windless, indolently meek. It happened that the pickets by the creek were shaken from a doze by rhythmic cries and drumming hoofs. Against the western skies, already well within a half a mile, came 7 Indians riding single file, their wiry ponies flattened to the quirt. A sentry's Springfield rod and hills, alert with echoes, fired a ghostly enfilade. The ball fell shot, bit dust and ricocheted. The foremost pony, smitten in the breast, went down amid the rearing of the rest, and floundered to a dusty somersault. Unhurt, the tumbled brave emerged to vault behind a comrade, and the 7 veered to southward, circling round the spot they feared, where 3 far-stinging human hornets stood. Now, one of these went running to the wood to see what made the logging camp so still. Short breath sufficed to tell the tale of ill he brought, the whole crew making off in stealth and going to the mountains for their health. The mules stampeded. Things were looking blue. With shaking knees, uncertain what to do, the pickets waited. Whisperings of death woke round them, and they felt the gusty breath of shafts that plunked and quivered in the sod. As though men sprouted where the ponies trod, the circling band now jeered them, 10 to 1. They scanned the main camp swinking in the sun. No signal to return, but all the men were rushing round there, staring now and then to where the foothills, northward, broke the flat. A pointing sentry shouted, "Look at that! Good God, there must be thousands over there." Massed black against the dazzle of the air, they made the hilltops crawlingly alive, the viscid boiling over of a hive that feels the pale green burning of the spring. Slow-moving, with a phasic murmuring as of a giant swarm gone honey-wild, they took the slope, and still the black rear piled the wriggling ridges. What could bar the way? Dwarfed in the panorama of the day, the camp was but a speck upon the plain, and 3 remembered 80 lying slain beside a ford, and how the winter strode numb-footed down a bloody stretch of road across strange faces lately known and dear. "I guess we'd better hustle out of here," the sergeant said. To left, to right, in front, like starving coyotes singing to the hunt, yet overcautious for a close attack. Scaws pressed the fighting trio, falling back across the piney campwood. One would pause to hold the rear against the arrow flaws, the pelting terror, while the 2 ran past. Then once again the first would be the last, the second first. And still, the shuttling hoofs wove closelier with gaudy whops and woofs the net of death, for still from brush and brake the piney, like a pregnant water snake, spewed venomous broods. So fleeing up the slope, the pickets battled for the bitter hope of dying with their friends. And there was one who left the wagon boxes at a run and, dashing past the now exhausted 3, knelt down to rest his rifle on his knee and coolly started perforating hides. Bare ponies, dragging warriors at their sides and kicking at the unfamiliar weight, approved his aim. The weaving net of hate went loose, swung wide to southward. So at last they reached the camp where, silent and aghast, the men stood round and stared with haunted eyes. 'Tis said a man sees much before he dies. Were these not dying? Oh, the 81 bestrewn down Lodge Trail Ridge to Pinot Run that blizzard evening. Here were 32? And no one broached what everybody knew. The tale there'd be, and maybe none to tell but glutted crows and coyotes. Such a spell as fastens on a sick room gripped the crowd, when tick by tick the doctor's watches loud, with hours between. And like the sound of leaves through which a night wind ominously grieves, the murmur of that moving mass of men to northward rose and fell and rose again, more drowsing music than a waking noise. and Captain Powell spoke. "Get ready, boys, take places, see their eyes, then shoot to kill." Some crouched behind the boxes, staring still like men enchanted. Others, seeming fain to feel more keenly all that might remain of ebbing life, paced nervously about. One fortified the better side of doubt with yokes of oxen. That was Tommy Doyle. Alas, the total profit of his toil would be a hot slug crunching through his skull, and Lippman yonder, grunting in the lull, arranged a keg of salt to fight behind, while Condon, having other things in mind than dying, wrestled with a barrel of beans, and others planned escape by grimmer means. Old Robertson, with nothing in his face, unlaced a boot and noosed the leather lace to reach between a trigger and a toe. He did not tell, and no one asked to know the meaning of it. Everybody knew. John Grady and McQuarrie did it too, and Haggerty and Gibson did the same, and many others. When the finish came, at least there'd be no torturing for them. Now, as a hail cloud, fraying at the hem, hurls ragged feelers to the windless void, the nearing mass broke vanward and deployed to left and right, a dizzy, flying blear, reek of a hellpot boiling in the rear. And now, as when the menaced world goes strange and cyclone slingshots, feeling out the range, spatter the waiting land agape with drouth, the few first arrows fell. Once more the south was humming with a wind of mounted men that wove the broken net of death again along the creek, and up the campwood rise. Then suddenly, with wolfish battle cries and death songs like the onset of a gale and arrows pelting like a burst of hail, the living tempest broke. There was no plain, just headgear bobbing in a toss of mane, and hosses plunging under. Paunch deep in dust and thousand-footed thunder, that vertigo of terror swarmed and swirled about the one still spot in all the world, the hushed cyclonic heart. Then that was loud. The boxes bellowed, and a spurting cloud made twilight where the flimsy fortress stood, and flying splinters from the smitten wood and crisscross arrows pricked the drifting haze. Not now, as in the recent musket days, the foe might brave 2 volleys for a rush upon the soldiers, helpless in a hush of loading. Lo, like rifles in a dream, the breech-fed Springfields pawed a steady stream that withered men and hosses roaring in, and gut-shot ponies screamed above the din, and many a wounded warrior, undertrod but silent, wallowed on the bloody sod, man piled on man and hosses on the men. They broke and scattered. Would they come again? Abruptly, so the muted hailstorm leaves astonished silence when the dripping eaves count seconds for the havoc yet to come. Weird in the hush, a melancholy hum, from where the watching women of the Sioux thronged black along the circling summits, grew and fell and grew, the mourning for the dead. One whispered hoarsely from a wagon bed, "Is anybody hit?" But none replied. Awestruck at what they did and hollow-eyed, all watched and waited for the end of things. Then, even as the fleeing hail cloud swings before some freakish veering of the gale, returning down its desolated trail with doubled wrath, the howling horsemen came. Right down upon the ring of spurting flame the quirted ponies thundered, reared, afraid of that bad medicine the white men made, and screaming, bolted off with flattened ears. So close the boulder pressed that clubs and spears were hurled against the ring. Again they broke to come again. Now flashing through the smoke, like lightning to the battle's thunder shocks, ignited arrows, streaming to the nocks, fell hissing where the fighting soldiers lay, and flame went leaping through the scattered hay to set the dry mule-lit a-smoldering. Half suffocated, coughing with the sting of acrid air, like scythemen in a field the soldiers mowed. And gaudy Manflower reeled to wriggling swaths. And still, the mad Sioux fought to break this magic that the white men wrought, heroic flesh at grapple with a god. Then noon was glaring on the bloody sod, and broken clouds of horsemen down the plain went scudding, hundreds, heavy with the slain and wounded, lagging in the panic rout. Again the ridges murmured round about where wailed the wives and mothers of the Sioux. Some soldier whispered, asking for a chew, as though he feared dread sleepers might arise. Young Tommy Doyle, with blood upon his eyes, gaped noonward, and his fighting jaw sagged loose. Hank Haggerty would never need a noose to reach between a trigger and a toe. Jenness would never hear a bugle blow again, so well he slept. Around the ring men passed the grisly gossip, whispering, as though doomed flesh were putting on the ghost. A sound grew up as of a moving host. It seemed to issue from a deep ravine to westward. There no enemy was seen. A freak gust, gotten of a sultry hush, may mumble thus among the distant brush some moments ere a dampened finger cools. But still, the smudgy litter of the mules plumed straight against the dazzle of the day. Upon a hilltop half a mile away to eastward, Red Cloud presently appeared among his chieftains, gazing where the weird suzeraus swelled and deepened in the west, and to and from him dashed along the crest fleet heralds of some new-begotten hope. Once more the piney spread along the slope a dizzy ruck of charging hoss. They broke before those stingers in a nest of smoke, fled back across the creek, and waited there. For what? The voice of it was everywhere, a brood of waters fretting at a weir. The woman-peopled summits hushed to hear that marching sound. Then suddenly a roar, as from the bursting open of a door, swept out across the plain. And hundreds, pressed by hundreds crowding yonder from the west, afoot and naked, issued like a wedge, with Red Cloud's nephew for the splitting edge, a tribe's hot behind him for a maul. Slow, ponderously slow, the V-shaped wall bore down upon the camp. The whirlwind pace of horsemen seemed less terrible to face than such a leisure. Brave men held their breath before that garish masquerade of death aflaunt with scarlets, yellows, blues, and greens. Then Condon behind his barrel of beans, foreseeing doom, afraid to be afraid, sprang up and waved his rifle and essayed Homeric speech according to his lights. "Come on," he yelled, "ye dirty blatherskites, ye blitherin' idiots, we kin lick yez all, ye low-down nagers." Shafts began to fall about him raging. Scattered muskets roared along the fraying fringes of the horde. "Get down there, Jim," men shouted. Down, but Jim told Death, the black god, what he thought of him for once and all. Again the Springfields crashed, and where the heavy bullets raked and smashed the solid front and bawed the jostling mass, men withered down like flame-struck prairie grass. But still, the raging hundreds forged ahead pell-mell across their wounded and their dead, like tumblebugs. The splitting edge went blunt. A momentary eddy at the front sucked down the stricken chief. The heavy rear, with rage more mighty than the vanward fear, thrust forward 20 paces more, and then 'twould be like drowning in a flood of men. Already through the rifts one saw their eyes, teeth flashing in the yawn of battle cries, the sweat-sleek muscles straining at the bows. Forgotten were the nooses for the toes. Tomorrows died and yesterdays were not. Sleepwalkers in a foggy nowhere fought with shadows. So forever from the first, forever so until this dream should burst its thin-blown bubble of a world. And then, the shadows were a howling mass of men hurled, heavy with their losses, down the plain before that thunderspew of death and pain that followed till the last had disappeared. The hush appalled, and when the smoke had cleared, men eyed each other with a sense of shock at being still alive. 'Twas 1 o'clock. One spoke of water. Impishly the word went round the oval, mocking those who heard. The riddled barrel had bled from every stave, and what the sun-stewed coffee kettles gave seemed scarcely wet. Off yonder on the hill among his chieftains, Red Cloud waited still, a tomcat lusting for a nest of mice. How often could these 29 suffice to check his thousands? Someone raised a sight and cursed, and fell to potting at the height, then others. Red Cloud faded into air. What fatal mischief was he brewing there? What ailed the fort? It seemed beyond belief that Wessels yonder wouldn't send relief. The hush bred morbid fancies. Battle cries were better than this buzzing of the flies about Jenness and Haggerty and Doyle. Wounds ached and smarted. Shaken films of oil troubled the yellow dazzle of the grass. The bended heavens were a burning gloss malevolently focused. Minutes crawled. Men gnawed their hearts in silence where they sprawled, each in the puddle of his own blue shade. But here? Was that a howitzer that bayed? Look, yonder from behind the eastward steep excited warriors, like a flock of sheep that hear the wolves, throng down the creekwood slope and flee along the piney. Slow to hope, men searched each other's faces, silent still. A case shot, bursting yonder on the hill, sent dogging echoes up the foe-choked draws. And far hills heard the leather-lunged hurrahs and answered, when the long blue skirmish lines swept down the hill to join the 29 knee-deep in standing arrows. Roman 7 Beaches Island, summer turned, where blackbirds chatted and the scrub oaks burned in meadows of the milk and mussel shell, the fatted bison sniffed the winter smell beneath the wetted stars, and drifted south. Across the Yellowstone, lane-ribbed with drouth, the living rivers bellowed, mawn to mawn. The Powder and the Rosebud and the Hawn flowed backwood freshets, roaring to their heads. Now up across the Cheyenne watersheds the manless cattle wrangled day and night. Along the Niobrara, and the white, uncounted thirsts were slaked. The peace that broods aloof among the sandhill solitudes fled from the bawling bulls and lowing cows. Along the Triple Loop, they paused to browse and left the lush sloughs bare. Along the Platte, the troubled myriads pawed the sandy flat and snotted at the evil men had done. For there, from morning sun to evening sun, a strange trail cleft the ancient bison world, and many-footed monsters whirred and whirled upon it. Many-eyed they blinked and screamed. Tempestuous with speed, the long manes streamed behind them, and the breath of them was loud, a rainless cloud with lightning in the cloud and alien thunder. Thus the driving breed, the bold earth-takers, toiled to make the deed audacious as the dream. One season saw the steel trail crawl away from Omaha as far as Ox Rigs waddled in a day, an inchworm bound for San Francisco Bay. The next beheld a brawling, sweating host of men and mules build on to Kinney Post, while spring greens mellowed into winter browns, and prairie dogs were giving up their towns to roaring cities. Where the Platte divides, the metal serpent sped, with leg-long strides, between two winters. North Platte City sprang from sagebrush where the prairie sirens sang of magic bargains in the mottes of lust. A younger Julesburg sprouted from the dust to howl a season at the panting trains. Cheyenne, begotten of the ravished plains, all hailed the planet as the steel clanged by. And now in frosty vacancies of sky the railhead waited spring on Sherman Hill, and, brooding further prodigies of will, blinked off at China. So the Manstream flowed full flood beyond the Powder River Road, a cowpath, hardly worth the fighting for. Then let grass grow upon the trails of Wa, bad hots be good and all suspicion cease. Beside the Laramie the pipe of peace awaited, let the chieftains come and smoke. 'Twas summer when the great white father spoke. 1,000 miles of dying summer heard, and nights were frosty when the crane-winged word found red cloud on the Powder loath to yield. The crop from that rich seeding of the field along the piney flourished greenly still. The wail of many women on a hill was louder than the word. And once again he saw that blizzard of his fighting men avail as snow against the August heat. "Go tell them I am making wind to meet. No time for talk," he said, and that was all. The north wind snuffed the torches of the fall, and drearily the frozen moons dragged past. Then, when the pasque-flower dared to bloom at last and resurrected waters hailed the geese, it happened that the flying word of peace came north again. The music that it made was sweet to spotted tail, and man afraid gave ear, bewitched. One Hon and Little Chief believed, and 2 bears ventured on belief, and others who were powers in the land. For here was something plain to understand, as long as grass should grow and water flow, between Missouri River and the snow that never melts upon the Big Horn Heights, the country would be closed to all the whites. So ran the song that lured the mighty South. It left a bitter taste in Red Cloud's mouth, no music in his ears. Go back and say that they can take their soldier towns away from Piney Fork and Crazy Woman's Creek and Greasy Grass. Then maybe I will speak. Great Spirit gave me all this country here, they have no land to give. The hills went sere along the Powder, and the summer grew. June knew not what the white men meant to do, nor did July. The end of August came. Bulberries quickened into jets of flame where smoky bushes smoldered by the creeks. Grapes purpled and the plums got rosy cheeks. The nights were like a watching mother, yet a chill as of incipient regret foretold the winter when the twilight fell. 'Twas then a story wonderful to tell went forth at last. In every wind it blew till all the far-flung bison hunters knew, and Red Cloud's name and glory filled the tale. The soldier towns along the hated trail were smoke, and all the wagons and the men were dust blown south. Old times had come again. Unscared, the fatted elk and deer would roam their pastures now. The bison know their home and flourish there forever unafraid. So when the victor's winter meat was made and all his lodges ready for the cold, he listened to the word, now 12 moons old, rode south and made his sign and had his will. Meanwhile the road along the smoky hill was troubled. Hunters, drifting with the herd the fall before, had scattered wide the word of Red Cloud's victory. "Look north," they said. "The white men made a road there. It is red with their own blood, and now they whine for peace?" The brave tale traveled southward with the geese, nor dwindled on the way, nor lacked applause. Comanches, South Cheyennes and Kiowas, Apaches and the South Arapahos were glad to hear. Satanta, Roman Nose, Black Kettle, Little Raven heard, and thought. Around their winter fires the warriors fought those far-famed battles of the north again. Their hearts grew strong. "We too," they said, "amen, and what men did up yonder we can do? Make red the road along the smoky too, and grass shall cover it." So when the spring was fetlock deep, wild news ran shuddering through Kansas. Women captured, homes ablaze, men slaughtered in the country north of Hays and Haka, terror stalking Denver way, trains burned along the road to Santa Fe, the drivers scalped and given to the flames. All summer panic babbled demon names. No gloom but harbored Roman Nose, the bat. Satanta, like an omnipresent cat, moused every heart. Out yonder, over there, Black Kettle, Turkey Leg were everywhere. And Little Raven was the night owl's croon, the watchdog's bark. The setting of the moon was Little Rock, the dew before the dawn a sweat of horror. All that summer, drawn by vague reports and captive women's wails, the cavalry pursued dissolving trails, and found the hot wind. Loath to risk a fight, fleas in the day and tigers in the night, The wild bands struck and fled to strike anew and dropped the curtain of the empty blue behind them, passing like the wrath of God. The failing year had lit the goldenrod against the tingling nights. Now well begun, the sunflowers strove to hod the paling sun for winter cheer, and leagues of prairie glowed with summer's dying flare, when 50 rode from Wallace northward, trailing Roman nose, the mad Cheyenne. A motley band were those, scouts, hunters, captains, colonels, brigadiers, wild lads who found adventure in arrears, and men of beard whom danger's lure made young, the drift and wreckage of the Great War, flung along the brawling border. 2 and 2, the victor and the vanquished, gray and blue, rode out across the Kansas plains together, Hots singing to the croon of saddle leather and jingling spurs. The buffalo, at graze like dairy cattle, hardly deigned to raise their shaggy heads and watch the horsemen pass. Like bursting case shot, clumps of blue-joint grass exploded round them, hurtling grouse and quail and plover. Wild hens drummed along the trail at twilight, and the antelope and deer, moved more by curiosity than fear, went trotting off to pause and gaze their fill. Past Shot Nose and the beaver, jogging still, they followed hot upon a trail that shrank at every tangent draw. Their horses drank the autumn lean Republican and crossed, and there at last the dwindled trail was lost where sandhills smoked against a windy sky. Perplexed and grumbling, disinclined to try the upper reaches of the stream, they pressed behind Forsyth, their leader, pricking west with Beecher there beside him in the van. They might have disobeyed a lesser man, for what availed another wild goose chase, doomed to end some God-forsaken place with twilight dying on the prairie rim. But fame had blown a trumpet over him, and men recalled that Shenandoah ride with Sheridan, the stemming of the tide of rabble armies wrecked at Cedar Creek, when 30,000 Hots, no longer weak, were made one victor's Hot. And so the band pushed westward up the lonely river land, far saddle days from Wallace. Then at last they came to where another band had passed with shoeless ponies, following the sun. Some miles the new trail ran as lean creeks run in droughty weather, then began to grow. Here other hoofs had swelled it, there, travox. And ma the circumjacent plains had fed the trail, as when torrential rains make prodigal the gullies and the sloughs, and prairie streams, late shrunken to an ooze, appall stout swimmers. Scarcity of game, but yesterday both plentiful and tame, and recent pony droppings told a tale of close pursuit. All day they kept the trail and slept upon it in their boots that night, and saddled when the first gray wash of light was on the hilltops. Past the North Fox mouth it led, and, crossing over to the south, struck up the valley of the Rickery, so broad by now that 20, knee to knee, might ride thereon, nor would a single calk bite living sod. Proceeding at a walk, the troopers followed, awed by what they dared. It seemed the low hills stood aloof, nor cared, disowning them, that all the gullies mocked the jingling gear of folly where it walked the road to folly's end. The low day changed to evening. Did the prairie stare estranged, the knowing sun make haste to be away? They saw the fingers of the failing day grow longer, groping for the homeward trail. They saw the sun put on a bloody veil and disappear. A flock of crows hurrahed, dismounting in the Erie Valley, awed with purple twilight and the evening star, they camped beside the stream. A gravel bar here split the shank-deep Rickery in two, and made a little island. Tall grass grew among its scattered alders, and there stood a solitary sapling cottonwood within the lower angle of the sand. No jesting cheered the saddle-weary band that night. No fires were kindled to invoke tales grim with cannon flare and battle smoke remembered, and the glint of slant steel rolled up roaring steeps. They ate shot rations cold and thought about tomorrow, and were dumb. A hint of morning had begun to come, so faint as yet that half the stars at least discredited the gossip of the east. The grazing horses, blowing at the frost, were shadows, and the ghostly sentries tossed their arms about them, drowsy in the chill. Was something moving yonder on the hill to westward? It was there. It wasn't there. Perhaps some wolfish reveller, aware of dawn, was making home. 'Twas there again. And now the bubble world of snoring men was shattered, and a dizzy wind that hurled among the swooning ruins of the world disintegrating dreams became a shout. Turn out, the Indians turn out. Hots pounding with the momentary funk of cold blood spurred to frenzy, reeling drunk with sleep, men stumbled up and saw the hill where shadows of a dream were blowing still. No, mounted men were howling down the slopes. The hosses, straining at their picket ropes, reared snorting. Balking carbines flashed and gloomed, smearing the giddy picture. War drums boomed and shaken rawhide crackled through the din. A hoss that trailed a bounding picket pin made off in terror. Others broke and fled. Then suddenly, the silence of the dead had fallen, and the slope in front was bare and Morning had become a startled stare across the empty prairie, white with frost. 5 horses and a pair of pack mules lost, that left 5 donkeys for the packs. Men poked sly banter at the mountless ones, invoked the infantry to back them, while they threw the saddles on and, boot to belly, drew groan-fetching cinches tight. A scarlet streak was growing in the east. Amid the reek of cowchip fires that sizzled with the damp, the smell of coffee spread about the camp a mood of peace. But 'twas a lying mood, for suddenly the morning solitude was solitude no longer. "Look," one cried, "the resurrection dawn, as prophesied, lacked nothing but the trump to be fulfilled." They wriggled from the valley grass. They spilled across the sky rim. North and south and west increasing hundreds, men and ponies, pressed against the few. 'Twas certain death to flee. The way left open down the rickery to where the valley narrowed to a gap was plainly but the baiting of a trap. Who rode that way would not be riding far. "Keep cool now, men. Cross over to the bar." The colonel shouted. Down they went pell-mell, churning the creek. A heaven-filling yell assailed them. Was it triumph? Was it rage? Some few wild minutes lengthened to an age while fumbling fingers stripped the horses' backs and tied the horses. Crouched behind the packs and saddles now, they fell with clawing hands to digging out and heaping up the sands around their bodies. Shots began to fall, the first few spatters of a thunder squall, and still the colonel strolled about the field, encouraging the men. A pack mule squealed and floundered. "Down," men shouted. "Take it cool," the colonel answered. "We can eat a mule when this day's work is over. Wait the word, then see that every cartridge wings a bird. Don't shoot too fast." The dizzy prairie spun with painted ponies, weaving on the run a many-colored noose. So dances death, bedizened like a harlot, when the breath of autumn flutes among the shedding boughs and scarlet's caper and the gold's carouse and bronzes trip it, and the late green leaps. And then, as when the howling winter heaps the strippings of the hickory and oak and hurls them in a haze of blizzard smoke along an open draw, the warriors formed to eastward down the rickery, and stormed against the isle, their solid front astride the shallow water. "Wait," the colonel cried. "Keep cool now." Would he never say the word? They heard the falling horses shriek, they heard the smack of smitten flesh, the whispering rush of arrows, bullets whipping through the brush and flicked sand footing, saw the rolling eyes of war-mad ponies, crooked battle cries lost in the uproar, faces in a blast of color, and the whirlwind lost of all dear things forever. Now, the fear, the fleet, sick dream of friendly things and dear dissolved in thunder, and between 2 breaths men sensed the sudden splendor that is death's, the wild clairvoyant wonder. Shadows screamed before the kicking Spencers, split and streamed about the island in a flame-rent shroud. And momently, with hoofs that beat the cloud, winged with the mad momentum of the charge, a war horse loomed unnaturally large above the burning ring of rifles there, lit, sprawling, in the midst and took the air and vanished. And the storming hoofs roared by. And suddenly the sun, a handbreadth high, was peering through the clinging battle blur. Along the stream, wherever bushes were or clumps of blue joint, lurking rifles played upon the isle, a point-blank enfilade, horse-slaughtering and terrible to stand. And southward there along the rising land and northward where the valley was a plain, the horsemen galloped, and a pelting rain of arrows fell. Now someone, lying near Forsyth, was yelling in his neighbor's ear they've finished Sandy. For a giant whip, it seemed, laid hot along the colonel's hip a lash of torture, and his face went gray and pinched. And voices boomed above the fray, "Is Sandy dead?" So, rising on a knee that anyone who feared for him might see, he shouted, "Never mind, it's nothing bad." And noting how the wild face of a lad yearned up at him, the youngest face of all, with cheeks like Rambo apples in the fall, eyes old as Terra, "Son, you're doing well?" He cried and smiled, and that one lived to tell the glory of it in the after days. Now presently the colonel strove to raise the tortured hip to ease it, when a stroke as of a dull axe bit a shin that broke beneath his weight. Dragged backward in a pit, he sat a while against the wall of it and strove to check the whirling of the land. Then, noticing how some of the command pumped lead too fast and threw their shells away, he set about to crawl to where they lay and tell them. Something whisked away his hat, and for a green-sick minute after that the sky rained stars. Then vast ear hollows rang with brazen noises, and a sullen pang was like a fire that smoldered in his skull. He gazed about him groggily. A lull had fallen on the battle, and he saw how pairs of horsemen galloped down the draw, recovering the wounded and the dead. The snipers on the river banks had fled to safer berths, but mounted hundreds still swarmed yonder on the flat and on the hill, and long-range arrows fell among the men. The island had become a slaughter pen. Of all the mules and horses, one alone still stood, He wobbled with a gurgling moan, legs wide, his drooping muzzle dripping blood, and some still wallowed in a scarlet mud and strove to rise, with threshing feet aloft. But most lay still, as when the spring is soft and work teams share the idleness of cows on Sunday, and a glutted hoss may drowse, loose-necked, forgetting how the plowshare drags. Bill Wilson yonder lay like bundled rags, and so did Chalmers. Folly over there, with one arm limp, was taking special care to make the other do. It did, no doubt. And Martin yonder with an eye shot out was firing slowly, but his gun barrel shook. And Muaz, the surgeon, with a sightless look of mingled expectation and surprise, had got a bullet just above the eyes, but death was busy and neglected him. Now, all the while, beneath the low hill rim to southward, where a sunning slope arose to look upon the slaughter, Roman Nose was sitting, naked of his battle gear. In vain his chestnut stallion, tethered near, had sniffed the battle, whinnying to go where hosses cried to hosses there below, and men to men. By now a puzzled word ran round the field, and baffled warriors heard, and out of bloody mouths the dying spat the question, "Where is Roman Nose, the bat? While other men are dying, where is he?" So certain of the mighty road to sea, and found him yonder sitting in the sun. They squatted round him silently, and one got courage for a voice at length, and said, "Your people there are dying, and the dead are many." But the harrier of men kept silence. And the bold one, speaking then to those about him, said, "You see today the one whom all the warriors would obey, whatever he might wish. His heart is faint. He has not even found the strength to paint his face, you see?" The flame of many roofs still smoldered there. The midnight wind of hoofs kept mute. "Our brothers, the Arapahos," another said, "will tell of Roman Nose, their squaws will scorn him, and the Sioux will say he was not like the men we were that day when all the soldiers died by Pinot Fod." They saw him wince, as though the words had got his vitals. Then he spoke, his voice was low. "My medicine is broken. Long ago one made a bonnet for a mighty man, my father's father, and the good gift ran from sire to son, and we were men of might. For he who wore the bonnet in a fight could look on death, and death would fear him much, so long as he should let no metal touch the food he ate. But I have been a fool. A woman lifted with an iron tool the bread I ate this morning. What you say is good to hear." He cast his robe away, got up and took the bonnet from its case and donned it, put the death paint on his face and mounted, saying, "Now I go to die." Thereat he lifted up a bull-lunged cry that clamored far among the hills around, and dying men took courage at the sound and muttered, "He is coming." Now it fell that those upon the island heard a yell and looked about to see from whence it grew. They saw a wahos hurtled from the blue, a big-boned chestnut, clean and long of limb, that did not dwarf the warrior striding him, so big the man was. Naked as the day the neighbors sought his mother's lodge to say, "This child shall be a trouble to his foes." Save for a gorgeous bonnet, Roman Nose came singing on the run. And as he came mad hundreds hailed him, booming like a flame that rages over slough grass, pony tall. They formed behind him in a solid wall and halted at a lifting of his hand. The troopers heard him bellow some command. They saw him wheel and wave his rifle high, and distant hills were peopled with the cry he flung at death, that mighty men of old, long dead, might hear the coming of the bold and know the land still nursed the ancient breed. Then, followed by a thundering stampede, he charged the island where the rifles brawled. And some who galloped nearest him recalled in after days, what some may choose to doubt, how suddenly the hubbub went out in silence, and a wild white brilliance broke about him, and the cloud of battle smoke was thronged with faces not of living men. Then terribly the battle wrought again, and those who tell it saw him reel and sag against the stallion, like an empty bag, then slip beneath the mill of pony hoofs. So Roman Nose, the flame of many roofs, fled out, and round the island swept the foe, wrath-howling breakers with an undertow of pain that wailed and murmuring dismay. Now Beecher, with the limp he got that day at Gettysburg, rose feebly from his place, unearthly moon-dawn breaking on his face, and staggered over to the colonel's pit. Half crawling and half falling into it, "I think I have a fatal wound," he said, and from his mouth the hard words bubbled red in witness of the sort of hurt he had. "No, Beecher, no, it cannot be so bad." The other begged, though certain of the end, for even then the features of the friend were getting queer. "Yes, Sandy, yes, good night," the stricken muttered. Whereupon the fight no longer roared for him, but one who grieved and fought thereby could hear the rent chest heaved with struggling breath that couldn't leave the man. And by the whirling host began to scatter, most withdrawing out of range. Astonished at the suddenness of change from dawn to noon, the troopers saw the sun. To eastward yonder women had begun to glean the fallen, wailing as they piled the broken loves of mother, maid and child on pony drags. remembering their want of heaping thus the harvest of the hunt to fill the kettles these had sat around. Forsyth now strove to view the battleground, but could not for the tortured hip and limb, and so they passed a blanket under him and 4 men heaved the corners. Then he saw. "Well, Grover, have they other cards to draw, or have they played the pack?" he asked a scout, and that one took a plug of chewing out and gnawed a while, then spat and said, "Dunno, I've fit within Juns 30 year or so, and never see the like of this till now. We made a lot of good ones anyhow, whatever else." Just then it came to pass some rifles, hidden yonder in the grass, took up the sentence with a snarling rip that made men duck. One let his corner slip. The colonel tumbled, and the splinted shin went crooked, and the bone broke through the skin, but what he said his angel didn't write. 'Twas plain the foe had wearied of the fight, though scores of wary warriors kept the field and circled, watching for a head revealed above the slaughtered horses. Afternoon waned slowly, and a wind began to croon like memory. The sapling cottonwood responded with a voice of widowhood. The melancholy heavens wove a pall. Night hid the valley. Rain began to fall. How good is rain when from a sunlit scarp of heaven falls a silver Titan's harp for winds to play on, and the new green swirls beneath the dancing feet of April girls, and thunderclaps applaud the meadow lark. How dear to be remembered, rainy dark when youth and wonder snuggle safe abed, and hear creation bustling overhead with fitful hushes when the eve drip drops, and everything about the whole house stops to hear what now the buds and grass may think. Night swept the island with a brush of ink. They heard the endless drizzle sigh and pass and whisper to the bushes and the grass, sh, for men were dying in the rain, and there was that low singing that is pain, and curses muttered lest a stout heart break. As one who lies with fever half awake and sets the vague reel shepherding a drove of errant dreams, the broken colonel strove for order in the nightmare. Willing hands with knife and plate fell digging in the sands and throwing out a deep surrounding trench. Graves, yawning briefly in the Inkai drench, were satisfied with something no one saw. Carved hoss meat passed around for wolfing raw and much, was cached to save it from the sun. Now when the work about the camp was done, and all the wounds had got rude-handed care, the colonel called the men about him there, and spoke of Wallace 80 miles away. Who started yonder might not see the day, yet 2 must dare that peril with the tale of urgent need, and if the 2 should fail, God help the rest. It seemed that everyone who had an arm left fit to raise a gun and legs for swinging leather begged to go. But all agreed with old Pierre Trudeau, the grizzled trapper. When he knowed the prairie like a farmer did a road, and many was the Injun he had fooled. And Stillwell's youth and daring overruled the others. Big he was and fleet of limb, and for his laughing pluck men honored him, despite that weedy age when boys begin to get a little conscious of the chin, and jokers dubbed them whiskers for the lack. These 2 were swallowed in the soppy black, and wearily the sodden night dragged by. At last the chill rain ceased. A dirty sky leaked morning. Culver, Folly, Day, and Smith had found a comrade to adventure with and come upon the country that is kind. But Muaz was slow in making up his mind to venture, though with any breath he might. Stark to the drab indecency of light, the tumbled heaps that once were hosses lay with naked ribs and haunches lopped away, good friends at need with all their fleetness gone. Like wolves that smell a feast the foe came on, a skulking pack. They met a gust of lead that flung them with their wounded, and their dead back to the spying summits of the hills, content to let the enemy that kills without a wound complete the task begun. Dawn cleared the sky, and all day long the sun shone hotly through a lens of amethyst, like some incorrigible optimist who overworks the sympathetic role. All day the troopers sweltered in the bowl of soppy sand, and wondered if the 2 were dead by now, or had they gotten through? And if they hadn't, what about the meat? Another day or 2 of steaming heat would fix it for the buzzards and the crows, and there'd be choicer banqueting for those if no one came. So when a western hill burned red and blackened, and the stars came chill, 2 others started crawling down the flat for Wallace, and for long hours after that men listened for a cry, but heard no sound. And just before the sky began to pale, the 2 stole back unhurt. The dock was full of shadow men, alert to block the way wherever one might go. Alas, what chance for Stillwell and Trudeau? That day the dozen wounded bore their plight less cheerfully than when the rainy night had held so great a promise. All day long, as one who hums a half-forgotten song by poignant bits, the dying surgeon moaned, but when the west was getting so betoned, he choked a little and forgot the tune. And men were silent, wondering how soon they'd be like that. Now when the tipping wane above the star pawed slumber on the plain, Jack Donovan and Pliley disappeared down river where the starry haze made with the narrow gulch. They seemed as good as dead, and all next day the parting words they said, "We won't be coming back," were taken wrong. The fourth sun since the battle lingered long. Putrescent horseflesh now befouled the air. Some tried to think they liked the prickly pear. Some tightened up their belts a hole or so, and certain of the wounded babbled low of places other than the noisome pits, because the fever sped their straying wits like homing bumblebees that know the hive. That day the colonel found his leg alive with life that wasn't his. The fifth sun crept, the evening dawdled, morning overslept. It seemed the dock would never go away. The quotes filled it with a roundelay of toothsome hosses smelling to the sky. But somehow morning happened by and by. All day the colonel scanned the prairie rims and found it hard to keep away the whims that dogged him. Often, wide awake, he dreamed. The more he thought of it, the more it seemed that all should die of hunger wasn't fair. And so he called the sound men round him there, and spoke of Wallace and the chance they stood to make their way to safety, if they would. As for himself and other cripples, well, they'd take a chance, and if the worst befell, were soldiers. There was silence for a space while each man slyly sought his neighbor's face to see what better thing a hope might kill. Then there was one who growled, "The hell we will! We've fought together and we'll die so too." One might have thought relief had come in view to hear the shout that rose. The slow sun sank. The empty prairie gloomed. The hosses stank. The quotes sang. The starry dock was cold. That night the prowling wolves grew overbold, and one was cooking when the sun came up. It gave the sick a little broth to sup, and for the rest they joked and made it do. And all day long the cruising buzzards flew above the island, eager to descend, while, raucously prophetic of the end, the crows wheeled round it hungrily to pry, and mounted warriors loomed against the sky to peer and vanish. Darkness fell at last, but when the daylight came and when it passed the colonel scarcely knew, for things got mixed. The moment was forever, strangely fixed, and never in a moment. Still he kept one certain purpose, even when he slept, to cheer the men by seeming undismayed. But when the eighth dawn came, he grew afraid of his own weakness. Stubbornly he sat, his tortured face half hidden by his hat, and feigned to read a novel one had found among the baggage. But the print went round and wouldn't talk however it was turned. At last the morning of the ninth day burned. Again he strove to regiment the herds of dancing letters into marching words, when suddenly the whole command went mad. They yelled, they danced the way the letters had, they tossed their hats. Then presently he knew 'twas cavalry that made the hillside blue. The cavalry from Wallace? Roman 8, the yellow god Autumn's goad had thronged the weed-grown Powder River road with bison following the shrinking green. Again, the Platte and Smoky Hill had seen the myriads nosing at the dusty hem of summer's robe, and drifting after them, the wild marauders vanished. Winter came, and lo, the homesteads echoed with a name that was a ballad sung, a saga told. For once men heard it, somehow it was old with time's rich hauding and the bardic lyres. By night the settlers hugged their cowship fires and talked of Custer, while the children heard the way the wild wind dramatized the word with men and hosses roaring to the fight and valiant bugles crying down the night, far blown from Cedar Creek or Fish's Hill. And in their sleep they saw him riding still, a part of all things wonderful and past, his bright hair streaming in the battle blast above a surf of sabers. Roofs of shale and soddy walls seemed safer for the tale, the prairie kinder for that name of awe. For now the battle of the Washita was fought at every hearthstone in the land. 'Twas song to talk of Custer and his band, the blizzard dawn, the march from Kemp Supply, blind daring with the compass for an eye to pierce the writhing haze, the icy fods, the freezing sleeps, the finding of the hods that deemed the bitter weather and the snows their safety, Kiowas, Arapahos, Cheyennes, Comanches. Miles of river flat one village, Custer crouching like a cat among the drifts, the numbing lapse of night, the brass band blaring in the first wan light, the cheers, the neighing, and the wild swoop down to widow-making in a panicked town of widow-makers. Oh, 'twas song to say how old Black Kettle paid his life that day for bloody dawns of terror. Lyric words dwelt long upon his slaughtered pony herds, his lodges burning for the roofs that blazed that dreadful year. Rejoicing, Kansas raised her eyes beyond the days of her defeat, and saw her hills made mighty with the wheat, the tousled calm ranks marching on the plain, the wonder-working of the sun and rain and faith and labor, plenty out of dearth, man's mystic marriage with the virgin earth, a hard-won bride. And April came anew, but there were those, and they were human too, for whom the memory of other springs sought vainly in the growing dusk of things the ancient joy. Along the Smoky Hill, the might they could no longer hope to kill brawled west again, where maniacs of toil were chaining down the violated soil, and plows went wiving in the bison range, an alien childed mother growing strange with younger loves. May deepened in the sloughs when down the prairie swept the wonder news of what had happened at the Great Salt Lake, and how, at last, the crawling iron snake along the Platte had lengthened to the sea. So shadows of a thing that was to be grew darker in the land. 4 years went by, and still the solemn music of a lie kept peace in all the country of the Sioux. Unharried yonder, still the bison knew the meadows of Absoraka and throve, but now no more the hoary herdsman drove his countless cattle past the great Platte road. Still honoring the treaty, water flowed, and grass grew, faithful to the plighted word. Then yonder on the Yellowstone was heard the clank of sabers, and the red men saw how Yellow Hair, the wolf of Washita, went spying with his pack along the stream, while others, bitten with a crazy dream, were driving stakes and peeping up the flat. Just so it was that summer on the Platte before the evil came, and devil boats came up with stinking thunder in their throats to scare the elk and make the bison shy. So there was fighting yonder where the lie was singing flat, though nothing came of it. And once again the stunted oaks were lit, and down across the prairie howled the cold, and spring came back, exactly as of old, to resurrect the waters and the grass. The summer deepened peacefully, alas, the last of happy summers, cherished long as sorrow hods the wreckage of a song whose wounding lilt is dearer for the wound. The children laughed, contented mothers crooned about their lodges. Nothing was afraid. The warriors talked of hunting, in the shade, or romped with crowing babies on their backs. The meat was plenty on the drying racks, the luscious valleys made the ponies glad, and travelers knew nothing that was bad to tell of any village they had known. No white men yonder on the Yellowstone, nor any sign of trouble anywhere. Then once again the name of Yellow Hair was heard with dread. For summer, turning brown, beheld him lead 1,000 horsemen down to pierce the hills wherein Yankara towers, brawl southward through that paradise of flowers and deer and singing streams to Frenchman Creek. Beheld him even climbing Honey Peak to spy the land, as who should say him no. Had grasses failed? Had water ceased to flow? Were pledges wind? Now scarce the sloughs were sere when Custa, crying in the wide world's ear what every need and greed could understand, made all men see the Black Hills wonderland where fortune waited, ready with a bow. What fertile valleys pining for the plough, what lofty forests given to the birds, what luscious cattle pastures to the herds of elk and deer, what flower-enchanted parks, now lonely with the quails and meadowlarks, awaited men beneath the shielding peaks, and in the creeks, in all the crystal creeks, the blessed creeks, a wonder to behold, free gold, the god of rabbles, holy gold, and gold in plenty from the grassroots down. The Black Hills country, heard in every town, that incantation of a wizard Hon wrought madness. Farmers caught it in the con to shuck no more. No glory of the swad outdazzled yonder epiphanic laud, the only revelation that was sure. And through the cities went the singing lure, where drearily the human welter squirms like worms that lick the slime of other worms that all may flourish. Squaws saw the gleam, and papas mounted in a splendid dream the backs of luckless men, for now the weak inherited the earth. The fat, the sleek envisaged that apocalypse, and saw obesity to put the cringe of awe in knees of lameness. Sell the family cow, go pawn the homestead. Life was knocking now, there might not ever be another knock. Bring forth the hodding of the hidden sock, pour coppers from the dear dead eyes of joy. Go seek the God that weighs the soul by Troy. Be saved, and let the devil take the rest. The west, the golden west, the siren west, behold the rainbow's end among her peaks, for in the creeks, in all the crystal creeks, the blessed creeks, so wrought the rueful dream. Chinooks of hope fed full the human stream, brief thawings of perennial despair. And steadily the man-flood deepened there with every moon along the Sioux frontier, where still the treaty held, a rotten weir already trickling with a leak of men. And some of those came drifting back again, transfigured palmers from the holy lands, with true salvation gleaming in their hands now cleansed of labor. Thus the wonder grew. And there were flinty hots among the Sioux that fall and winter. Childish, heathen folk, their God was but a spirit to invoke among the hushes of a lonely hill, an awfulness when winter nights were still. A mystery, a yearning to be felt when birds returned and snow began to melt and miracles were doing in the grass. Negotiable divinity, alas, they had not yet the saving grace to know. Nor did the hard hots soften with the snow, when from the high gray wilderness of rain Johannine voices of the goose and crane foretold the coming to a world enthralled, for still along the teeming border brawled the ever-growing menace. Some bloomed, but many, with the prescience of the doomed, could feel the shaping of the end of things in all that gladness. How the robin sings the sweeter in the ghastly calm that aches with beauty lost, before the cyclone breaks, and helpless watchers feel it as a pang, because of all the times the robin sang scarce noted in the melody of then. About the lodges grey and toothless men bemoaned the larger time when life was good. Hey, hey, what warriors then, what hardihood? What terror of the Sioux among their foes? What giants gone, alas, these many snows, and they who knew so near their taking off. Now beggars at the great white father's trough forgot the bow, and waited to be swilled. The woman-hearted god, the white man killed, bewitched the people maw with every moon. The buffalo would join the fathers soon. The world was withered like a man grown old. A few more grasses, and the Sioux would hold a little paper, dirtied with a lie, for all that used to be. 'Twas time to die. Hey, hey, the braver days when life was new, but there were strong hearts yet among the Sioux, despite the mumbling of the withered gums. That summer young men chanted to the drums of mighty deeds, and many went that fall where crazy hoss and sitting bull and gall were shepherding their people on the tongue and powder, yet, as when the world was young, contemptuous of alien ways and gods. Now, when the candles of the goldenrods were guttering about the summer's beer, and unforgetting days were hushed to hear some rumor of a lone belated bird, it came to pass the great white father's word assembled many on the white to meet the long knife chieftains. Bitter words and sweet grew rankly there, and stubbornly the wills of children met the hagglers for the hills, the lust for gold begetting lust for gold. The young moon grew and withered and was old, and still the latest word was like the first. Then talking ended, and the mandam burst to loose the living flood upon the west. All winter long it deepened, and the crest came booming with the February thaw. The torrent setting in through Omaha ground many a grist of greed, and loud Cheyenne became a tail race running mules and men hell-bent for El Dorado. Yankton vied with Sydney in the combing of the tide for costly wreckage. Giddily it swirled where Custa City shouted to the world, and Deadwood was a howl, and Nigga Hill a cry from Pisgah. Unabated still, innumerable distant freshets flowed. The Bison Trail became a rutted road, and prairie schooners cruised the rolling spring. In labor with a monstrous farrowing, the river packets grunted, and the plains were startled at the spawning of the trains along the Platte. So, bitten by the imp of much faunot, the gambler and the pimp, the hero and the coward and the fool, the pious reader of the golden rule by decimals, the dandy and the gawk, the human eagle and the wingless hawk alert for prey, the graybeard and the lad, the murderer, the errant Galahad, mistaken in the color of the gleam, all dreamers of the old pathetic dream, pursued what no pursuing overtakes. Roman 9, the village of Crazy Hoss meanwhile, among the Powder River breaks, where cottonwoods and plums and stunted oaks made snug his village of 100 smokes. Young Crazy Hoss was waiting for the spring. Well found his people were in everything that makes a winter good. But more than food and shelter from the hostile solitude sustained them yonder, when the sun fled far and rustling ghost lights capered round the star and moons were icy and the blue snow whined. All when for days the world went blizzard blind and devils of the north came howling down. For something wholly moved about the town with Crazy Hoss. No chieftainship had run, long cherished in the blood of sire and son, to clothe him with the might he wielded then. The Ogalallas boasted taller men, but few of fairer body. One might look and think of water running in a brook, or maybe of a slender hickory tree, and something in his face might make one see a flinty shaft head very keen to go, because a hero's hand is on the bow, his eye upon the mark. But nothing seen about his goodly making or his mien explained the man, and other men were bold. Unnumbered were the stories that were told, and still the legend glorified the truth, about his war-fond, pony-taming youth when Hump the elder was a man to fear, and where one went, the other would be near, for there was love between the man and lad, and it was good to tell what fights they had with roving bands of Utes or snakes or crows, and now that Hump was gone these many snows, his prowess lingered. So the legend ran. But neither Hump nor any other man could give the gift that was a riddle still. What lonely vigils on a starry hill, what fasting in the time when boyhood dies had put the distant seeing in his eyes, the power in his silence? What had taught that getting is a game that profits not, and giving is a high heroic deed? His plenty never neighbored with a need among his band. A good tough hoss to ride, the gear of war, and some great dream inside were Crazy Hoss's wealth. It seemed the dim and larger past had wandered back in him to shield his people in the days of wrong. His 30 years were like a brave old song that men remember, and the women croon to make their babies brave. Now, when the moon had wearied of December and was gone, and bitterly the blizzard time came on, the great White Father had a word to say. The frostbit runners rode a weary way to bring the word, and this is what it said. All bands, before another moon is dead, must gather at the agencies, or share the fate of hostiles. Grandly unaware of aught but its own majesty and awe, the big word blustered. Yet the people saw the snow sift snaking in the grasses, heard the north wind bellow louder than the word to make them shudder with the winter fear. You see that there are many children here, said Crazy Hoss. Our herd is getting lean, we cannot go until the grass is green. It is a very foolish thing you say. And so the surly runners rode away, and Crazy Hoss's people stayed at home. And often were the days a howling gloam between two howling darks, nor could one tell when morning broke and when the long night fell. For 'twas a winter such as old men sight to overawe, and set the youngsters right with proper veneration for the old. The ponies huddled humpbacked in the cold and, dog-like, gnawed the bark of cottonwood. But where the cuddled rawhide lodges stood men laughed and yawned and let the blizzard raw, unwitting how the tale the runners bore prepared the day of sorrow. March boomed in, and still the people revelled in their sin, nor thought of woe already on the way. Then, when the night was longer than the day, by just about an old man's wink and nod, as sudden as the storied wrath of God, and scarce more human, retribution came. The moony wind that night was like a flame to sear whatever naked flesh it kissed. The dry snow powder coiled and struck and hissed among the lodges. Halos mocked the moon. The boldest tale was given over soon for kinder evenings, and the dogs were still before the prowling foe no pack might kill, the subtle fang that feared not any fang. But ever nearer, nearer, shod hoofs rang to southward, unsuspected in the town. 3 cavalry battalions, flowing down the rugged canyon bed of Otter Creek with Reynolds, clattered out across the bleak high prairie, eerie in the fitful light, where ghostly squadrons howled along the night, their stinging sabers gleaming in the wind. All night they sought the village that had sinned yet slept the sleep of virtue, unafraid. The bear swung round, the stars began to fade, the low moon stared. Then, floating in the puffs of wind-whipped snow, the Powder River bluffs gloomed yonder, and the scouts came back to tell of many sleeping lodges. Now it fell that when the bluffs were paling with the glow of dawn, and still the teepee tops below stood smokeless in the stupor of a dream, a Sioux boy, strolling down the frozen stream to find his ponies, wondered at the sound of many hoofs upon the frozen ground, the swishing of the brush. He paused to think. The herd, no doubt, was coming for a drink. He'd have to chop a hole. And while he stood, the spell of dawn upon him, from the wood, how queer. They issued marching 4x4 as though enchanted, breasts and muzzles haw with frozen breath. Were all the ponies dead, and these their tallest spirits? Then he fled, the frightened trees and bushes flowing dim, the blanching bluff tops flinging back at him his many-echoed yell. A frowsy squaw thrust up a lodge flap, blinked about her, saw what ailed her boy, and fell to screaming shrill. The startled wolf dogs, eager for a kill, rushed yelping from the lodges, snapping sharp, as 'twere a shot string potting in a hop. A frosty rifle sounded. Teepees spilled a half-clad rebel, and the valley filled with uproar, spurting into jets of pain. For now there swept a gust of killing rain from where the plunging hosses, in a cloud of powder smoke, bore down upon the crowd, to set it scrambling wildly for the brakes. The waddling grandmas lost their precious aches in terror for the young. They dragged and drove. Hysteric mothers staggered as they strove to pack the creepers and the toddlers too. And grandpas, not forgetting they were Sioux, made shift to do a little with the bows, while stubbornly the young men, after those retreated fighting through the lead-swept town and up the sounding steeps. There, looking down along the track of terror splotched with red and dotted with the wounded and the dead, they saw the bluecoats rage among their roofs, their homes flung down and given to the hoofs of desecrating wrath. And while they gazed in helpless grief and fury, torches blazed and teepees kindled. Casks of powder, stawed against a doubtful future, belched and rawed. The hurtled lodge poles showered in the gloom, and rawhide tops, like glutted bats of doom, sailed tumbling in the dusk of that despair. Not long the routed warriors cowered there among the rocks and gullies of the steep. The weakness of a panic-broken sleep wore off. Their babies whimpered in the frost. Their herd was captured. Everything seemed lost but life alone. It made them strong to die. The death song, stabbed with many a battle cry, blew down the flat, a blizzard of a sound, and all the rocks and draws and brush around spat smoke and arrows in a closing ring. There fell a sudden end of plundering. Abruptly as they came the raiders fled, and certain of their wounded, men have said, were left to learn what hells are made of wrath. Now, gleaning in that strewn tornado path their dead and dying, came the morning folk to find a heap for home, a stinking smoke for plenty. Senseless to the whirling snow, about the bitter honey of their woe they swarmed and moaned. What evil had they done? Dear eyes, forever empty of the sun, stared up at them. These little faces, old with pain and pinched with more than winter cold. Why should they never seek the breast again? A keening such as wakes the wolf in men outwailed the wind. Yet many a thrifty wife, long used to serve the urgencies of life that make death seem a laggard's impudence, descended in a rage of common sense upon the wreck, collecting what would do to fend the cold. Now, while the village grew, a miracle of patches, Jerry built. The young men, hot upon the trail of guilt with crazy hoss, found many a huddled stray fall-on along the thousand-footed way the stolen herd had gone. And all day long, their fury warmed them, and their hearts were strong to meet with any death a man might die. For still they heard the wounded children cry, the mourning of the women for the dead. Nor did they deem that any hero led the raiders. Surely nothing but the greed of terror could devour at such a speed that pony-laming wallow, drift on drift. The blue dusk mingled with the driven sift, and still it seemed the trail of headlong flight was making for the wilderness of night and safety. Then, a little way below the mouth of Lodge Pole Creek, a dancing glow went up the bluff. Some few crept close to see, and what they saw was listless misery that crouched and shivered in a smudge of sage. How well they cooled their baby-killing rage, those tentless men without a bite to eat. And many, rubbing snow upon their feet, made faces that were better to behold than how their shaking hosses took the cold with tight-tailed rumps against the bitter flaw. Beyond the camp and scattered up the draw, the hungry ponies pawed the frozen ground, and there was no one anywhere around to guard them. White man medicine was weak. Now all the young men, hearing, burned to wreak their hate upon the foe. A wiser will restrain them. Wait a bet a time to kill, said Crazy Hoss. Our lives a few to give and theirs are many. Can our people live without the herd? We must not die today. The time will come when I will lead the way where many die. Like hungry wolves that prowl the melancholy marches of the owl where cows and calves are grazing unafraid, the pony stalkers went. A stallion neighed, ears pricked to question what the dusk might bring. Then all the others fell to whinnying, and yonder in the camp the soldiers heard. Some rose to point where many shadows, blurred with driven snow and twilight, topped a rise and vanished in the smother. Jeering cries came struggling back and perished in the bruit of charging wind. No bugles of pursuit aroused the camp. Night howled along the slough. The sun danced now, wheresoever thawing breezes blue and green began to prickle in the brown. There went the tale of Crazy Hoss's town to swell a mood already growing there. For something more than spring was in the air, and mightier than any maiden's eyes, the Lilith lure of perilous emprise was setting all the young men's blood astir. How fair the more than woman face of her, whose smile has gulfed how many a daring prow. What cities burn for jewels on her brow, upon her lips what vintages are red. Her lovers are the tallest of the dead forever. When the streams of Troas rolled so many heroes seaward, she was old, yet she is young forever to the young. 'Twas now the murmur of the man-flood, flung upon the hills, grew ominously loud. The whole white world seemed lifted in a cloud to sweep the prairie with a monstrous rain. Slay one, and there were 50 to be slain? Give 50 to the flame for torturing, then count the marching multitude of spring green blade by blade. Still wilder rumors grew. They told of soldiers massed against the Sioux and waiting till the grass was good, to fall on Crazy Hoss and Sitting Bull and Gall that all the country might be safe for theft, and nothing of a warrior race be left but whining beggars in a feeding pen. Alas, the rights of men, of other men, that centenary season of the free? No doubt the situation wanted tea to make it clear, but long before the green had topped the hills, the agencies grew lean of youth and courage. Did a watch-dog bark midway between the owl and meadowlark? Then other lads with bow and shield and lance were making for the region of romance, where Sitting Bull's weird medicine was strong and Crazy Hoss's name was like a song a happy warrior sings before he dies, and Gall's a wind of many battle cries that flings 1,000 ponies on the doomed. So where the powder and the rosebud boomed, men met as water of the melting snows. The North Cheyennes and North Arapahos become one people in a common cause with Brulés, Miniconjou, Hunkpapas, Sans Ox, and Ogalallas came to throng the valleys, and the villages were long with camp on camp. Nor was there any bluff in all the country that was tall enough to number half the ponies at a look. Here young June came with many tales of Crook, the gray fox, marching up the Bozeman road. How long a dust above his horsemen flowed. How long a dust his walking soldiers made. What screaming thunder when the pack mules brayed, and all the 6-mule wagon teams replied. The popping of the whips on sweaty hide, how like a battle when the foe is bold. And from the north still, other tales were told by those who heard the steamboats wheeze and groan with stuffs of war along the Yellowstone to feed the camps already waiting there. Awaiting what? The might of yellow hair now coming from the Hot's mouth. Rumor guessed how many snakes were riding from the west to join the whites against their ancient foes, how many Reese, how many of the crows remembered to be jealous of the Sioux. Look north, look south. The cloud of trouble grew. Look east, look west, the whole horizon frowned, but it was better to be ringed around with enemies, to battle and to fail, than be a beggar chief like Spotted Tail, however fattened by a hated hand. Now, when the full moon flooded all the land before the laughter of the owls began, they turned to one who, mightier than man, could help them most, the spirit in the sun. For whatsoever wonder-work is done upon the needy earth, he does it all. For him, the whole world sickens in the fall when streams cease singing, and the skies go gray, and trees and bushes weep their leaves away in hopeless hushes empty of the bird, and all day long and all night long are heard the high geese wailing after their desire. But even so, his saving gift of fire is given unto miserable men until they see him face to face again, and all his magic happen, none knows how. It was the time when he is strongest now, and so a holy man whose heart was good went forth to find the sacred cottonwood beloved of the spirit. Straight and high, a thing of worship yearning for the sky, it flourished, sunning in a lonely draw, and then none heard the holy man nor saw what rites were done, save only one who knows from whence the new moon comes and whither goes the old, and what the stars do all day long. Thereafter came the people with a song, the men, the boys, the mothers and the maids, all posy crowns and blossom-woven braids, as though a blooming meadow came to see. And fruitful women danced about the tree to make the spirit glad, for having known the laughter of the children of their own, some goodness of the earth, the giving one, was in them and was pleasing to the sun, the prairie-loving nourisher of seed. A warrior who had done the bravest deed, yet dared that year by any of the Sioux now struck the trunk as one who counts a coup upon a dreaded foe, and prairie gifts he gave among the poor, for nothing lifts the heart like giving. Let the coward save, big hod and little hot, but still the brave have more with nothing. Singing virgins came whose eyes had never learned to droop with shame, nor was there any present, man or youth, could say them aught of ill and say the truth, for sweet as water in a snow-born brook, where many birches come and lean to look along a mountain gorge, their spirits were. And each one took the axe they gave to her, and smote the tree with many a lusty stroke. And with a groan the sleeper in it woke, and far hills heard the falling shout of him. Still rang the axes, cleaving twig and limb along the taped beauty of the bole, till, naked to the light, the sacred pole lay waiting for the bearers. They who bore were chieftains, and their fathers were before, and all of them had fasted as they should. Yet none dared touch the consecrated wood with naked fingers, out of pious fear. And once for every season of the year they paused along the way, remembering with thanks alike the autumn and the spring, the winter and the summer. Then it fell that many warriors, lifting up a yell that set their ponies plunging, thundered down across the center of the circled town, where presently the holy tree should stand. For whosoever first of all the band could strike the sacred spot with bow or spear might gallop deep among the dead, that ye yet be of those whom busy death forgot. And sweaty battle raged about the spot where screaming ponies, rearing to the thrust of screaming ponies, clashed amid the dust, and riders wrestled in the hoof-made gloam. So, having safely brought the sun tree home, the people feasted as for victory. And on the second day they dressed the tree and planted it with sacred songs and vows, and round it reared a wall of woven boughs that opened to the mystic sauce of day. And with the next dawn mothers came to lay their babies down before the Holy One, each coveting a hero for a son or sturdy daughters fit to nurse the bold. Then, when the fourth dawn came the war drums rolled, and from their lodges, lean and rended pure with meatless days, those vowing to endure the death and torture to be born again, came naked there before the holy men who painted them with consecrated paint. And if a knee seemed loosened, it was faint with fast and weary vigil, not with dread. For lo, the multitudinary dead pressed round to see if heroes such as they still walked the earth despite the small a day, when 'twas not half so easy to be brave. Now, prone beneath the pole, as in a grave, without a wince each vower took the blade in chest or back, and through the wound it made endured the passing of the rawhide thong, swung from the pole's top, raised a battle song to daunt his anguish. staggered to his feet and Lanning, caped to the war drums, beat a dizzy rigadoon with agony. So all day long, the spirit-haunted tree bore bloody fruitage, groaning to the strain, for with the dropping of the ripened pane, upon the stem the greening courage grew. And seldom had there fallen on the Sioux so great a wind of ghostly might as then. Boys tripped it, bleeding, with the tortured men. The mothers, daughters, sisters, sweethearts, wives of those who suffered, gashed their flesh with knives to share a little of the loved one's pang. And all day long, the sunning valley rang with songs of courage, and the mother sod received the red libation, and the god gave power to his people. Roman 11, the 7th marches far away. One foggy morning in the midst of May, Fort Lincoln had beheld the marshalling of Terry's forces, heard the bugle sing, the blaring of the band, the brave hurrah of Custer's men recalling Washita and confident of yet another soon. How gallantly in column of platoon, so many doomed and given to the ghost. Before the weeping women of the post they sat there dancing horses on parade. What made the silence suddenly afraid when, with a brazen crash, the band went whist and, dimmer in the clinging river mist, the line swung westward? Did the squaws know, through some wise terror of the ancient foe, to what unearthly land their warriors led the squadrons? Better suited to the dead than to the quick, their chanting of farewell grew eerie in the shadow, rose and fell, the long-drawn yammer of a lonely dog. But when at length the sun broke through the fog, what reassurance in the wide blue air, the solid hills, and Custer riding there with all the famous 7th at his heel. And back of those the glint of flowing steel above the dusty infantry, the sun's young glimmer on the trundled Gatling guns, and then the mounted Reese. And after that the loaded pack mules straggling up the flat and wagons crowding wagons for a mile. What premonition of the afterwhile could darken eyes that saw such glory pass when, lilting in a muffled blare of brass off yonder near the sundering prairie rim, the girl I left behind me floated dim as from the unrecoverable years? And was it nothing but a freak of tears, the vision that the grieving women saw? For suddenly a shimmering veil of awe caught up the van. One could have counted 10, while Custer and the half of Custer's men were riding up a shining steep of sky, as though to join the dead, that do not die, but haunt some storied heaven of the bold. And then, it seemed a smoke of battle rolled across the picture, leaving empty air above the line that slowly shot in there and dropped below the prairie, and was gone. Now day by day, the column straggled on, while Moody May was dribbling out in rain to make a wagon wallow of the plain between the muddy and the upper hot, where lifeless hills, as by demonic art, were hewn to forms of wonderment and fear. Excited echoes flocked about to hear, and any sound brought riotous applause. So long among the scops and tangled draws had clung that silence and the spell of it. Some fiend-deserted city of the pit the region seemed, with crumbling domes and spires, for still it smoked with reminiscent fires, and in the midst, as 'twere the stream of woe, a dark flood ran. June blusted in with snow, and all the seasons happened in a week. Beyond the Beaver and O'Fallon Creek they toiled. Amid the wilderness of breaks the drainage of the Lower Powder makes, they found a way and brought the wagons through. Nor had they sight or sign of any Sioux in all that land. Here Reno headed south with packs and half the troopers for the mouth of Mizpah, thence to scout the country west about the Tongue, while Terry and the rest pushed onward to the Yellowstone to bide with Gibbon's men the news of Reno's ride. Mid-June drew on. Slow days of waiting bred unhappy rumors. Everybody said what no one, closely questioned, seemed to know. Enormous numerations of the foe, by tentative narration made exact and tagged with all the circumstance of fact, discredited the neat official tale. 'Twas well when dawn came burning down the vale and river fogs were lifting like a smoke, and bugles, singing reveille, awoke a thousand-throated clamor in the herd. But when the hush was like a warning word and taps had yielded darkness to the owl, a hosse's whinny or a coyote's howl made true the wildest rumors of the noon. So passed the fateful 17th of June, when none might guess how much the gossip lacked to match the unimaginative fact of what the Upper Rosebud saw that day. How Crook, with Reno 40 miles away, had met the hordes of crazy hoss and Gaul, and all the draws belched cavalries, and all the ridges bellowed, and the river fen went dizzy with the press of mounted men. A slant cyclonic tangle. How the dock came not a whit too early, and the loch beheld the gray fox slinking back amazed to Goose Creek. What a dust the victors raised when through the Cherish Hills by many a pass they crowded down upon the greasy grass to swell the hostile thousands waiting there. Alas, how wide they made for yellow hair that highway leading to the shining past! Now came the end of waiting, for at last the scouring squadrons, jogging from the south, had joined their comrades at the Rosebud's mouth with doubtful news. That evening by the fires, according to their dreads or their desires, the men discussed the story that was told about a trail, not over 3 weeks old, that led across the country from the tongue, struck up the Rosebud 40 miles and swung again to westward over the divide. Some said, "We'll find blue sky the other side, then back to Lincoln soon." But more agreed 'twould not be so with Custer in the lead. He'll eat his hosses when the hardtack's gone till every man's afoot, and they're up on scarred veterans, remembered other days with Custer, thirsty marches in the blaze of Texas suns, with stringy mule to chew, and times when splinters of the North Pole blew across the lofty Colorado plains, and muddy going in the sullen rains of Kansas Springs, when verily you felt your backbone rub the buckle of your belt, because there weren't any mules to spare. Aye, there were tales to make the rookies stare of Custer's daring, and of Custer's luck, and some recalled that night before they struck Black Kettle's village. Phew, and what a night! A foot of snow, and not a pipe alight, and not a fire. You didn't dare to doze, but kept your fingers on your horse's nose for fear he'd nicker and the chance be lost. And all night long there, starry in the frost, you'd see the steaming colonel striding by. And when the first light broke along the sky, yet not enough to make a saber shine, you should have seen him gallop down the line with hair astream. It warmed your blood to see the way he clapped his hat beneath his knee and yelled, "Come on. Go ask him if we came." And so they conjured with a magic name, but wakeful in the darkness after taps, how many saddened, conscious of the lapse of man-denying time, the lost owl ceased. A pewee sensed the changing of the east and fluted shyly, doubtful of the news. A wolf, returning from an all-night cruise among the rabbits, topped a staring rim and vanished. Now the cooks were stirring dim, waist-deep in wood smoke crawling through the damp. The shadow lifted from the snoring camp. The bugle sang. The hosses cried ha, ha. The mule herd raised a woeful fanfare to swell the music, singing out of tune. Up came the sun. The 7th marched at noon, 600 strong. By fawes and troop by troop, with packs between, they passed the colonel's group by Terry's tent, the rickaries and crows astride their shaggy paints and calicos, the regimental banner and the greys, and after them the sorrels and the bays, the whites, the browns, the piebalds and the blacks. One flesh they seemed with those upon their backs, whose weathered faces, like and fit for bronze, some gleam of unforgotten battle dawns made bright and hard. The music of their going, how good to hear? Though mournful beyond knowing, the low-toned chanting of the crows and reese, the guidons whipping in a stiff south breeze prophetical of thunder-brewing weather, the chiming spurs and bits and crooning leather, the shoe calks clinking on the scattered stone, and, fusing all, the rolling undertone of hoofs by hundreds rhythmically blent, the diapason of an instrument strung taut for battle music. So they passed. And Custer, waking from a dream at last with still some glory of it in his eyes, shook hands around and said his last goodbyes and swung a leg across his dancing bay that champed the snaffle, keen to be away where all the others were. Then Gibbons spoke, jocosely, but with something in the joke of its own pleasantry incredulous. "Now don't be greedy, Custer, wait for us." And Custer laughed and gave the bay his head. "I won't," he cried. Perplexed at what he said, they watched the glad bay smoking up the draw and heard the lusty welcoming hurrah that swept along the column. When it died, the melancholy pack mules prophesied and ghost mules answered. Roman 12 high noon on the Little Horn now, it came to pass. That late June morning on the greasy grass, 2 men went fishing, warriors of the Sioux, and, lonesome in the silence of the two, a youngster pictured battles on the sand. Once more beneath the valor of his hand the execrated troopers, blotted out, became a dust. Then, troubled with a doubt, he ventured. "Uncle, will they find us here, the soldiers?" 'Twas a buzzing in the ear of Red Hawk where he brooded on his cost. "The wind is coming up," he said at last. "The sky grows dusty." "Then the fish won't bits," said Running Wolf. "There may be rain tonight," said Red Hawk, falling silent. Bravely then the youngster wrought himself a world of men where nothing waited on a wind of whim, but everything, obedient to him, fell justly. All the white men in the world were huddled there, and round about them swirled more warriors than a grown-up might surmise. The pony thunder and the battle cries, the whine of arrows eager for their marks drowned out the music of the meadowlarks, the rising gale that teased the cottonwoods to set them grumbling in their whitened hoods, the chatter of a little waterfall. These pebbles, see, were crazy Hoss and Gaul. Here Crow King raged and Black Moon battled there. This yellow pebble, look, was yellow hair, this drab one with a little splotch of red, the gray fox Crook, ho-ho. And both were dead, and white men fell about them every place. the leafage of the autumn of a race till all were down. And when their doom was sealed, the little victor danced across the field amid the soundless singing of a throng. The brief joy died, for there was something wrong about this battle. Mournfully came back that other picture of a dawn attack, the giant hosses rearing in the fogs of their own breath, the yelping of the dogs, the screaming rabble swarming up the rise, the tangled terror in his mother's eyes, the flaming lodges and the bloody snow. Provokingly oblivious of woe, the two still eyed the waters and were dumb. But will they find us, uncle, will they come? Now Red Hawk grunted, heaving at his line, and rod of flying spray and morning shine, a spiral rainbow flashed along the brook. Hey, hey, said Red Hawk, staring at his hook. He got my bait, run yonder to the bluff and catch some hoppers, ho-hey. Get enough and you shall see how fish are caught today. Half-heartedly the youngster stole away across a brawling riffle, climbed the steep and gazed across the panoramic sweep of rolling prairie, tawny in the drought, to where the big Hans loomed along the south, no more than ghosts of mountains in the dust. Up here the hot wind, booming gust on gust, made any nook a pleasant place to dream. You could not see the fishes by the stream, and you were grown so tall that, looking down across the trees, you saw most all the towns strung far along the valley. First you saw the Cheyennes yonder, opposite the draw that yawned upon the Ford, a goodly sight, so many and so mighty in a fight and always faithful brothers to the Sioux. Trees hid the Brûlé village, but you knew 'twas half a bowshot long from end to end. Then Ogalallas filled a river bend, and next the Minneconjou did the same. A little farther south the Sans Arc came, and they were neighbors to the Hunkpapas. The blackened smoke vents, flapping in the flaws, were like a startled crow flock taking wing. Some Ogalallas played at toss the ring, and many idlers crowded round to see. The grazing ponies wandered lazily along the flat and up the rolling west. Now, guiltily remembering his quest, he trotted farther up the naked hill, dropped down a gully where the wind was still, and came upon a hopping army there. They swarmed, they raged, but Ho-Hey didn't care, for suddenly, it seemed the recent climb had been a scramble up the height of time, and Ho-Hey's name was terror in the ears of evil peoples. Seizing weeds for spears, he charged the soldiers with a dreadful shout. The snapping of their rifles all about might daunt a lesser hero. Never mind, his medicine made all their bullets blind, and 'twas a merry slaughter. Then at last the shining glory of the vision passed, and hoppers were but hoppers as before, and he, a very little boy once more, stood dwarfed and lonely on a windy rise. The sun was nearly up the dusty skies. 'Twas white with heat and had a funny stare, all face. The wind had blown away its hair. It looked afraid, as though the sun should fear. Now, squinting downward through the flying blear, he scanned the town. And suddenly the old remembered dawn of terror struck him cold. Like startled aunts that leave a stricken mound in silence that is felt as panic sound by one who sees, the squaws and children pawed along the valley northward past the Ford, and men were chasing ponies every place, while many others ran, as in a race, to southward. Ho-Hey, taking to his heels, made homeward like a cottontail that feels a coyote pant and whimper at his tail. He reached the bluff rim, scrambled to the vale, and crossed the stream. The fishermen were gone. A hubbub in the village led him on pell-mell among the snatching underwood, till, checked as by a wall of sound, he stood apant and dripping in the howling town. A bent old man there hobbled up and down upon a staff, and sang a cackling song of how his heart was young again and strong. But no one heeded. Women ran with guns and bows and war-clubs, screaming for their sons and husbands. Men were mounting in a whirl of manes and tails to vanish in a swirl of scattered sand, and ever louder blew the singing wind of warriors riding through to battle. Ho-Hey watched them, mouth agape, until he felt a hand upon his nape that shoved him north, and someone shouted, "Run!" He scampered. Meanwhile, nearer to the sun, a rifle shot beyond the village end, came Reno's troopers pouring round a bend, their carbines ready at their saddle bows. A bugle yammered, and a big dust rose, and hosses nickered as the fours swung wide in battle order, and the captains cried, and with a running thunder of hurrahs the long line stormed upon the Hunkpapas strung thin across the open flat. They fled like feeble ghosts of men already dead beneath the iron feet that followed there. For now they deemed the far-famed Yellow Hair, the wolf of Washita, with all his pack potential in the dust cloud at his back, bow down upon them. Flame along a slough before a howling wind, the terror grew as momently increased the flying mass, for all the others running up were grass before that flame, till men became aware of how another voice was booming there, outsoaring panics, smashing through the brawl of hoofs and wind and rifles. It was Gaul, a night wind blowing when the stars are dim. His big black gelding panted under him, and scarce he seemed a man of mortal race, his naked body and his massive face serene as hewn from time-forgotten rock, despite the horses rearing to the shock of surging men. Boy-hearted warriors took new courage from the father in his look and listened in a sudden lull of sound. "The foe is there," he shouted. "Turn around, die here today." And everywhere he rode a suck of men grew after him and flowed to forward. Now it seemed the routed fear had joined the halted troops. They ceased to cheer. Dismounting with their right upon the trees along the river and the rickeries upon their left, they flung a blazing dam across the valley. Like a river jam, the eager rabble deepened on the front, for other hundreds, howling to the hunt, were dashing up with ponies. Then they say a sound was heard as when a jam gives way before a heaped-up freshet of the spring, and ponies in a torrent smote the wing where, mounted yet, the little band stood. Now those, remembering where life was good, regretting that they ever chose to roam so far from kindly faces, started home without farewells. And round the crumpled flank, the Sioux came thronging, bending back the rank upon the pivot of the farther troop, till, crowded in a brushy river loop, the soldiers fought bewildered and forlorn. Behind them from across the little Hon, the long-range rifles on the bluff rim spat a hornet swarm among them, and the flat before them swam with ponies on the run, a vertigo of shadows, for the sun went moony in the dust and disappeared. Inverted faces of a nightmare leered beneath the necks of ponies hurtling past, and every surge of horsemen seemed the last, so well their daring fed upon their rage. It might have been a moment or an age the troopers gripped that slipping edge of life, when some along the left saw a bloody knife, by Reno, straighten from his fighting squat, and heard him scream, and saw the wound he got spew brains between the fingers clutching there. Then like a drowning man with hands in air he sank. And some who fought nearby have said the major's face, all spattered with the red of that snuffed life, went chalky, and his shout scarce reached the nearer troopers roundabout, back to the bluffs. But when a few arose to do his will, they say he raged at those, get down, get down." Then once again he cried, "Get to the bluffs," and was the first to ride. Now some along the right who had not heard but saw the mounting, passed a shouted word that groped a whisper through the roaring smoke. "We're going to charge." And where it fell, it broke the ragged line. Men scrambled to the rear where now the plunging horses shrieked with fear and fought their holding faws. Nor all in vain, for whole quadrigi, fastened bit to rein, ramped down that stormy twilight of the Sioux. The nearest empty saddle seat would do for any lucky finder. Rout or charge, what matter? All along the river marge the man's storm raged, and all the darkened vale was tumult. To retreat was to assail, assault was flight. The craven and the bold seemed one that moment where the loud dust rolled, death-strewing, up along the little Hon. About the loop, a mockery of mawn broke in upon the gloaming of the noon, and hostless troopers, starting from the swoon of battle, saw, and knew themselves alone, and heard the wounded wailing and the moan of dying men around them. Even these, fallen among the bullet-bitten trees, were scarce less lucky than the fleeing ranks with crowding furies snapping at their flanks, death in the rear and frantic hope ahead. 'Twas like a bison hunt, the Sioux have said, when few bulls battle and the fat cows run less fleet than slaughter. Hidden from the sun, how many a boy, struck motherless, belied the whisked cheek. What heroism died, fronting the wild white glory? Funk off fight, lost in the noon's anomaly of night, the troopers struggled, groping for a ford. But maw and maw the pressure of the hod baw leftward, till the steep-banked river spread before them, and the bluffs that loomed ahead were like the domes of heaven to the damned. A shrinking moment, and the flood was jammed with men and hosses thrashing belly deep, and down upon them, jostled to the leap, the rear cascaded. Many-noted pain sang medley in the roaring rifle rain that swept the jetting water, gust on gust. And many a Sioux, gone wild with slaughter lust, plunged after. Madmen grappled in the flood, and tumbling in the current, streaked with blood, drank deep together and were satisfied. Now scrambling out upon the further side, the hunted troopers blundered at a steep moss suited to the flight of mountain sheep than hosses, for a narrow pony trail, that clambered up a gully from the vale, immediately clogged with brutes and men. Spent hosses skidded back to strive again, red-flanked and broken-hearted. Many bore their riders where no hoss had gone before, nor ever shall go. Bullets raked the slope, and from the valley to the heights of hope, the air was dirty with the arrow snow. The heights of hope, alas, that stair of woe, strewn with the bleeding offal of the rout, led only to an eminence of doubt, a more appalling vision of their plight. For in the rear and on the left and right the nearer bluffs were filling with the Sioux, and still along the flat beneath them blew the dust of thousands yelping for the kill. They say that good men broke upon the hill and wept as children weep. And there were some who stared about them empty-eyed and dumb, as though it didn't matter. Others hurled profane irrelevancies at the world, or raved about the jamming of their guns. And yet there lacked not level-headed ones, unruffled shepherds of the flock, who strove for order in the milling of the drove, with words to soothe or cheer, or sting with scorn. Now up the valley of the Little Horn wild news came crying from the lower town of other soldiers yonder, riding down upon the godless village from the east, and every tongue that sped the news increased the meaning of it. Victory forsook big hearts that withered. Lo, the grey fox crook, returning for revenge, and not alone. How many camps along the Yellowstone were emptied on the valley there below? The whipped were but a sprinkle of the foe, and now the torrent was about to burst. With everything to know, they knew the worst, and saw the clearer in that no one saw. Then broke a flying area of awe across the rabble, like a patch of sun upon the troubled con, when grey clouds run, and in the midst a glowing rift is blown. Pressed back before the plunging, white-faced roan of crazy hoss, men brightened. How they knew that lean, swift fighting spirit of the Sioux, the wizard eyes, the haggard face and thin, transfigured by a burning from within, despite the sweat-streaked paint and battle grime. Old men would ponder in the wane of time that lifting vision and alluring cry. There never was a better day to die. Come on, Dakotas, cowards to the rear. Some hundreds yonder held the net of fear round Reno's hill, but in the cloud that spread along the valley where the fleet roan led were thousands. Now the feeble and the young, the mothers and the maidens, terror-flung beyond the lower village to the west, had seen the soldiers loom along a crest beyond the town, and, heading down a swell by Foz with guidons streaming in the gale, approached the ford. 'Twas Custer with the Greys, a sorrel troop and thrice as many bays, 200 and a handful at the most, but 'twas the bannered onset of a host to those who saw and fled. Nor could they know the numbers and the valiance of the foe down river where the bulls of war were loud, for even then that thunder and the cloud came northward. Were they beaten? Had they won? What devastation, darkening the sun, was tearing down the valley, on it rod and darkled, deepened at the lower ford, and veered cyclonic up the yawning draw to eastward. Now the breathless people saw the dusty ponies darting from the van and swarming up the left. The guns began, a running splutter. Yonder to the south, the big dust boiling at a coulie's mouth was pouring ponies up around the right. Grown dimmer in the falling battle night, the stormy guidons of the troopers tossed, retreating upward, lessened and were lost amid a whirling cloud that topped the hill. And steadily, the valley spouted still the double stream of warriors. Then a shout enringed the battle, and the scene went out in rumbling dust, as though a mine were lit beneath the summit, and the belch of it gloomed bellowing. A windy gloaming spread across the ridges, flicked with errant lead, and wayward arrows groping for a mock, and hosses, hurtled from the central dock, with empty saddles charged upon the day. Meanwhile on Reno's hill, 4 miles away, men hottened to a rousing cheer had seen the bays and blacks and sorrels of Benteen, hoof-heavy with their unavailing quest among the valleys to the south and west, toil upward. Unmolested by the foe, the pack mules, trumpeting, "We told you so," trudged in a little later. By the cheers it might have been reunion after years, and was in truth, for there were graying locks that night to mock the pedantry of clocks, untroubled by the ages life can pack between the ticks. The fire had fallen slack upon the watching summits round about, and in a maze of wonderment and doubt men scanned the north that darkled as with war. What was it that the major waited for? He'd best be doing something pretty quick, or there'd be Custer with a pointed stick to look for him. So growled a bold a few, but many thought of little else to do than just to dodge the leaden wasp that kills sent over by the snipers on the hills in fitful swarms. Now like a bellowed word the miles made inarticulate, they heard a sound of volley firing. There, and there, hoarse with a yet incredible despair, that incoherent cry of kin to kin grew big above the distant battle din, the sequent breakers of a moaning sea. And twice the murmuring veil of mystery was rent and mended. Then the tearing drawl was heard no more, where fury, striding tall, made one in dust the heavens and the earth. "He's pitching into them for all he's worth," some ventured. Was there nothing else to do but hug that hill? Then suddenly there grew a voice of wrath, and many lying near, who heard it, looked, and it was Captain Weir by Reno yonder, and the place went still. Then, "Major, if you won't, by God I will, and there'll be more to say if we get back." They saw him fling a leg across his black, and take the northward steep with face set grim, and all the Black Horse troop rode off to him across the gulch to vanish on a rise. 2 miles away from where the smudgy skies of afternoon anticipated night, they halted on a space-commanding height and, squinting through the dusty air ahead, were puzzled. For the silence of the dead had fallen yonder. Only now and then a few shots crackled. Groups of mounted men, not troopers, by the rifting dust revealed, were scattered motionless about the field, as wearily contented with a work well done at last. Then suddenly the murk began to boil and murmur, like a storm before the wind comes. Ponies in a swarm were spreading out across the ridgy land against the blacks. By now the whole command was coming up, and not a whit too soon. For once again the sun became a moon amid the dust of thousands bearing down. Now farther back upon a bleak bluff crown, the troop of Godfrey waited for the fight, not doubting that their comrades held the right, when Otters, riding with an urgent heel, arrived with more of prudence to reveal than pluck. Withdraw at once. A startled stare made plain how all the flanking hills were bare, and not a sign of Reno in the rear. Just then the fleeing troops of French and Weir came roaring down across a ridge in front, and, close upon their heels, the howling hunt made dimmer yet the summit of the slope. And Godfrey, seeing very little hope if all should flee those thousands, overjoyed with some great coup, dismounted and deployed to fight on foot, and sent the horses back. And so he dared the brunt of the attack, retreating slowly like a wounded bear with yelping dogs before him, everywhere regardful of the eager might at bay. And so the whole command got back that day of big despairs, and men remember still. Then all the ridges circling Reno's hill were crowded. In among the flattened men, now desperately fighting 1 to 10, hell hornets snarled and feathered furies crooned a death song, and the sun was like a wound wherewith the day bled dizzy. Yet from all the muddled nightmare of it, men recall deeds brighter for the years. How Captain French, like any stodgy tailor on his bench, sat cross-legged at the giddy edge of life, serenely picking with a pocket knife the shell-jammed guns and loading them anew. How, seemingly enamored of the view, deliberate, Johnsonian of mien, his briar drawing freely, strolled Benteen along his fighting line. How Wallace, Weir and Godfrey yonder, fearing only fear, walked round among the troopers, cheering them. And some remember happy Jack of 'em, the way his gusty laughter served to melt the frost of terror, though the joy he felt seemed less to mock a hero than a fool. And once, they say, an ammunition mule broke loose and bolted, braying, as he went, defiance and a traitorous intent to quit the whites forever. Then they tell how Sergeant Henley with an Irish yell took horse and followed, jealous for the pack, and all the line roared after him, come back, you fool!" But Henley went ahead. At times you hardly saw him for the lead that whipped the dust up. Blindly resolute, the traitor with the Irish in pursuit struck up along a hostile ridge that burned and smoked and bellowed. Presently he turned and panted home, an image of remorse, and Henley, leaping from his winded horse, lay down and went to work among the rest. The wounded day bled ashen in the west, the firing dwindled in the dusk and ceased, the frightened stars came peeking from the east to see what anguish moaned. The wind went down, a lull of death, but yonder in the town all night the war drums flouted that despair upon the hill, and dances in the glare of fires that towered filled the painted dock with demon exultation, till the lock of doom should wobble. Heavy-lidded eyes saw often in the sage along a rise the loom of troops. If any shouted, "Look!" and pointed, all the others cheered for Crook or Terry coming, and the bugles cried to mocking echoes. When the sick hope died, they fell to sullen labor, scraping up the arid earth with plate and drinking cup against the dreaded breaking of the day. And here and there among the toilers lay the winners of an endless right to shirk, while many panted at a harder work, the wage whereof is nothing left to buy. It seemed that all were men about to die, forlornly busy there among the dead, each man his sexton. Petulant with dread, they talked of Custer, grumbling at a name already shaping on the lips of fame to be a deathless bugle singing soon. For no one guessed what now the toddy moon was pouring over with a face of fright out yonder. Naked bodies gleaming white the whole way to the summit of the steep where silence, brooding on a tumbled heap of men and horses, listened for a sound. A wounded troop horse sniffed the bloody ground and ghosts of horses nicked when he neighed. Now scarcely had the prairie owls, afraid of morning, ceased, or waiting hushes heard a timid, unauthoritative bird complain how late the meadowlarks awoke, when suddenly the dreaded fury broke about the sleepless troopers, digging still. It raked the shallow trenches on the hill, it beat upon the little hollow where the mules and horses, tethered in a square about the wounded, rod and plunged amain, tight-tailed against no pasture-loving rain, and many fell and floundered. What of night from such a morning? For the hostile light increased the fury, and the battle grew. That day it seemed the very sun was Sue. The heat, the frenzy, and the powder gas wreaked torture. Men were chewing roots of grass for comfort ere the day had well begun. Bare to the grim mid-malice of the sun, the wounded raved for water. Far below, cool with the melting of the mountain snow, the river gleamed, and, queasy with the smell of bodies bloating in a stew of hell, men croaked about it. Better to be killed halfway to yonder joy than perish grilled between that grid of earth and burning air. So 19 troopers volunteered to dare a grisly race. The 20th who ran, invisible and fleeter than a man, with hoofs of peril flicked the dusty sod, where pluckily the sprinting water squad made streamward. Giddy with a wound he got, a trooper tumbled, and his cooking pot pursued the others with a bounding roll. A second runner crumpled near the goal. And when the sprawling winners drank, they say the bullets whipped the water into spray about their heads. For yonder in the brush the Sioux kept watch, but dared not make a rush because of marksmen stationed on the bluff. And when the greedy drinkers had enough, with brimming kettles and the filled canteens, they toiled along the tortuous ravines and panted up a height that wasn't fame's. Men still recall the water, but the names enrich that silence where the millions go. The shadows had begun to overflow their stagnant puddles on the nightward side, when presently the roar of battle died on all the circling summits there. Perplexed with what the wily foe might purpose next, the troopers lay and waited. Still the swoon of silence held the stifling afternoon, save for a low monotony of pain, the keening of the gnats about the slain that festered. Nothing happened. Shadows crept a little farther nightward. Many slept, dead to the sergeant's monitory shake, and some, for very weariness awake, got up and dared to stretch a leg at last, when from the summits broke a rifle blast that banished sleep and drove the strollers in. Abruptly as it started, ceased the din, and all the hills seemed empty as before. And, breath by breath, the weary waiting wore the hours out. Every minute loath to pass, forewarned the next of some assault in mass preparing in the hush. A careless head above a horse's carcass drew the lade of lurking marksmen. What would be the end? The prayed-for dark itself might prove no friend for all its pity. Now the early slant of evening made the thirsty horses pant and raise a running whimper of despair, when, seemingly ignited by the glare, the very prairie smoldered. Spire by spire, until the whole fat valley was afire, smoke towered in the windless air, and grew where late the league-long village of the Sioux lay hidden from the watches on the hill. And like the shadow of a monster, ill untimely gloaming fell across the height. Yet nothing but the failing of the light upon the distant summits came to pass. The muffled murmur of the burning grass was all the reeking valley had of sound, and when the troopers dared to walk around, no spluttering of rifles drove them back. The shadows in the draws were getting black when someone lifted up a joyous cry that set the whole band staring where the sky, to southward of the smoke, remembered day. And there they saw, already miles away, a pictographic scrawl upon the glow, the tangled slant and clutter of travois by crowding hundreds, ponies that pursued, a crawling, milling, tossing multitude, a summer river brawling out of banks, and glooms of horsemen flowing on the flanks. The whole Sioux village fleeing with the light to where the Big Horn Mountains glimmered white and low along the south. The horses neighed to swell the happy noise their masters made. The pack mules sang the only song they knew. And summits, late familiar with the Sioux, proclaimed a new allegiance, cheer on cheer. For who could doubt that news of Terry near had driven off the foe? Roman 13 the twilight moon wore by, and in the rainless waning of July 10,000 hearts were troubled where the creeks, young from the ancient winter of the peaks, romped in the mountain meadows green as May. The very children lost the heart to play, awed by the shadow of an unseen thing, as coveys, when the shadow of a wing forebodes a pounce of terror from the skies. They saw it in the bravest father's eyes, that shadow, in the gentlest mother's face, unwitting how there fell upon a race the twilight of irreparable wrong. The drums had fallen silent with the song, and valiant tales, late eager to be told, were one with all things glorious and old and dear, and gone forever from the Sioux. For now, the hunted prairie people knew how powerful the Gray Fox camp had grown on Goose Creek, how along the Yellowstone the mounted soldiers and the walking ones, a multitude, had got them wagon guns, of which the voice was thunder and the stroke, far off a second thunder and a smoke that bit and tore. A little while, and then those open jaws, toothed terribly with men, would move together, closing to the bite. What hope was left in anything but flight? And whither? Oh, the world was narrow now. Southeast, the rat-like nibbling of the plow had left them but a little way to go. The mountains of the never-melting snow walled up the west. Beyond the northern haze, there lay a land of unfamiliar ways, dark tongues and alien eyes. As waters keep their wonted channels, yearning for the deep, the homeless rabble took the ancient road. From bluff to bluff, the Rosebud Valley flowed their miles of ponies, and the pine-clad heights were sky-devouring torches in the nights behind them, and a rolling gloom by day, and prairies, kindled all along the way, bloomed balefully and blackened. Noon was dark, night starless, and the fleeing meadowlark forgot the morning. Where the bluestone runs their dust bore east, and seldom did the suns behold them going for the seed, they strewed to crop the rearward prairie solitude with black starvation, even for the crow. Creeks, stricken as with fever, ceased to flow and languished in a steaming ashen mire. But more than grass was given to the fire. Oh, memories no spring could render young. And so it was that, marching down the tongue, the gray fox, seeking for the hostile bands, saw nothing but the desolated lands black to the sky, and when a dreary week had brought him to the mouth of Bluestone Creek, lo, tarry with another empty tale. Broad as a road to ruin ran the trail of driven pony herds, a livid scar upon a vast cadaver, winding far to eastward as the tallest hill might look. And thither pressed the hoss and foot of Crook, their pack mules, lighter for a greater speed, with scant provisions for a fortnight's need upon their saddles. Burning August waned about the toiling regiments. It rained, a sudden, chill monotony of rains, as though the elements had cursed the plains, and now that flame had stricken, Wat has struck. The scarecrow hosses struggled with the suck of gumbo flats and hot break hills of clay, and many a bone bag fell beside the way too weak to rise, for still the draws were few that were not blackened. Crows and buzzards knew how little eager claws and whetted beaks availed them, where so many hollow cheeks had bulged about a brief and cookless feast. Still wearily, the main trail lengthened east by hungry days and fireless bivouacs, and more diverging pony tracks to north and south, and tangent lodge pole trails revealed the hunted scattering as quails before a dreaded hunter. Eastward still they staggered, nourished by a dogged will, past where a little river apes in mud and name the genius of a titan flood that drinks it. Crumbling pinnacles of awe looked down upon them. Domes of wonder saw the draggled columns slowly making head against the muck. The drooping hosses led, well loaded with their saddles, empty packs, become a cruel burden on the backs of plodding mules with noses to the ground. Along the deeps of Davis Creek they wound, to where the camels hump and rosebud, but behold the Hot's head. Here the long pursuit, it seemed, had come to nothing after all. The multitude of crazy hoss and Gaul had vanished in that God-forsaken place, and matched their fagged pursuers for a race with something grimmer than a human foe. 4 marches east across the dim plateau, fought Lincoln lured them. Twice as many days beyond the dripping low September haze, due south across the yet uncharted lands, lay Deadwood, unprotected from the bands of prowling hostiles. 'Twas enough for Crook. Half-heartedly the ragged column took the way of duty, and the foe appeared, where, like a God-built stadium, the tiered, age-carven slim butts watched the rabbit's lip go groping for the ocean. In the drip and ooze of sodden skies the battle raged, and presences, millennially aged in primal silence, shouted at the sight. Until the rifles gashed the front of night with sanguinary wounds, they fought it out, and darkness was the end of it, and doubt and drizzle. Unrejoicing victors knew what enemy, more mighty than the Sioux, would follow with no lagging human feet, and early morning saw them in retreat before that foe. Above their buried slain, 1,000 hosses trampled in the rain that none might know the consecrated ground to violate it. Up and up they wound among the foggy summits, till the van was checked with awe. Inimical to man, below them spread a featureless immense, more credibly a dream of impotence than any earthly country to be crossed, a gloomy flat, illimitably lost in gauzes of the downpour. Thither strove the gaunt battalions, and the chill rain drove unceasingly. Through league on league of Maya men straggled into camps without a fire to wolf their slaughtered hosses in the red, and all the wallow of the way they fled was strewn with crowbaits dying in the bogs. About them, in the forest of the fogs, lurked crazy hoss, a cougar mad for blood, and scarce the rearguard battles in the mud aroused the sullen plotters to the faw. The deer's ears loomed and vanished in the paw, the haystack butts stole off along the right, and men grew old between a night and night before their feeble toil availed to raise the black hills, set against the evil days about a paradise of food and rest. Now crazy hosses people, turning west, retraced the trail of ruin, sick for home. Where myriads of the bison used to roam and fatten in the golden autumn drowse, a few rejected bulls and barren cows grew yet a little lanna. Every place the good old earth, with ashes on her face, was like a childless mother in despair, though still she kept with jealous, loving care some little hod of all her youth had known against the dear returning of her own. But where the starving herd of ponies passed, the little shielded hollows, lately grassed, were stricken barren even as with fire. And so they reached the place of their desire, the deep-carved valley where the Powder flows. Here surely there was peace. But when the snows came booming where the huddled village stood and ponies, lean with gnawing cottonwood, were slain to fill the kettles, Dull Knife came, the great Cheyenne. The same? Oh, not the same as he who fought beside the greasy grass and slew his fill of enemies. Alas, the beggar in his eyes, and very old he seemed, for hunger and the pinch of cold were on him, and the rabble at his back, despairing hundreds, lacked not any lack that flesh may know and live. The feeble wail of babies put an edge upon the tale that Dull Knife told. There was a fight, he said. I set my winter village at the head of Willow Creek. The mountains there are tall. A canyon stood about me for a wall, and it was good to hear my people sing, for there was none that wanted anything that makes men happy. We were all asleep. The cold was sharp, the snow was very deep. What enemy could find us? We awoke. A thunder and a shouting and a smoke were there among us, and a swarm of foes, Pawnees, Shoshones and Arapahos and soldiers, many soldiers. It was night about us, and we fought them in the light of burning lodges till the town was lost, and all our plenty. Bitter was the frost, and most of us were naked from the bed. Now many of our little ones are dead of cold and hunger. Shall the others die? There was a light in Crazy Hoss's eye like moony ice. The other spoke again. As brothers have Dakota and Cheyenne made war together. Help us? You have seen we cannot live until the grass is green, my brother. Then the other face grew stone, the hard lips moved. A man must feed his own, said Crazy Hoss, and turned upon his heel. But now the flint of him had found the steel and Dull Knife, and the flare was bad to see. Tashunka Witko, dare to look at me that you may not forget me. We shall meet. The soldiers yonder have enough to eat, and I will come, no beggar, with the grass. And silently the people saw him pass along the valley where the snow lay blue, the plodding, silent, ragamuffin crew behind him. So the evil days began. Now Crazy Hoss, they say, was like a man who, having seen a ghost, must look and brood upon the empty way it took to nowhere, and he scarcely ate at all, and there was that about him like a wall to shut men out. He seemed no longer young. Bleak January found them on the tongue in search of better forage for the herd, a failing quest, and hither came the word of many walking soldiers coming down, with wagon guns, upon the starving town that might not flee. For whither could they go with ponies pawing feebly in the snow to grow the lana? Mighty in despair, they waited on a lofty summit there above the valley. Raw gray dawn revealed a scaly serpent crawling up a field of white beneath them. Leisurely it neared, resolving into men of frosty beard with sloping rifles swinging to the beat and melancholy fifing of their feet upon the frost, and shrill the wagon tires sang rearward. Now the soldiers lighted fires and had their breakfast hot, as who should say, "What hurry? It is early in the day and there is time for what we came to do." With wistful eyes the rabble of the Sioux beheld the eating, knew that they defied in vain their own misgivings when they cried, "Eat plenty? You will never eat again." It was not so, for those were devil men who needed nothing and were hard to kill. The wagon guns balked sharply at the hill to bite the summit, always shooting twice, and scrambling upward through the snow and ice came doggedly, without a sign of fear, the infantry of Miles. They didn't cheer, they didn't hurry, and they didn't stop, for all the rifles roaring at the top, until the gun butt met the battle-axe. Still fighting with their children at their backs, the Sioux gave slowly. Wind came on to blow, a hurrying northwester, blind with snow, and in the wild white dusk of it they fled. But when they reached the little Powder's head, so much of all their little had been lost, so well had wrought their hunger and the frost, one might have thought 'twas Dull Knife coming there. The country had a cold, disowning stare, the burned-off valleys could not feed their own. The moon was like a frozen bubble, blown along the rim of February nights when Spotted Tail, the lover of the whites, came there with mighty words. His cheeks were full, his belly round. He spoke of Sitting Bull and Gall defeated, driven far away across the line, of Red Cloud getting gray before his time, a cougar in a cage, self-eaten by a silent, toothless rage that only made the watching sentry smile. And still the story saddened. All the while the scattered Sioux were coming in to save their children with the food the soldiers gave and laying down their guns and making peace. He told how Dull Knife's fury did not cease but grew upon the soldier food he ate, and how his people fattened, nursing hate for Crazy Hoss. And many more than these but waited for the grass, the Loup Pawnees, the Utes, the Winnebagos and the Crows, Shoshones, Bannocks and Arapahos, with very many Ma Dakotas too. Now what could Crazy Hoss's people do against them all? Said Spotted Tail, the wise, and with the ancient puzzle in his eyes that only death may riddle. Gazing long now first upon the fat one in the wrong and now upon the starving in the right, the other found an answer. I could fight, and I could fight till all of us were dead. But now I have no powder left, he said. I cannot fight. Tell Grey Fox what you saw, that I am only waiting for a thaw to bring my people in. Roman 14 the death of Crazy Hoss and now 'twas done. Spring found the waiting fought at Robinson a half-moon ere the little powder knew, and, doubting still what Crazy Hoss might do when tempted by the herald geese A-wing to join the green rebellion of the spring, the whole frontier was troubled. April came, and once again his undefeated name rode every wind. Ingeniously, the West wrought verities from what the East had guessed of what the North knew. Eagerly deceived, the waiting South progressively believed the wildest story. April wore away. Fleet couriers, arriving day by day with but the frothing mintage of the fact, bought credit slowly in that no one lacked the easy gold of marvelous surmise. For gazing northward where the secret skies were moody with a coming long deferred, whoever spoke of Crazy Hoss still heard 10,000 hoofs. But yonder, with the Crow and Quixote to applaud his pomp of woe, the lost great Sioux rode down to his defeat. And now his people huddled in the sleet where Dog Creek and the Little Powder met. With faces ever sharper for the wet of hunger, silent in the driving rains, they straggled out across the blackened plains where Nyan Kara, mystically old, drew back a cloudy curtain to behold, serene with time's indifference to men. And now they tarried on the North Cheyenne to graze their feeble ponies, for the news of April there had wakened in the sloughs a glimmering of pity long denied. Nor would their trail across the bare divide grow dimmer with the summer, for the bleach of dwindled herds. So hard it was to reach the South Cheyenne. Oh, sad it was to hear how all the pent-up music of the year surged northward there the way it used to do. In vain the catbirds scolded at the Sioux. The timid pewee queried them in vain. Nor might they hearken to the whooping crane, nor heed the high geese calling them to come. Unwelcome waifs of winter, drab and dumb, where ecstasy of sap and thrill of wing made shift to flaunt some color or to sing the birth of joy, they toiled a weary way, and giddy April sobered into May, before they topped the summit looking down upon the valley of the soldiers' town at Robinson. Then, eerily began among the lean-jowled warriors in the van the chant of peace, a supplicating wail that spread along the clutter of the trail until the last bent straggler sang alone. And camp dogs, hunger-bitten to the bone, accused the heavens with a doleful sound. But silent still, with noses to the ground, the laden ponies toiled to cheat the crows, and famine, like a wag, had made of those a grisly jest. So Crazy Hoss came in with twice 1,000 beggars. And the din died out, though here and there a dog still howled, for now the mighty one, whom fate had fouled, dismounted, faced the silent double row of soldiers haughty with the glint and glow of steel and brass. A little while he stood as though bewildered in a haunted wood of men and rifles all astare with eyes. They saw a giant shrunken to the size of any sergeant. Now he met the glare of dull knife and his warriors waiting there with fingers itching at the trigger guard. How many comrade faces, strangely hard, were turned upon him. Ruefully he smiled, the doubtful supplication of a child caught guilty, loosed the bonnet from his head and cast it down. I come for peace, he said. Now let my people eat. And that was all. The summer ripened. Presages of fall now wanted nothing but the goose's flight. The goldenrods had made their torches bright against the ghostly imminence of frost. And one, long brooding on a birthright lost, remembered and remembered. Oh, the time when all the prairie world was white with rime of mornings, and the lodge smoke towered straight to meet the sunlight, coming over late for happy hunting. Oh, the days when winds kept silence in the far blue haze to hear the deep-grassed valleys running full with fading cows, and thunders of the bull across the hills. Nights given to the feast when big round moons came smiling up the east to listen to the drums, the dancing feet, the voices of the women, high and sweet above the men's. And Crazy Hoss was sad. There wasn't any food the white man could find his gnawing hunger and assuage. Some saw a blood-mad panther in a cage, and some the sulking of a foolish pride, for there were those who watched him narrow-eyed the whole day long, and listened for a word, to shuttle in the wop of what they heard a woof of Dhaka meaning. Then one day, a flying tale of battles far away and deeds to make men wonder stirred the land. How Nez Perce Joseph led his little band, with Howard's eager squadrons in pursuit, across the mountains of the Bitter Root to Big Hole Basin and the day-long fight. And how his women, fleeing in the night, brought off the ponies and the children too. Oh, many a heart beat fast among the Sioux to hear the way he fled and fought, and fled past Bannack, down across the Beaverhead to Henry's Lake, relentlessly pursued. Now swallowed by the dreadful solitude where still the mighty spirit shapes the dream with primal fires and prodigies of steam, as when the fallow night was newly sown. Now reappearing down the Yellowstone, undaunted yet, and ever making less than 1,000 miles of alien wilderness between a people's freedom and their need. Oh, there was virtue in the tale to feed the withered heart and make it big again. Not yet the ancient breed of men had vanished from the aging earth. They say there came a change on Crazy Hoss the day the Ogallala village buzzed the news. So much to win and only life to lose. The bison making southward with the fall, and Joseph fighting up the way to Gall and Sitting Bull? Who knows the dream he had? Much talk there was of how his heart was bad, and any day some meditated deed might start an irresistible stampede among the Sioux, a human prairie fire. So back and forth along the talking wire fear chatted. Yonder, far away as Mon, the mighty heard the little Hon still roaring with the wind of Custer's doom, and there were troopers moving in the gloom of midnight to the chaining of the beast. But when the white light broke along the east, there wasn't any Ogallala town and Crazy Hoss had vanished. Up and down the dusty autumn panic Hossmen spurred, till all the border shuddered at the word of how that terror threatened every trail. They found him in the camp of Spotted Tail, a lonely figure with a face of care. I am afraid of what might happen there, he said. So many listen what I say and look and look. I will not run away, I want my people here. You have my guns. But half a world away, the mighty ones had spoken words like bullets in the dark that wreak the rage of blindness on a mock they cannot know. Then spoke the one who led the soldiers. Not a hair upon your head shall suffer any harm if you will go to Robinson for just a day or so, and have a parley with the soldier chief. He spoke believing, and he won belief, so Crazy Hoss went riding down the west, and neither he nor any trooper guessed what doom now made a rutted wagon, rode the highway to a happier abode where all the dead are splendidly alive, and summer lingers, and the bison thrive forever. If the better hope be true, there was a gate of glory yawning through the sunset when the little cavalcade approached the fort. The populous parade, the straining hush that somehow wasn't peace, the bristling troops, the Indian police drawn up as for a battle? What was wrong? What made them hustle Crazy Hoss along among the gleaming bayonets and eyes? There swept a look of quizzical surprise across his face. He struggled with the guard. Their grips were steel, their eyes were cold and hard like bayonets. There was a door flung wide. The soldier chief would talk with him inside and all be well at last. The stifling, dim interior pawed terror over him. He blinked about and saw the iron bars. Oh, nevermore to neighbor with the stars, or know the simple goodness of the sun. Did some swift vision of a doom begun reveal the monstrous purpose of a lie, the desert island and the alien sky, the long and lonely ebbing of a life? The glimmer of a whipped-out butcher knife dismayed the shrinking squad, and once again men saw a face that many better men had died to see. Brown arms that once were kind, a comrade's arms, whipped round him from behind, went crimson with a gash and dropped aside. "Don't touch me, I am Crazy Hoss," he cried, and, leaping Dawood, charged upon the world to meet the end. A frightened soldier hurled his weight behind a jabbing belly thrust, and Crazy Hoss plunged headlong in the dust, a writhing heap. The momentary din of struggle ceased. The people, closing in, went ominously silent for a space, and one could hear men breathing round the place where lay the mighty. Now he strove to rise, the wide, blind stare of anguish in his eyes, and someone shouted, "Kill that devil quick." A throaty murmur and a running click of gunlocks woke among the crowding Sioux, and many a soldier whitened. Well they knew what pent-up hate the moment might release to drop upon the bungled farce of peace a bloody curtain. One began to talk. His tongue was drunken and his face was chalk, but when a half-breed shouted what he spoke the crowd believed, so few had seen the stroke, nor was there any bleeding of the wound. It seemed the chief had folly-sick and swooned. Perhaps a little rest would make him strong, and silently they watched him bon along, a sagging bundle, dear and mighty yet, though from the sharp face, beaded with the sweat of agony, already peered the ghost. They laid him in an office of the post, and soldiers, forming in a hollow square, held back the people. Silence deepened there. A little while it seemed the man was dead, he lay so still. The west no longer bled. Among the crowd the dusk began to creep. Then suddenly, as startled out of sleep by some old dream-remembered night alarm, he strove to shout, Hoff rose upon an arm and glared about him in the lamplit place. The flare across the ashes of his face went out. He spoke, and leaning where he lay, men strained to gather what he strove to say, so hard the panting labor of his words. I had my village and my pony herds on Powder where the land was all my own. I only wanted to be let alone. I did not want to fight. The Grey Fox sent his soldiers. We were poorer when they went, our babies died, for many lodges burned and it was cold. We hoped again and turned our faces westward. It was just the same out yonder on the Rosebud. Grey Fox came. The dust his soldiers made was high and long. I fought him and I whipped him. Was it wrong to drive him back? That country was my own. I only wanted to be let alone. I did not want to see my people die. They say I murdered Longhair and they lie. His soldiers came to kill us and they died. He choked and shivered, staring hungry-eyed as though to make the most of little light. Then like a child that feels the clutching night and cries the wilder, deeming it in vain, he raised a voice made lyrical with pain and terror of a thing about to be. I want to see you, father. Come to me. I want to see you, mother. Awe and awe his cry assailed the darkness at the door, and from the gloom beyond the hollow square of soldiers, quavered voices of despair. We cannot come. They will not let us come. But when at length the lyric voice was dumb and Crazy Hoss was nothing but a name, there was a little withered woman came behind a bent old man. Their eyes were dim. They sat beside the boy and fondled him, remembering the little names he knew before the great dream took him, and he grew to be so mighty. And the woman pressed a hand that men had feared against her breast and swayed and sang a little sleepy song. Out yonder in the village all night long, there was a sound of mourning in the dark. And when the morning heard the meadowlark, the lost great Sioux rode silently away. Before the pony drag on which he lay an old man tottered. Bowed above the bier, a little wrinkled woman kept the rear, with not a sound and nothing in her eyes. Who knows the crumbling summit where he lies alone among the badlands? Coyotes prowl about it, and the voices of the owl assume the day-long sorrow of the crows, these many grasses and these many snows. The song of three friends to Hilder, Omicron I oat to Omicron nu, tau Omicron, gamma lambda epsilon kappa epsilon mu alpha lambda Omicron nu, epsilon rho epsilon theta epsilon tau alpha iota, alpha kappa rho omega, epsilon pi, epsilon sigma delta omega, alpha kappa rho Omicron nu, epsilon pi, alpha kappa rho Omicron tau omega. Lambda epsilon lambda alpha theta Omicron nu tau Omicron, delta epsilon, mu alpha lambda Omicron delta rho Omicron pi eta epsilon sigma. Omicron epsilon, mu alpha nu, epsilon kappa lambda alpha theta Omicron nu tau, alpha lambda, Omicron epsilon kappa, epsilon delta epsilon nu alpha nu tau, epsilon pi iota kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Note the following narrative, though complete in itself, is designed to be the first piece in a cycle of poems dealing with the fur trade period of the Trans-Missouri region. The Song of Hugh Glass, which was published in the fall of 1915, is the second in the series. The 4 decades during which the fur trade flourished west of the Missouri River may be regarded as a typical heroic period, differing in no essential from the many other great heroic periods that have made glorious the story of the Aryan migration. Jane Harrison says that heroic characters do not arise from any peculiarity of race or even of geographical surroundings, but that, given certain social conditions, they may and do appear anywhere and at any time. The heroic spirit, as seen in heroic poetry, we are told, is the outcome of a society cut loose from its roots, of a time of migrations, of the shifting of populations. Such conditions are to be found during the time of the Spanish conquests of Central and South America, and they are to be found also in those wonderful years of our own West, when wandering bands of trappers were exploring the rivers and the mountains and the plains and the deserts from the British possessions to Mexico, and from the Missouri to the Pacific. As a result of our individualistic tendencies, our numerous jostling nationalities, and our materialistic temper, we Americans are prone to regard the past as being separated from us as by an insurmountable wall. We lack the sense of racial continuity. For us, it is almost as though the world began yesterday morning, and too much of our contemporary literature is based upon that view. The affairs of antiquity seem to the generality of us to be as remote as the dimmest star, and as little related to our activities. But what we call the slow lapse of ages is really only the blinking of an eye. Sometimes this sense of the close unity of all time and all human experience has come upon me so strongly that I have felt, for an intense moment, How just a little hurry on my part might get me there in time to hear Aeschylus training a chorus, or to see the wizard Chisel still busy with the Parthenon frieze, or to hear Socrates telling his dreams to his judges. It is in some such mood that I approach that body of precious saga stuff, which I have called the Western American epos, and I see it, not as a thing in itself, but rather as one phase of the whole race life from the beginning. Indeed, the final link in that long chain of heroic periods stretching from the region of the Euphrates eastward into India and westward to our own Pacific coast. Like causes produce like effects, and as we follow the Aryan migration, we find that, over and over again, heroic periods occur, and out of each period have grown epic and saga, celebrating the deeds of the heroes. In India we find the Mahabharata and Ramayana, in Persia the Shah name, among the Greeks, the Homeric poems in Rome, the Aeneid in Germany, the Nibelungenlied in France, the Chanson de Roland in the Scandinavian countries, the sagas and the Eddaic poems, in the British Isles, the Arthurian and Cuchulain cycles. The race crosses the Atlantic, and the last lap of the long westward journey is begun. Still another typical heroic period develops, and where shall we find its epic? Certainly not in Hiawatha, which is not concerned with our race, and but little with the real American Indian, for that matter. Certainly not in Evangeline, which is typical neither in matter nor manner. Nor is it likely ever to be written on a theme concerned with the original colonies, for the reason that in the colonies society was never cut loose from its roots. The true American epos was developed between the Missouri River and the Pacific Ocean in approximately the first 4 decades of the 19th century. When the settlers began to cross the Missouri, the end of the epic period was in sight. As has been the case with all similar periods, a great body of legend, concerned with heroic deeds, grew up about those men who explored that vast wilderness in search of furs. These stories, which formerly circulated throughout the West as oral tradition, are now, in the main, known only to specialists in Western history, for they are to be found chiefly in contemporary journals and books of travel long since out of print and difficult to obtain. Anyone who has taken the trouble to explore that spacious and comparatively little-known field of American history will be likely to believe with me that the heroes of that time were the direct descendants, in the epic line, of all the heroes of the race that have been celebrated in song and saga. It would seem that we are now entering upon a period in which such a work as I propose might logically be written, if we are to accept the theory of George Edward Woodbury. He tells us that those literary works which embody representative epochs appear upon what he terms watersheds of history. That is to say, at those times when an old order is passing away, when men look forward hopefully or fearfully to new things, and backward a little wistfully to things that have been. That is the state of the modern world. We are experiencing the wane of individualism. We are beginning to think in terms of the group, and already reactionary voices are being raised in defense of the good old days when a man could do as it pleased him to do. And if we seek for that moment in our national life when individualism was most pronounced, we shall find it in the Romantic period with which I am concerned, for in that time society did not exist in the Trans-Missouri country, and there was no law but the whim of the daring and the strong. Obviously, in attempting to embody such a period in a literary work, it is necessary to concentrate upon one representative portion of it. Fortunately, this can be done without sacrifice, and without resorting to fictitious means. The story of the 2 expeditions that ascended the Missouri River under the leadership of Ashley and Henry of St. Louis in the years 1822 and 1823, comprehends every phase of the life of the epoch, and covers the entire Trans-Missouri region from the British boundaries to Santa Fe, and from St. Louis to the Spanish settlements of California. Furthermore, of all the bands of trappers and traders that entered the wilderness during those years, none experienced so many extraordinary adventures as did the Ashley Henry men. The story of their exploits and wanderings constitutes what I would call the Ashley Henry saga, and it is upon this that I am basing my cycle. The first printed version of the present story is to be found in the files of a short-lived periodical known as the Weston Souvenir, from which it was copied by the Weston Monthly Review for July 1829, the Missouri Intelligencer for September 4, 1829, and Howe's Historical Collections of the Great West contain practically the same version of the tale. A matter-of-fact reference to the episode is made on page 298 of the Letter Book of the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, now among the manuscripts of the Kansas Historical Society, at Topeka. I wish to express a sense of obligation to Mr. Doane Robinson, Secretary of the State Historical Society of South Dakota, for placing his wide knowledge of Western history at my disposal. John G. Neihardt. Bancroft, Nebraska, 1918. The Song of Three Friends I Ashley's 100, who now reads clear the roster of that band. Alas, time scribbles with a careless hand, and often pinchbeck doings from that pen bite deep, where deeds and dooms of mighty men are blotted out beneath a sodded scrawl. 100 strong, they flocked to Ashley's call that spring of 1822. For tales of wealth, out-legending Peru, came wind blown from Missouri's distant springs, and that old Cyane of unknown things bewitched them, and they could not linger more. They heard the song the sea winds sang the Shaw when earth was flat, and black ships dared the steep where bloomed the purple perils of the deep in dragon-haunted gardens. They were young. Albeit some might feel the winter flung upon their heads, 'twas less like autumn's drift than backwood April's unregarded sift on stout oaks thrilling with the sap again. And some had scarce attained the height of men, their lips unruffed, and gleaming in their eyes the light of immemorial surprise that life still kept the spaciousness of old, and, like the haunted tales their grandsires told, might still run bravely. For a little span, their life fires flared like torches in the van of westward progress. Ere the great wind woke to snuff them, many vanished like a smoke the blue air drinks, and e'en of those who burned down to the socket, scarce a tithe returned to share at last the ways of quiet men, or see the hearth-reek drifting once again across the roofs of old St. Louis town. And now no more the Mackinaws come down, their gunwales low with costly packs and bales, a wind of wonder in their shabby sails, their homing oars flung rhythmic to the tide, and nevermore the masted keelboats ride Missouri's stubborn waters on the lone long zigzag journey to the Yellowstone. Their hulks have found the harbor ways that know the ships of all the sagas, long ago, a moony haven where no loud gale stirs. The trappers and the singing voyageurs are comrades now of Jason and his crew, foregathered in that timeless rendezvous where come at last all seekers of the fleece. Not now of those who, dying, dropped in peace a brimming cup of years, the song shall be, from Mississippi to the Western Sea, from Britain's country to the Rio Grande, their names are written deep across the land in pass and trail and river, like a rune. Paw long upon that roster by the moon of things remembered dimly. Tangled, blear the writing runs, yet presently appear three names of men that, spoken, somehow seem incantatory trumpets of a dream obscurely blowing from the hintergloom. Of these and that inexorable doom that followed like a hound upon the scent, here runs the tale. Roman II, the upstream men when Major Henry went up river at the head of Ashley's band, already there were Robins in the land. Homekeeping men were following the plows, and through the smoke-thin greenery of boughs, the scattering wildfire of the fruit bloom ran. Behold them starting northward, if you can. Dawn flares across the Mississippi's tide. A tumult runs along the waterside where, scenting an event, St. Louis throngs. Above the buzzing voices saw the songs of waiting boatmen, lilting chansonnettes whereof the meaning laughs, the music frets, nigh weeping that such gladness cannot stay. In turn, the herded horses snot and neigh like panic bugles. Up the gangplank's pod go streams of trappers, rushing goods aboard the snub-built keelboats, squat with seeming sloth. Baled three-point blankets, blue and scarlet cloth, rum, powder, flour, guns, gauderies, and lead, and all about, goodbyes are being said. Gauche girls with rainy April in their gaze cling to their beardless heroes, count the days between this parting and the wedding morn, unwitting how unhuman fate may scorn the youngling dream. For oh, how many a lad would see the face of danger, and go mad with her weird vixen beauty? I forget this girl's face, yearning upward now and wet, half-woman's with the first vague guess at woe. And now commands are bellowed, boat horns blow haughtily in the dawn, the tumult swells. The tow crews, shouldering the long caudels slack from the mastheads, lean upon the sag. The keelboats answer lazily and drag their blunt prows slowly in the gilded tide. A steersman sings, and up the riverside the gay contagious ditty spreads and runs above the shouts, the uproar of the guns, the nickering of horses. So, they say, went forth 100 singing men that day, and girlish April went ahead of them. The music of her trailing garments' hem seemed scarce a league ahead. A little speed might yet almost surprise her in the deed of sorcery, for ever as they strove, a gray-green smudge in every poplar grove proclaimed the recent kindling. Aye, it seemed that bird and bush and tree had only dreamed of song and leaf and blossom, till they heard the young men's feet, when tree and bush and bird unleashed the whole conspiracy of awe. Pale green was every slough about the caw, about the plat. Pale green was every slough, and still the pale green lingered at the Sioux, so close they trailed the marching of the South. But when they reached the Niobrara's mouth, the witchery of spring had taken flight, and like a girl-grown woman overnight, young summer glowed. And now the river rose, gigantic from a feast of northern snows, and mightily the snub prows felt the tide. But with the loud, sail-filling South allied, the tow crews battled gaily day by day, and seldom lulled the struggle on the way, but some light just availed to fling along the panting lines the laughter of the strong, for joy sleeps lightly in the hero's mood. And when the sky-wide prairie solitude was darkened round them, and the camp was set secure for well-earned sleep that came not yet, what stories shaped from marvel or from mirth? Tales fit to strain the supper-tightened girth, looped yarns, wherein the veteran spinners vied to color with a lie more glorified some thread that had veracity enough, spun straightway out of life's own precious stuff, that each had scutched and heckled in the raw. Then thinner grew each subsequent guffaw, while drowsily the story went the rounds, and o'er the velvet dock, the summer sounds prevailed in weird crescendo maw and maw, until the storyteller with a snaw gave over to a dream a tale half told. And now the hoss gods, while the night grows old, with intermittent singing buffet sleep that surges subtly down the starry deep on waves of odor from the manless miles of summer-haunted prairie. Now, at whiles, the Quixote's mordant clamor cleaves the drowse. The hosses stamp and blow, about the prow's dock waters chug and gurgle, as with looms bugs weave a drone, a beaver's diving booms, whereat bluffs grumble in their sable cowls. The devil laughter of the prairie owls mocks mirth anon, like unrepentant sin, perceptibly at lost slow hours where thin the east, until the prairie stares with mawn, and hosses nicker to the boatman's horn that blares the music of a day begun. So through the days of thunder and of sun they pressed to northward. Now the river shrank, the grass turned yellow, and the men were lank and gnawed with labor. Smooth-lipped lads matured twixt moon and moon with all that they endured, their faces leathered by the wind and glare, their eyes grown ageless with the calm far stare of men who know the prairies or the seas. And when they reached the village of the Reese, one scarce might say, "This man is young, this old, save for the beard." Here loitered days of gold and days of leisure, welcome to the cruise, for recently had come the wondrous news of beaver haunts beyond the great divide, so rich a tale 'twould seem the tellers lied, had they not much fine peltry to attest. So now the far-off river of the west became the goal of venture for the band, and since the farther trail lay overland from where the great falls thundered to no ear, they paused a while to buy more ponies here with powder, liquor, gauds, and wily words. A hoss-fond people, opulent in herds, the Reese were, and the trade was very good. Now camped along the river-fringing wood, 3 sullen, thunder-brewing, rainless days, those weathered men made merry in their ways with tipple, euchre, story, jest, and song. The marksmen matched their cleverness, the strong wrestled the strong, and brawling pugilists displayed the boasted power of their fists in stubborn yet half-amicable fights, and whiskey went hell-roaring through the nights among the lodges of the fuddled Reese. Thus merrily the trappers took their ease, rejoicing in the thread that Clotho spun, for it was good to feel the bright thread run, however eager for the snipping shears. O joy long stifled in the ruck of years, how many came to strange and bitter ends, and who was merrier than those 3 friends whom here a song remembers for their woe? Will Carpenter, Mike Fink, and Frank Talbot were they, each gotten of a doughty breed, for in the blood of them the ancient seed of Saxon, Celt, and Norman grew again. The Mississippi reared no finer men, and rarely the Ohio knew their peers for pluck and prowess, even in those years when stern life yielded suck but to the strong. Nor in the 100 Henry took along was found their match, and each man knew it well. For instance, when it suited Mike to tell a tale that called for laughter, as he thought, the hero laughed right heartily, or fought and took a drubbing. Then, if Ma complained, those 3 lacked not for logic that explained the situation in no doubtful way. "Me jokes are always funny," Mike would say, and most men freely granted that they were. A lanky, rangy man was Carpenter, quite 6'2" from naked heel to crown, and though crow-lean, he brought the steelyard down with twice 100 notched upon the bar. Nor was he stooped, as tally men often are. A cedar of a man, he towered straight. One might have judged him lumbering of gait when he was still, but when he walked or ran, he stepped it lightly like a little man, and such a one is very good to see. Not his the tongue for quip or repartee, His wit seemed slow, and something of the child came o'er his rough-hewn features when he smiled, to mock the perching brow and eagle nose. 'Twas when he fought the true import of those grew clear, though even then his mien deceived. For less in wrath he seemed than mildly grieved, which made his blows no whit less true or hard. His hair was flax fresh gleaming from the cod, his eyes, the flax in bloom. A match in might, Fink lacked 5 inches of his comrade's height, and of his weight scarce 20 pounds, they say. His hair was black, his small eyes greenish-gray and restless as though feeling out of place in such a jocund pleniluna face that seemed made just for laughter. Then one saw the pert pugnacious nose, the forward jaw, the breadth of stubborn cheekbones, and one knew that jest and fight to him were scarcely two, but rather shifting phases of the joy he felt in living. Careless as a boy, free-handed with a gift or with a blow, and giving either unto friend or foe with frank good will, no man disliked him long. They say his voice could glorify a song, however loutish might the burden be, and all the way from Pittsburgh to the sea the Rabelaisian stories of the rogue ran wedded to the richness of his brogue. And wheresoever boatmen came to drink, there someone broached some escapade of Fink that well might fill the goat-hoofed with delight. For Mike, the pantagruelizing wight, was happy in the health of bone and brawn, and had the code and conscience of the fawn to guide him blithely down the easy way. A questionable hero, one might say, and so indeed by any civil law. Moreover, at first glimpse of him one saw a bull-necked fellow, seeming over-stout, tremendous at a heavy lift, no doubt, but wanting action. By the very span of chest and shoulders, one misjudged the man when he was clothed, but when he stripped to swim, men flocked about to have a look at him, moved vaguely by that body's wonder-scheme wherein the shape of God's Adamic dream was victor over stubborn dust again. Oh, very lovely is a maiden, when the old creative thrill is set astir along her blood, and all the flesh of her is shapen as to music. Fair indeed a tall hoss, lane of flank, clean-limbed for speed, deep-chested for endurance. Very fair a soaring tree, aloof in violet air upon a hill, and 'tis a glorious thing to see a bank-full river in the spring fight homeward. Children wonderful to see, the girl, the hoss, the river and the tree, as any suckled at the breast of sod, dissolving symbols leading back to God through vista after vista of the plan. But surely none is fairer than a man in whom the lines of might and grace are one. Bronzed with exposure to the wind and sun, behold the splendid creature that was Fink. You see him strolling to the river's brink, all ease, and yet tremendously alive. He pauses, poised on tiptoe for the dive, and momently it seems the mother mud, quick with a mystic seed whose sap is blood, mysteriously rears a human flower. Clean as a windless flame the lines of power run rhythmic up the stout limbs, muscle-laced, athwart the ropey gauntness of the waist, the huge round girth of chest, whereover spread enormous shoulders. Now above his head, he lifts his arms where big thews merge and flow as in some dream of Michelangelo. And up along the dimpling back there run, like lazy serpents stirring in the sun, slow waves that break and pile upon the slope of that great neck in swelling rolls, agrope beneath the velvet softness of the skin. Now suddenly the lean waist grows more thin, the deep chest on a sudden grows more deep, and with the swiftness of a tiger's leap, the easy grace of hawks in swooping flight, that terrible economy of might and beauty plunges outward from the brink. Thus God had made experiment with Fink, as proving how 'twere best that men might grow. One turned from Mike to look upon Talbot, a little man, scarce 5'6" and slim, and wondered what his comrades saw in him to justify their being thus allied. Was it a sort of planetary pride in lunar adoration? Hark to Mike, sure I declare I never saw his like, a skinny whiffet of a man, and yit, well, do you mind the pleasant way we met and how he introduced hisself that day? 'Twas up at Pittsburgh, liquor flowin' fray and everybody happy as a fool. I cracked me joke and thin, as is me rule, looked round to view the havoc of me wit, and everyone was doubled up wid it, save only Wan and him a scrubby mite. Says I, and sure me language was polite, and did ye hear me little joke, says I did, says he, and can't ye laugh me be I can't, says he, the sassy little chap. Nor did I get me hand back from the slap I give him till he landed on me glim, and I was countin' 17 of him and every dancin' wan of him was air. Faith, when I hit him he was niver there, and sure it seemed that every wind that blew was peltin' knuckles in me face. Hurroo, that toime, for once, I got me fill of fun. God bless the little whiffet. It begun along about the shank of afternoon, and when I washed me face, I saw the moon a-shackin' wid its laughter in the sh trame. And when, betoimes, he wakened from his drame, I says to him, ye needn't laugh, me be I. A cliver little man ye are, says I. And och the face of me, I'm tellin' facts, you'd wonder did he do it wid an axe, 'twas foin, 'twas aught? Thus, eloquent with pride, Mike Fink, an expert witness, testified to Talbot's fistic prowess. Now they say there lived no better boatmen in their day than those three comrades, and the larger twain in that wide land, three mighty rivers drain, found not their peers for skill in marksmanship. Writes one, who made the long Ohio trip with those boon cronies in their palmy days, how once Mike Fink beheld a sow at graze upon the bank amid her squealing brood, and how Mike, being in a merry mood, shot off each wiggling piglet's corkscrew tail at 20 yards, while under easy sail the boat moved on. And Carpenter could bore a squirrel's eye clean at 30 steps and more, so many say. But 'twas their dual test of mutual love and skill, they liked the best of all their shooting tricks, when one stood up at 60 paces with a whiskey cup set brimming for a target on his head, and felt the gusty passing of the lead, hot from the other's rifle, lift his hair, and ever was the tin cup smitten fair by each, to prove the faith of each anew, for 'twas a right of love between the two, and not a mere capricious feat of skill. Och, sure, and can you shoot the whiskey, Bill? So Mike would end a wrangle. Damn it, Fink, let's bore a pair of cups and have a drink. So Carpenter would stop a row grown stale, and neither feared that either love might fail or either skill might falter. Thus appear the doughty three who held each other dear for qualities they best could comprehend. Now came the days of leisure to an end, the days so gaily squandered, that would seem to men at length, made loftiless, a dream unthinkably remote. For Ilion held beneath her sixfold cerement of eld, seems not so hoar as bygone joy we prize in evil days. Now vaguely pale the skies, the glimmer neither starlights nor the mons. A rude, ironic merriment of Hans startles the men, yet heavy with carouse, and sets a re-dog mawning in the drowse, snout skyward from a lodge top. Sleepy birds chirp in the brush. A drone of sullen words awakes and runs increasing through the camp. Thin smoke plumes, rising in the valley damp, flatten among the leathern tents and make the whole encampment like a ghostly lake where bobbing heads of swimmers come and go, as with the whimsy of an undertow that sucks and spews them. Raising dust and din, the Hosgods drive their shaggy rabble in from night-long grazing. Voyageurs, with packs of folded tents and camp gear on their backs, slouch boatward through the reek. But when prevails the smell of frying pans and coffee pails, they cease to sulk and, greatly heartened, sing till ponies swell the chorus, nickering, and race-old comrades jubilate as one. Out of a rose-list on the heat-pale sun beheld them toiling northward once again, 100 hosses and 100 men hushed in a windless swelter. Day on day, the same white dawn overtook them on their way, and daylong in the white glare sang no bird, but only shrill grasshoppers clicked and whirred, as though the heat were vocal. All the while the dwindling current lengthened, mile on mile, meandrous in a labyrinth of sand. Now, ere they left the retown by the Grand, the revellers had seen the spent moon roam the morning, like a tipsy hag bound home. A bubble-laden boat, they saw it sail the sunset river of a fairy tale when they were camped beside the cannonball. A spectral sun, it held the dusk in thrall nightlong about the hot. The stars alone upon the cluttered Mandan lodges shone the night they slept below the knife. And when their course, long westward, shifted once again to lead them north, the August moon was new. The rainless southwest wakened now, and blew a wilting, worrying, breath-sucking gale that roared one moment in the bellied sail, next moment slackened to a lazy croon. Now came the first misfortune. All forenoon with line and pole the sweating boatmen strove along the east bank, while the Hosgods drove the drooping herd a little to the far. And then the current took the other shaw. Straight on, a maze of bar and shallow lay, the main stream running half a mile away to westward of a long, low willow isle. An hour they fought that stubborn half a mile of tumbled water. Down the running planks the polesmen toiled in endless slanting ranks. Now swimming, now a-flounder in the ooze of some blind bar, the naked caudal crews sought any kind of footing for a pull, while gust-bedeviled sails, now booming full, now flapping slack, gave questionable aid. The west bank gained. Along a ragged shade of straggling cottonwoods the boatmen sprawled and panted. Out across the heat-enthralled, wind-fretted waste of shoal and bar, they saw the string of ponies ravelled up a draw that mounted steeply eastward from the vale where, like a rampart flung across the trail, a bluff rose sheer. Heads low, yet loath to graze, they waxed and withered in the oily haze, now ponies, now a crawling flock of sheep. Behind them 3 slack Hosgods, half asleep, swayed limply, leaning on their saddle bows. The boat crews, lolling in a semi-doze, still watched the herd, Nor do the gazers dream what drama nears a climax over stream, what others yonder may be watching too. Now looming large upon the lucent blue, the foremost ponies top the rim, and stare high-headed down the vacancies of air beneath them, while the herders dawdle still and gather wool scarce halfway up the hill. A slumbrous sight beheld by heavy eyes. But hark, what murmuring of far-flung cries from yonder pocket in the folded rise that flanks the draw? The herders also hear, and with a stark glance upward to the rear, their spurred mounts plunge. What do they see but dust whipped skyward yonder in a freakish gust? What panic overtakes them? Look again. The rolling dust cloud vomits mounted men, a ruck of tossing heads and gaudy gears beneath a bristling thicket of lean spears slant in a gust of onset. Overstream the boatmen stare dumbfounded. Like a dream in some vague region out of space and time, evolves the swiftly moving pantomime before those loungers with ungirded loins, till one among them shouts a Sinboins. And swelling to a roar, the wild word runs above a pell-mell scramble for the guns, perceived as futile soon. Yet here and there a few young hotheads fusillade the air, and rage the more to know the deed absurd. Some only grind their teeth without a word, some stand aghast, some grinningly inane, while some, like watchdogs rabid at the chain, growl curses, pacing at the river's rim. So might unhappy spirits haunt the dim far shore of Styx, beholding outrage done to loved ones in the region of the sun, rage goaded by its own futility. For one vast moment strayed from time, they see the war band flung obliquely down the slope, the flying herdsmen, seemingly agrope in sudden darkness for their saddle guns. A murmuring shock, and now the whole scene runs into a dusty blur of horse and man. And now the herd's rear surges on the van that takes the cue of panic fear and flies, stampeding to the margin of the skies, till all have vanished in the deeps of air. Now outlined sharply on the sky rim, there the victors pause and taunt their helpless foes with buttocks patted, and with thumbs at nose and jeers scarce hearkened for the wind's guffaw. They also vanish. In the sun-washed draw remains no sign of what has come to pass, save 3 dark splotches on the yellow grass, where now the drowsy horse gods have their will. At sundown on the summit of the hill, the huddled boatmen saw the burial squad tuck close their comrades' coverlet of sod, weird silhouettes on melancholy gray. And very few found anything to say that night, though some spoke gently of the dead, remembering what that one did or said at such and such a time. And some, more stirred with lust of vengeance for the stolen herd, swore vaguely now and then beneath their breath. Some, brooding on the imminence of death, grew wistful of their unreturning years, and some who found their praying in arrears made shift to liquidate the debt that night. But when once more the cheerful morning light came on them toiling, also came the mood of young adventure, and the solitude sang with them. For 'tis glorious to spend one's golden days large-handed to the end, the good broad pieces that can buy so much. And what may hodders purchase but a crutch wherewith to hobble gravewood? On they pressed to where once more the river led them west, and every day the hot wind, puff on puff, assailed them. Every night they heard it so in thickets prematurely turning sere. Then came the sudden breaking of the year. Abruptly in a waning afternoon the hot wind ceased, as fallen in a swoon with its own heat. For hours the swinking crews had bandied scarcely credible good news of clouds across the dim northwestward plain, and they who offered wages on the rain found ready takers, though the gloomy rack, with intermittent rumbling at its back, had mounted slowly. Now it towered high, a blue-black wall of night across the sky shot through with glacial green. A mystic change? The sun was hooded and the world went strange. A picture world. The hollow hush that fell made loud the creaking of the taut caudal, the bent spars groan, the plunk of steering poles. A bodeful calm lay glassy on the shoals. The current had the look of flowing oil. They saw the clouds lip billow now, and boil, black breakers gnawing at a coast of light. They saw the stealthy wraith arms of the night grope for the day to strangle it. They saw the upstream reaches vanish in a flaw of driving sand. And scarcely were the craft made fast to clumps of willow far and aft, when with a raw the blinding fury rolled upon them, and the breath of it was cold. There fell no rain. That night was calm and clear, just such a night as when the waning year has set aflare the old Missouri wood, when greenings are beginning to be good, and when, so hollow is the frosty hush, one hears the ripe persimmons falling, plush, upon the lidded leaves, the kindly time, with cider in the vigor of its prime, just strong enough to edge the dullest wit should neighbor folk drop in a while to sit and gossip. Oh, the dear flame-painted gloam, the backlog sputter on the hearth at home, how far away that night, Thus many a lad, grown strangely old, remembered and was sad. Wolves mourned among the bluffs, like hanks of wolf fog flecked the river. And the moon was full. A week sufficed to end the trail. They came to where the lesser river gives its name and meed of waters to the greater stream. Here, lacking horses, they must nurse the dream of beaver haunts beyond the great divide, build quarters for the winter trade, and bide the coming up of Ashley and his band. So up and down the wooded tongue of land that thins to where the rivers wed, awoke the sound of many axes, stroke on stroke, and lustily the hewers sang at whiles, the better to forget the homeward miles in this, the homing time. And when the geese with cacophonic counsels broke the peace of frosty nights before they took to wing, when cranes went over daily, southering, and blackbirds chatted in the painted wood, a mile above the river junction stood the fort, adjoining the Missouri's tide. Foursquare and 30 paces on a side, a wall of sharpened pickets bristled round a group of sod-roofed cabins. Bastions frowned from 2 opposing corners, set to brave a foe on either flank, and stout gates gave upon the stream, where now already came the Indian craft, lured thither by the fame of traders building by the mating floods. Roman III to the Musselshell now came at dawn a party of the Bloods, who told of having paddled 7 nights to parley for their people with the whites, the long way lying twixt a foe and foe. For ever on their right hand lurked the Crow, and on their left hand the Assiniboine. The crane-winged news that where the waters join the long knives built a village made them sad, because the pastures thereabouts were bad, sustaining few and very scrawny herds. So they had hastened hither, bringing words of kindness from their mighty men, to tell what welcome waited on the Musselshell, where stood the winter lodges of their band. They rhapsodized the fatness of that land, lush valleys where all summer bison ran to grass grown higher than a mounted man. Aye, winter long on many a favored slope the bison grazed with goat and antelope, nor were they ever laner in the spring. One heard the diving beavers thundering in all the streams at night, and one might hear uncounted bull elks whistle when the year was painted for its death. Their squaws were good, strong bearers of the water and the wood, with quiet tongues and never-weary hands, tall as the fighting men of other lands, and good to look upon. These things were so. Why else then should Assiniboine and Crow assail the Bloods? Now flaring up, they spoke of battles and their haters blown as smoke before the blizzard of their people's ire, devoured as grass before a prairie fire that licks the heavens when the north wind runs. But none the less, their warriors needed guns and powder. Wherefore, let the great white chief return with them, ere yet the painted leaf had fallen. If so be he might not leave this land of peoples skillful to deceive, who, needing much, had scarce a hide to sell, then send a party to the Musselshell to trade and trap until the grass was young and calves were yellow. With no forked tongue the Bloods had spoken. Had the white chief ears? So Major Henry called for volunteers, and Fink was ready on the word to go, and chanced the bloody Nagas, then Talbot, then Carpenter, and after these were 9, in whom young blood was like a beating wine, who lusted for the venture. Late that night the Bloods set out for home. With day's first light the dozen trappers followed, paddling west in 6 canoes. And what so suited best the whimsies of the savage or his needs, the slim craft carried, scarlet cloth and beads, some antiquated muskets, powder, ball, traps, knives, and little casks of alcohol to lubricate the rusty wheels of trade. So, singing as they went, the blithe brigade departed, with their galloping canoes heeding the tune. They had no time to lose, for long and stubborn was the upstream way, and when they launched their boats at break of day, they heard a thin ice tinkle at the prows. A bodeful silence and a golden drowse possessed the land. The far winds held their breath before a vast serenity of death, wherein it seemed the reminiscent year, a yearning ghost now, wrought about its bier some pale hallucination of its May. Bleak stretched the prairie to the walls of day, so dry, that where a loping coyote broke its loneliness, it smoldered into smoke, and when a herd of bison rumbled past, 'twas like a great fire booming in a blast, the rolling smudge whereof concealed the flame. Proceeding in the truce of winds, they came in 5 days to the vale, the Poplar drains. A trailing flight of southbound whooping cranes, across the fading west, was like a scrawl of cabalistic warning on a wall, and counselled haste. In 7 days they reached the point where Wolf Creek empties in, and beached their keels along its dusty bed. In 9, Elk Prairie and the Little Porcupine, now wattless, had fallen to the rear. The 10th sun failed them on the lone frontier where flows the turbid milk by countless bends and where Assiniboine country ends and Blackfoot land begins. The hollow gloom all night resounded with the beaver's boom. A wolf pack yammered from a distant hill. anon a rutting elk cried, like a shrill arpeggio blown upon a flageolet. A half-day more their lifting prows were set to westward. Then the flowing trail led south 2 days by many a bend to Hell Creek's mouth amid the badlands. Gazing from a height, the lookout saw the marching of the night across a vast black waste of peaks and deeps that could have been infernal cinder heaps, the relics of an ancient hell gone cold. That night they saw a wild aurora rolled above the lifeless wilderness. It formed northeastwardly in upright waves that stormed to westward, sequent commas of the bow that gulfed Polaris in their undertow, and hurtled high upon the Ursine Isles a surf of ghostly fire. Again, at whiles, a shimmering silken veil, it puffed and swirled as 'twere the painted curtain of the world that fluttered in a rising gale of doom, and when it vanished in the starry gloom one said, "'Twill blow tomorrow." So it did. Ere noon they raised the halfway pyramid southwestward, saw its wraith-like summit lift, and seemed to float northwest against a drift of wind-whipped dust. The Luna hills about, where late a bird's note startled like a shout the hush that seemed the body of old time, now bellowed where the hoofs of Jotunheim foreign the grizzled legends of the snow. 'Twas peep of day when it began to blow, a zephyr growing stronger with the light, and now by fits it churned the river white, and whipped the voyageurs with freezing spray. The windward reaches took their breath away. Ghost white and numb with cold, from bend to bend, where transiently the wind became a friend to drive them south, they battled, till at last around a jutting bluff they met a blast that choked as with a hand upon their throats the song they sang for courage, hurled their boats against the farther shore and held them pinned. A sting of spitting snow was in the wind. Southwest by west across the waste, where fell a murky twilight, lay the mussel shell, 2 days of travel with the crow for guide. Here must they find them shelter, and abide the passing of the blizzard as they could. The banks bore neither plum nor cottonwood, and all the hills were naked as a hand. But where, debouching from the broken land, a river in the spring was wont to flow, a northward moving herd of buffalo had crossed the river, evidently bound from failing pastures to the grazing ground along the milk, and where the herd had passed was scattered boys devash enough to last until the storm abated. So they packed great blanketfuls of sun-dried chips, and stacked the precious fuel where the wind was stilled, a pocket hemmed by lofty bluffs and filled with mingled dusk and thunder, bore therein canoes and cargo, pitched their tents of skin about a central heap of glowing chips, and dined on brittle bull-meat dried in strips with rum to wash it down. It snowed all night. The earth and heavens in the morning light were one white fury, and the stream ran slush. 2 days and nights the gale boomed, then a hush fell with the sun, and when the next dawn came, a pale flare flanked by mockeries of flame, the river lay as solid as the land. Now caching half their goods, the little band resumed the journey, toiling under packs, and twice they felt the morning at their backs, a laggard traveler, and twice they saw the sunset dwindle to a starry awe beyond the frozen vast, while still they pressed the journey, bearded faces yearning west, white as the waste they trod. Then one day more, southwestward, brought them to the jutting shore that faced the goal. A strip of poplars stretched along a winding stream, their bare boughs etched black line by line upon a flat of snow blue tinted in the failing afterglow. Humped ponies mid the drifts and clumps of sage went nosing after grudging pasturage, where it chanced the blizzard's whimsic flaws had swept the slough grass bare. A flock of squaws chopped wood and chatted in the underbrush, their axe strokes thudding dully in the hush, their nasal voices rising shrill and clear, and, circled neath a bluff that towered sheer beside the stream, snug lodges wrought of hide, smoke-plumed and glowing with the fires inside, made glad the gazers. Even as they stood, content to stare a moment, from the wood the clamor deepened, and a running shout among the lodges brought the dwellers out, braves, squaws, papooses, and the wolf dogs bayed, and up the flat the startled ponies neighed, pricking their ears to question what befell. So came Fink's party to the mussel shell, gaunt, bearded, yet how gloriously young, and then, what feasts of bison fleece and tongue, of brown boudin and steaming humprub stew, what roaring nights of wassailing they knew, gargantuan regales, when through the town the fiery liquor ravined, melting down the tribal hod of beaver, how they made their merest gewgaws mighty in the trade. Aye, merry men they were. Nor could they know how even then there came that wraith of woe amongst them, some swift-fingered fate that span the stuff of sorrow, wove twixt man and man the tangling mesh, that friend might ruin friend, and each go stumbling to a bitter end, a threefold doom that now the song recalls. Roman fa the net is cast there was a woman. What enchantment falls upon that far-off revel? How the din of jangling voices, chaffering to win the lesser values, hushes at the words, as dies the dissonance of brawling birds upon a calm before the storm is hurled. Lo, down the age-long reaches of the world what rose-breathed wind of ghostly music creeps. And was she fair, this woman? Legend keeps no answer. Yet we know that she was young, if truly comes the tale by many a tongue that one of red hair's party fathered her. What need to know her features as they were? Was she not lovely as her lovers thought, and beautiful as that wild love she wrought was fatal? Vessel of the world's desire, did she not glow with that mysterious fire that lights the hearth, or burns the roof-tree down? What face was hers who made the timeless town a baleful torch forever? Hers who wailed upon the altar when the far winds failed at Ollie's? What the image that looked up on Iseult from the contemplated cup of everlasting thirst? What wondrous face above the countless cradles of the race makes sudden heaven for the blinking eyes? One face in truth, and once in paradise each man shall stray unwittingly, and see, in some unearthly valley where the tree with golden fruitage perilously fraught still stands, that image of God's afterthought. Then shall the world turn wonderful and strange? Who knows how came that miracle of change to Finck at last? For he was not of such as tend to prize one woman overmuch, and legend has it that, from Pittsburgh down to Baton Rouge, in many a river town some blossy Ariadne pined for Mike. It is me rule to love 'em all alike, he often said, with slow, omniscient wink, when just the proper quantity of drink had made him philosophic. Glass all good, sure, now, they're all when liquor win their pod. Aye, rum is rum, me be I. Alas, the tongue? How glibly are its easy guesses flung against the knowing reticence of years, to echo laughter in the time of tears, raw gusts of mocking merriment that stings? Some logic in the seeming ruck of things inscrutably confutes us. Now had come the time when rum no longer should be rum, but which wine sweet with peril. It befell in this wise, insofar as tongue may tell and tongues repeat, the little eyes may guess of what may happen in that wilderness, the human heart. There dwelt a mighty man among the bloods, a leader of his clan, around whose life were centered many lives, for many sons had he of many wives, and also he was rich in pony herds. Wherefore, they say, men searched his lightest words for hidden things, since anyone might see that none had stronger medicine than he to shape aright the stubborn stuff of life. Among the women that he had to wife was she who knew the white man when the band of red hair made such marvel in the land, she being younger then and little wise. But in that, she was pleasing to the eyes and kept her fingers busy for her child and bore a silent tongue. The great man smiled upon the woman, called her to his fire, and gave the long knife's girl a foster sire, so that her maidenhood was never lean, but like a pasture that is ever green, because it feels a mountain's sunny flank. Now in the season when the pale sun shrank far southward, like another kind of moon, and dawns were laggard and the dark came soon, it pleased the great man's whim to give a feast. 'Twas 5 days after Carpenter went east with 8 stout ponies and a band of 3 to lift the cache, a fact that well might be sly father to the great man's festive mood, a wistfully prospective gratitude, anticipating charity. It chanced that while the women sang and young men danced about the drummers, and the pipe went round, and ever twixt the songs arose the sound of fat dogs stewing, Finck, with mournful eyes and pious mien, lamented the demise of poor owled Fido, till his comrades choked with stifled laughter. Soberly invoked the plopping stew? Down, rover I down, me lad. Discussed the many wives the old man had in language more expressive than polite. So, last of all his merry nights, that night Finck clowned it, little dreaming he was doomed to wear that mask of sorrow he assumed in comic mood, thenceforward to the last. For even as he joked, the net was cast about him, and the mystic change had come, and he had looked on rum that was not rum. The long knife's daughter stooped beneath a pack of bundled twigs. She pushed the lodge flap back and entered lightly, placed her load of wood beside the fire, then straightened up and stood one moment there, a shapely girl and tall. There wasn't any drama, that was all. But when she left, the wit had died in Finck. He seemed a man who takes the one maw drink that spoils the fun, relaxes jaw and jowl, and makes the jester, like a sunstruck owl, stare solemnly at nothing. All next day he moped about with scarce a word to say, and no one dared investigate his whim. But when the twilight came, there fell on him a sentimental, reminiscent mood, as though upon some frozen solitude within him breathed a softening chinook, far strayed across the Alp-like years that look on what one used to be and what one is. And when he raised that mellow voice of his in songs of lovers wedded to regret, 'tis said that, unashamed, men's eyes grew wet, so poignantly old memories were stirred. And much his comrades marveled as they heard that ribald jester singing thus of love. Nor could they solve the mystery thereof, until at dawn they saw him rise and take a rifle of the latest Hawkin make, ball, powder, and a bolt of scarlet goods, and hasten to the fringe of cottonwoods where rose the great man's lodge smoke. Then they knew, for thus with gifts the Bloods were wont to woo the daughter through the sire. The white sun burned midmost the morning steep when he returned without his load and humming as he went. And hour by hour he squatted in his tent and stared upon the fire. Save now and then he stirred himself to lift the flap again, and cast an anxious gaze across the snows where stood the chieftain's lodge. And well did those who saw him know what sight he hoped to see, for 'twas the custom that the bride-to-be should carry food to him she chose to wed. Meanwhile, with seemly caution, be it said, Fink's men enjoyed a comedy, and laid sly wagers on the coming of the maid. She would, she wouldn't, so the brief day waned. Now when the sun, a frosty spectre maned with coruscating vapors, lingered low and shadows lay like steel upon the snow, an old squaw, picking faggots in the brush, saw that which set her shrieking in the hush. They come, they come? Then someone shouted, crows? The town spewed tumult, men with guns and bows, half-clad and roaring, shrill hysteric wives with sticks of smoking firewood, axes, knives, dogs, bristle-necked and snarling. So they pressed to meet a foe, as from a stricken nest the hornet swarm boils over. Blinking, dazed with sudden light and panic fear, they gazed about the frozen waste, and then they saw 8 laden ponies filing up the draw, their nostrils steaming, slack of neck and slow. Behind them, stumbling in the broken snow, 3 weary trappers trudged, while in the lead strode carpenter. A goodly sight, indeed. Upstanding, eagle-faced and eagle-eyed, the ease of latent power in his stride, he dwarfed the panting pony that he led. And when the level sunlight round his head made glories in the frosted beard and hair, some Gothic fighting god seemed walking there, strayed from the dim Hercynian woods of old. How little of a story can be told. Let him who knows what happens in the seed before the sprout breaks sunward make the deed a plummet for the dreaming deeps that surged beneath the surface ere the deed emerged for neat appraisal by the rule of thumb. The best of Clio is forever dumb, to human ears at least. Nor shall the song presume to guess and tell how all night long, while rod the drunken Augie and the trade, doom quickened in the fancy of a maid, the daughter of the long knife. How she saw, serenely moving through a spacious awe behind shut lids where never came the brawl, that shining one, magnificently tall, a day-crowned mortal brother of the sun. Suffice it here that, when the night was done and morning, like an uproar in the east, aroused the town still heavy with the feast, all men might see what whimsic, fatal bloom a soil, dream-ploughed and seeded in the gloom, had nourished unto blowing in the day. 'Twas then the girl appeared and took her way across the snow with hesitating feet. She bore a little pot of steaming meat, and when midmost the open space, she turned and held it up to where the morning burned, as one who begs a blessing of the skies. Unconscious of the many peeping eyes, erect, with rapt uplifted face she stood, a miracle of shapely maidenhood, before the flaming god. And many heard, or seemed to hear by piecing word to word, the prayer she muttered to the wintry sky. O sun, behold a maiden, pure am I, look kindly on the little gift I give, for save you smile upon it, what can live? Bright father, here a maiden? Then, as one who finds new courage for a task begun, she turned and hastened to the deed. They say there was no dearth of gossiping that day among the lodges. Shrewish tongues there were that clacked no happy prophecies of her, and many wondered at the chieftain's whim. The long knife's girl had wrought a spell on him, why else then was he silent? See her shrink a moment there before the tent of Fink, as one who feels a sudden sleety blast. But look again. She starts and hurries past. All round the circled village, lodges yawn to see how brazen in the stare of dawn a petted girl may be. For now, behold, was ever maiden of the blood so bold. She stops before another tent and stoops, her fingers feeling for the buckskin loops that bind the rawhide flap. 'Tis opened wide. The slant white light of morning falls inside, and half the town may witness at whose feet she sets the little pot of steaming meat. 'Tis carpenter? The quarrel perceptibly, at length. The days grew longer, and the winter's strength increased to fury. Down across the flat the blizzards bellowed, and the people sat fur-robed about the smoky fires that stung their eyes to streaming, when a freak gust flung the shop reek back with flaws of powdered snow. And much the old men talked of long ago, invoking ghostly winters from the past, till cold snap after cold snap followed fast, and none might pile his verbal snow so deep, but some athletic memory could heap the drifts a trifle higher. Give the cold a greater rigor in the story told. put bellows to a wind already high. And ever greater reverence thereby the old men won from gaping youths who heard, like marginalia to the living word, the howling of the poplar's tempest bent, the smoke flap cracking sharply at the vent, the lodge poles creaking eerily. And oh, the happy chance of living long ago, of having wrinkles now, and being sires with many tales to tell around the fires of days when things were bigger. All night long white hands came plucking at the buckskin thong that bound the dofflap, and the writhing dock was shrill with spirits. By the snuffling bark of dogs men knew that homesick ghosts were there. And often in a whirl of chilling air, the weird ones entered, though the flap still held, built up in smoke the shapes they knew of eld, grew thin and longed to vanish as they came. Now had the scandal, like a sudden flame fed fat with grasses, perished in the storm. The fundamental need of keeping warm sufficed the keenest gossip for a theme, and whimsies faded like a warrior's dream when early in the dawn the foemen cry. The time when calves a black had blusted by, a weary season, since the village saw the chief's wife pitching for her son-in-law the nuptial lodge she fashioned. Like a bow that feels the arrow's head, the moon hung low that evening when they gave the wedding gifts, and men had seen it glaring through the rifts of wintry war as up the east it reeled, a giant warrior's battle-bitten shield. But now it braved no more the charging air. Meanwhile, the lodge of carpenter stood there beside the chieftains, huddled in the snows, and, like a story everybody knows, was little heeded now. But there was one who seldom noted what was said or done among his comrades. He would sit and look upon the fire, as one who reads a book of woeful doings, ever on the brink of ultimate disaster. It was Fink, and seeing this, Talbot was sick at heart with dreading that his friends might drift apart and he be lost, because he loved them both. But knowing well Mike's temper, he was loath to broach the matter. Also, knowing well that silence broods upon the hottest hell, he prayed that Fink might curse. So worried passed the days of that estrangement. Then at last one night, when round their tent the blizzard rod and, nestled in their robes, the others snored, Talbot could bear the strain no more and spoke. He opened with a random little joke, like some starved hunter trying out the range of precious game where all the land is strange, and as the hunter, missing, hears the grim and spiteful echo rifles mocking him, his own unmirthful laughter mocked Talbot. He could have touched across the emberglow Mike's brooding face, yet Mike was far away. And oh, that nothing more than distance lay between them, any distance with an end. How tireless then in running to his friend a man might be, for suddenly he knew that Mike would have him choose between the two. How could he choose twixt carpenter and Fink? How idle were a choice twixt food and drink when, choosing neither, one were sooner dead. Thus torn within, and hoarse with tears unshed, he strove again to find his comrades hot. Oh, damn it, Mike, don't make us drift apart. Don't do it, Mike, this ain't a killin' fuss, and hadn't ought to phase the three of us that's weathered many a rough and tumble fight. W.I. don't you mind that hellapoppin' night at Baton Rouge 3 years ago last fall, the time we fit the whole damned dancin' hall and waded out nigh belly-deep in men? Oh, who'd have said a girl could pot us then? And Mike, that fracas in the vide potch dive. Can you forget it long as you're alive? A merry time? Us strollin' arm in arm from drink to drink, not calculatin' harm, but curious, because St. Louis town fair boiled with greasy mountain men, come down all brag and beaver, howlin' for a spree, and then, you mind? A fella jostled me, 'twas at the bar, a chap all bones and big. Says he in French, you eater of a pig, make room for mountain men, and then says you in Irish, aimin' where the whiskers grew, and landin' fair, you eater of a dog, make room for boatmen? Like a punky log that's water-soaked, he dropped. What happened then? A cyclone in a woods of mountain men, that's what. Oh, Mike, you can't forget it now? And what in hell's a woman anyhow to memories like that? So spoke Talbot, and pausing, heard the hissing of the snow, the snoring of the sleepers, and the cries of blizzard-beaten poplars. Still Fink's eyes upon the crumbling embers pawed intent. Then momently, or so it seemed, there went across that alien gaze a softer light, as when bleak windows in a moony night flush briefly with a candle borne along. And suddenly the weary hope grew strong in him who saw the glimmer, and he said, "Oh, Mike, I see the good old times ain't dead. Why don't you fellas shoot the whiskey cup the way you used to do?" Then Fink looked up. 'Twas bad the way the muscles twitched and worked about his mouth, and in his eyes there lurked some crouchant thing. "To hell would you?" he cried. So love and hate that night slept side by side, and hate slept well, but love lay broad awake and like a woman, for the other's sake, eked out the lonely hours with worrying. Now came a heartsick yearning for the spring upon Talbot, for surely this bad dream would vanish with the ice upon the stream, old times be resurrected with the grass. But would the winter ever, Ever pass, the howling of the blizzard ever cease. So often now he dreamed of hearing geese remotely honking in the rain-washed blue. And ever when the blur of dawn broke through the scudding rack, he raised the flap to see, by sighting through a certain fock tree, how much the sun made northward. Then one day, the curtain of the storm began to fray, the poplars howling softened to a croon, the sun set clear, and dusk revealed the moon, a thin-blown bubble in a crystal bowl. All night, as 'twere the frozen prairie's soul that voiced a hopeless longing for the spring, the wolves assailed with mournful, questioning the starry deeps of that tremendous hush. Dawn wore the mask of May, a rosy flush. It seemed the magic of a single bird might prove the seeing of the eye absurd and make the heaped-up winter billow green. On second thought, one knew the air was keen, a wetted edge in gauze. The village fires serenely builded tenuous gray spires that vanished in the still blue deeps of awe. All prophets were agreed upon a thaw, and when the morning stood a spear-length high, there grew along the western rim of sky a bank of cloud that had a rainy look. It mounted slowly. Then the warm Chinook began to breathe a melancholy drowse and sob among the naked poplar boughs, as though the prairie dreamed a dream of June and knew it for a dream. All afternoon the gale increased. The sun went down blood-red, the young moon, perilously fragile, fled to early setting, and the long night wrought tempestuously broke the day, and poured an intermittent glory through the rifts amid the driven fog. The sodden drifts already grooved and withered in the blast, and when the flying noon stared down aghast, the bluffs behind the village boomed with flood. What magic in that sound to stir the blood of winter-weary men! For now the spring no longer seemed a visionary thing, but that which any morning might bestow. And most of all that magic moved Talbot, for scrutinizing Fink, he thought he saw some reflex of that February thaw, a whit less curling of the upper lip. Oh, could it be returning comradeship, that April not beholden to the moon nor chatteled to the sun? That afternoon they played at euchre. Even Fink sat in, and though he showed no eagerness to win, forgot the trumps and played his bowers wild, there were not lacking moments when he smiled, a hesitating smile twixt wan and grim. It seemed his stubborn mood embarrassed him, because regret now troubled it with shame. The great wind died at midnight. Morning came, serene and almost indolently warm, as when an early April thunderstorm has cleansed the night and vanished with the gloom, when one can feel the imminence of bloom as 'twere a spirit in the orchard trees, when, credulous of blossom, come the bees to grumble round the seepages of sap. So mused Talbot while, pushing back the flap, instinctively he listened for a bird to fill the hush. Then presently he heard, and 'twas the only sound in all the world, the trickle of the melting snow that purled and tinkled in the bluffs above the town. The sight of ragged winter patched with brown, the golden peace and, palpitant therein, that what a note, spun silverly and thin, begot a wild conviction in the man. The wounded winter weakened. Now began the reconciliation? Hate would go, and, even as the water from the snow, old comradeship come laughing back again. All morning long he pondered, while the men played 7-up. And scarce a trick was played but someone sang a snatch of song, all made a merry jest. And when the game was balked by one who quite forgot his hand, and talked of things in old St. Louis, none demurred. And thus, by noon, it seemed the lightest word of careless salutation would avail to give a happy ending to the tale of clouded friendship. So he rose and went, by studied indirection, to the tent of Carpenter, as one who takes the air. And, as he raised the flap and entered there, a sudden gale of laughter from the men blew after him. What music in it then? What mockery, when memory should raise so often in the coming nights and days the ruthless echo of it. Click on click amid the whirlwind finish of a trick, the cards fell fast, while king and queen and ace, with Mina trumps for hounds, pursued the chase of wily knave and lurking deuce and 10. When suddenly, the game-enchanted men were conscious of a shadow in the place, and glancing up they saw the smiling face of Carpenter, thrust in above Talbot's. "How goes it, boys?" said he, and gaily those returned the greeting. "Howdy, Mike," he said, and with a sullen hanging of the head Fink mumbled, "Howdy? Gruff, but what of that? One cannot doff displeasure like a hat, 'twould dwindle snow-like. Nothing else would do but Carpenter should play." Now Fink played too, and having brought his cherished ones together, Talbot surrendered to the languid weather and, dreamily contented, watched the spot. All afternoon the pictured royal cot pursued its quarry in the mimic hunt, and Carpenter, now gayer than his wont, lost much, while Fink, with scarce a word to say, his whole attention fixed upon the play, won often. So it happened, when the sun was near to setting, that the day seemed one for friendliness, however stood the game. But even then that unseen playa came who stacks the shuffled deck of circumstance and, playing wild the joker men call chance, defeats the aces of our certainty. The cards were dealt and Carpenter bid 3. The next man passed the bid, and so the next. Then Fink, a trifle hesitant and vexed, bid 4 on spades, and there was one who said in laughing banter, "Mike, I'll bet my head as how them spades of yon'll dig a hole." And in some subtle meaning of the soul the wag was more a prophet than he knew. Fink held the ace and deuce, and that made 2, his black king scot another point with knave. But Carpenter, to whom that weird one gave a band of lesser trumps to guard his 10, lay low until the queen had passed, and then swept in a last fat trick for game, and scawed. And now the players slapped their knees and rod. "You're set? You're in the hole? He set you, Mike." Then suddenly they saw Fink crouch to strike, and ere they comprehended what they saw, there came a thud of knuckles on a jaw and Carpenter rolled over on the ground. One moment, in a breathless lapse of sound, the stricken man strove groggily to rise. The emptiness of wonder in his eyes turned dreamily, with seeming unconcern upon Mike's face, where now began to burn the livid murder-lust. Twixt breath and breath, the hush and immobility of death made there a timeless picture. Then a yell, as of a wild beast charging, broke the spell. Fink sprang to crush, but midway met Talbot, who threw him as a collie dog may throw a raging bull. But Mike was up again, and wielding thrice the might of common men, he gripped the little man by nape and thigh, and lightly lifted him, and swung him high and flung him, and the smitten tent went down. Then rose a roar that roused the teeming town, and presently a shouting rabble surged about the wreck, whence tumblingly emerged a knot of men who grappled Fink and clung. Prodigiously he rose beneath them, flung his smashing arms, man-laden, forth and back, but stubbornly they gripped him, like a pack that takes uncowed the maulings of a bear. "Let Carpenter get up," they cried. "Fight fair, fight fair, fight fair." Quite leisurely the while the stricken man arose, a sleepy smile about his quiet eyes. Indeed, he seemed as one but lately wakened, who has dreamed a pleasing dream. But when he stroked his beard and gazed upon his fingers, warmly smeared with crimson from the trickle at his jaw, his eyes went eagle-keen with what they saw. The stupor passed. He hastily untied his buckskin shirt and, casting it aside, stood naked to the hips. The tumult ceased as, panting hard, the voyageurs released their struggling charge and, ducking to a swing of those freed arms, sought safety, scampering. Fink also stripped his shirt, and as the man stood thus revealed, a buzz of wonder ran amid the jostling rabble. Few there were who in that moment envied Carpenter, serenely poised and waiting placid-browed, for shall a lonely cedar brave a cloud bulged big and shapen to the cyclone's whirl? Lo, even as the body of a girl, the body of the blonde was smooth and white, but vaguely, as one guesses at the might of silent waters running swift and deep, one guessed what stars of power lay asleep beneath the long fleet lines of trunk and limb. Thus God had made experiment with him, and, groping for the old Adamic dream, had found his patterns in the tree and stream, as Fink's in whirling air and hungry flame. Now momently the picture there became a blur of speed. Mike rushed. The tiptoe town craned eagerly to see a man go down before that human thunder gust. But lo, as bends a sapling when the great winds blow, the other squatted, deftly swayed aside, and over him the slashing blows went wide. Fink sprawled. But hardly had a spreading roar o'errun the town, when silence as before possessed the scene, for Mike flashed back again with flame-like speed, and suddenly the men clenched, leaning neck to neck. Without a word, like horn-locked bulls that strive before the herd, they balanced might with might, till Mike's hands whipped beneath the other's armpits, met and gripped across the broad white shoulders. Then began the whole prodigious engine of the man to bulge and roll and darken with the strain. Like rivulets fed suddenly with rain, the tall one's thews rose ropily, and flowed converging might against the growing load of those tremendous arms that strove to crush. Their labored breathing whistled in the hush. One saw the blond man's face go bluish-red, as deeper sank Fink's shaggy head amid his heaped-up shoulder brawn. One knew that very soon the taller of the two must yield and take that terrible embrace. A tense, hypnotic quiet filled the place. The men were like two wrestlers in a dream that holds an endless moment, till a scream fell stab-like on the hush. One saw Talbot, jaws set, hands clenched, eyes wild and bending low, as though he too were struggling, slowly bowed beneath Fink's might. And then, what ailed the crowd? Swept over by a flurry of surprise, they swayed and jostled, shouting battle cries and quips and jeers of savage merriment. One moment they had seen the tall man bent, about to break. Then, falling back a haunch, his feet had plunged against the other's paunch and sent Fink somersaulting. Once again a silence fell as, leaping up, the men were mingled briefly in a storm of blows. Now, tripping like a dancer on his toes, the blond man spawed, while, like a baited bear, half blinded with the lust to crush and tear, Fink strove to clutch that something lithe and sleek that stung and fled and stung. Upon his cheek a flying shadow laid a vivid bruise, another, and his brow began to ooze slow drops that spattered on his bearded jaw. Again that shadow passed, his mouth went raw, and like a gunshot wound it gaped and bled. Fink rawed with rage and plunged with lowered head upon this thing that tortured, hurled it back amid the crowd. One heard a thud and smack of rapid blows on bone and flesh, and then one saw the tall man stagger clear again with gushing nostrils and a bloody grin, and down his front the whiteness of the skin was striped with flowing crimson to the waist. Unsteadily he wheeled about and faced the headlong hate of his antagonist. Now toe to toe and fist to flying fist, they played at give and take, and all the while the blond man smiled that riddle of a smile, as one who meditates upon a jest. Yet surely he was losing. Backward pressed, he strove in vain to check his raging foe. Fink lunged and straightened to a shoulder blow with force enough to knock a bison down. The other dodged it, squatting. Then the town discovered what a smile might signify. For even as the futile blow went by, one saw the lithe white form shoot up close in, a hooked white arm jab upward to the chin, once, twice, and yet again. With eyes astare, his hands aloft and clutching at the air, Fink tottered backward, limply lurched and fell. Then came to pass what stilled the rabble's yell, so strange it was. And round the fires that night the wisest warriors, talking of the fight, could not explain what happened at the end. No friend, they said, makes war upon a friend, not as a foe have pity on a foe. And yet the tall white chief had bathed with snow the bloody mouth and battered cheek and brow of him who fell. Queer people, anyhow, the long knives were, and hard to understand. The shooting of the cup bull-roaring march had swept across the land, and now the evangelic goose and crane, foreigners of the messianic reign, went crying through the wilderness aloft. Fog hid the sun, and yet the snow grew soft. The monochrome of sky and poplar bough, drab tracery on drab, was stippled now with swelling buds, and slushy water ran upon the ice-bound river that began to stir and groan as one about to wake. Now, while they waited for the ice to break, the trappers fashioned bowl boats, willow wrought to bowl-like frames, and over these drawn taut green bison hides with bison sinew sewn. And much they talked about the Yellowstone, how fared their comrades yonder since the fall, and would they marvel at the goodly haul of beaver pelts these crazy craft should bring, and what of Ashley starting north that spring with yet another 100? Did his prows already nose the flood? Ah, cherry boughs about St. Louis now were loud with bees and white with bloom, and wading to the knees, the cattle browsed along the fresh green sloughs. Yes, even now the leaning caudel crews with word from home, so far away, alas, led not the marching armies of the grass, as twere the heart of summertime they towed. So while they shaped the willow frames and sewed the bison hides, the trappers' hearts were light. They talked no longer now about the fight. That story, shaped and fitted pot by pot, unwittingly was rounded into aught, and being aught, already it was old. When this bleak time should seem the age of gold, these men, grown gray and garrulous, might tell of wondrous doings on the mussel shell, how Carpenter, the mighty, fought, and how great Fink went down. But spring was coming now, and who's for backward looking in the spring? Yet one might see that Mike still felt the sting of that defeat, for often he would brood, himself the center of a solitude wherein the friendly chatter of the band was like a wind that makes a lonely land seem lonelier. And much it grieved Talbot to see a haughty comrade humbled so. And even Ma, he feared what wounded pride might bring to pass, before their boats could ride the dawnward reaches of the April floods and leave behind the village of the Bloods, for now it seemed a curse was on the place. Talbot was like a man who views a race with all to lose. So slowly crept the spring, so surely crawled some formless fatal thing, he knew not what it was. But should it win, life could not be again as it had been, and spring would scarcely matter any more. The daybreak often found him at the Shaw, a ghostly figure in the muggy light, intent to see what progress overnight the shackled river made against the chain. And then at last, one night, a dream of rain came vividly upon him. How it pawed! A witch's garden was the murk that wrought with bursting purple bloom. 'Twas April weather, and he and Mike and Bill were boys together beneath the sounding shingle roof at home. He smelled the odor of the drinking loam still rolling mellow from the recent share, and he could feel the meadow greening there beyond the apple orchard. Then he woke and raised the flap. A wraith of thunder smoke was trailing off along the prairie's rim. Half dreaming yet, the landscape puzzled him. What made the orchard seem so tall and lean? And surely yonder meadow had been green a moment since. What made it tawny now? And yonder where the billows of the plough should glisten fat and sleek. The drowsy spell dropped off and left him on the mussel shell beneath the old familiar load of care. He looked aloft. The stars had faded there. The sky was cloudless. No, one lonely fleece serenely floated in the spacious peace, and from the distance caught prophetic light. In truth he had heard thunder in the night and dashing rain, for all the land was soaked, and where the withered drifts had lingered, smoked the naked soil. But since the storm was gone, how strange that still low thunder mumbled on, an unresolving cadence marred at whiles by dull explosions. Now for miles and miles along the vale, he saw a trail of steam that mocked the many windings of the stream, as though the river simmered. Then he knew. It was the sound of April breaking through. The resurrection thunder had begun. The ice was going out, and spring had won the creeping race with dread. His ringing cheers brought out the blinking village by the ears to share the news. And though they could not know what ecstasy of triumph moved Talbot, yet lodge on lodge took up the joyous cry that set the dogs intoning to the sky, the drenched cayuses shrilly nickering. So man and beast proclaimed the risen spring upon the mussel shell. And all day long, the warring river sang its ocean song. And all that night, the spirits of the rain made battle music with a shattered chain and raged upon the foe. And did one gaze upon that struggle through the starry haze, one saw enormous bodies heaved and tossed, where stubbornly the Jotuns of the frost with shoulder, set to shoulder strove to stem the wild invasion rolling over them. Nor in the morning was the struggle done. Serenely all that day, the doughty sun, a banished king returning to his right, beheld his legions pouring to the fight, exhaustless, and his cavalries that rode, with hoofs that rumbled and with manes that flowed white in the war gust, crashing on the foe. And all that night the din of overthrow arose to heaven from the stricken field, a sound as of the shock of spear and shield, of wheels that trundled and the feet of hods, of shrieking horses mad among the sods, hurrahing of attackers and attacked, and sounds as of a city that is sacked when lust for loot runs roaring through the night. Dawn looked upon no battle, but a flight, and when the next day broke, the spring flood flowed like some great host that takes the homeward road with many spoils, a glad triumphal march, of which the turquoise heaven was the arch. Now comes a morning when the tents are down and packed for travel, and the whole blood town is out along the waterfront to see the trappers going. Dancing as with glee, 6 laden bull boats feel the April tide and sweep away. Along the riverside the straggling, shouting rabble keeps abreast a little while, but longer than the rest, a weeping runner races with the swirl, and loses slowly. 'Tis the long knife's girl, whom love perhaps already makes aware how flows unseen a greater river there, the never to be overtaken days. And now she pauses at the bend to gaze upon the black boats dwindling down the long dawn-gilded reach. A merry trapper's song comes liltingly to mock her, and a hand waves back farewell. Now round a point of land the bull boats disappear, and that is all, save only that long waiting for the fall when he would come again. All day they swirled northeastwardly. The undulating world flowed by them, wooded headland, greening vale, and naked hill, as in a fairy tale remembered in a dream. And when the flare of sunset died behind them, and the air went weird and deepened to a purple gloom, they saw the white enchanted castles loom above them, slowly pass and drift area, dissolving in the starry crystal sphere mid which they seemed suspended. Late to camp, they launched while yet the crawling valley damp made islands of the distant hills and hid the moaning flood. The halfway pyramid that noon stared in upon them from the south. 'Twas starlight when they camped at Hell Creek's mouth, among those hills where evermore in vain the spring comes wooing, and the April rain is tears upon a tomb. And once again the dead land echoed to the songs of men bound dayward when the dawn was but a streak. Halfway to noon they sighted Big Dry Creek, not choked with grave dust now, but caroling the universal music of the spring. Then, when the day was midway down the sky, they reached the milk. And howsoe'er the eye might sweep that valley with a far-flung gaze, it found no spot uncovered with a maze of bison moving lazily at browse, scarce wilder than a herd of dairy cows that know their herdsman. Now the whole band willed to tarry. So they beached their boats and killed 3 fading heifers, sliced the juicy rumps for broiling over embers, set the humps and loins to roast on willow spits, and threw the hearts and livers in a pot to stew against the time of dulling appetites. And when the stream ran opalescent lights, and in a scarlet glow the new moon set, the feast began. And some were eating yet, and some again in intervals of sleep, when upside down above the pola steep the dipper hung. And many tales were told, and there was hearty laughter as of old, with Fink's guffaw to swell it now and then. It seemed old times were coming back again, that truly they had launched upon a trip whereof the shining goal was comradeship. And tears were in the laughter of Talbot, so glad was he. For how may mortals know their gladness, save they sense it by the fear that whispers how the very thing held dear may pass away? The smoky dawn was lit, and, suddenly become aware of it, a flock of blue cranes, dozing on the sand, with startled cries awoke the sprawling band and took the misty air with moaning wings. Disgruntled with the chill drab scheme of things, still half asleep and heavy with the feast, the trappers launched their boats. But when the east burned rosily, therefrom a raw wind blew, and ever with the growing day it grew until the stream rose choppily and drove the fleet ashore. Camped snugly in a grove of cottonwoods, they slept. And when the gale, together with the light, began to fail, they rose and ate and set adrift again. It seemed the solid world that mothers men with twilight and the falling moon had passed, and there was nothing but a hollow vast, by time outlasting stars remotely lit, and they who at the central point of it hung motionless. While, rather sensed than seen, the phantoms of a world that had been green stole by in silence, shapes that once were trees, black wraiths of bushes, airy traceries remembering the hills. Then sleep made swift the swinging of the dipper, and the lift of stars that dwell upon the day's frontier, until at length the wheeling hollow sphere began to fill. And just at morning shine they landed at the little Porcupine. Again they slept, and, putting off at night, they passed the Elkhorn Prairie on the right halfway to Dawn and Wolf Creek. One night Ma had vanished when they slept upon the shaw beside the Poplar's mouth, and 3 had fled when, black against the early morning red, the fort that Henry builded heard their calls, and sentries' rifles spurting from the walls spilled drawling echoes. Then the gates swung wide and shouting trappers thronged the riverside to welcome back the homing voyageurs. That day was spent in sorting out the furs, with eager talk of how the winter went, and with the growing night grew merriment. The hump and haunches of a bison cow hung roasting at the heaped-up embers now on Henry's hearth. The backlog whined and popped and, sitting squat, all lounging elbow-propped, shrewd traders in the merchandise of tales held traffic, grandly careless how the scales tip-tilted with a slight excessive weight. And when the roast was finished, how they ate. And there was that which set them singing too against the deep bass music of the flue, while catgut screamed ecstatic in the lid, encouraging the voices used and keyed to vast and windy spaces. Later came a gentler mood when, staring at the flame, men ventured reminiscences and spoke about Kentucky people, or the folk back yonder in Virginia, or the ways they knew in old St. Louis, till the blaze fell blue upon the hearth, and in the gloom and melancholy stillness of the room they heard the wind of midnight wail outside. Then there was one who poked the logs and cried, "Is this a weeping drunk? I swear I'm like to tear my hair. Sing something lively, Mike." And Fink said not, but after poring long upon the logs, began an Irish song, a gently grieving thing like April rain, that while it wakes old memories of pain, wakes also odors of the violet. A broken heart, it seemed, could ne'er forget the eyes of Nora, dead upon the hill. And when he ceased the men sat very still, as hearing yet the low caressing note of some lost angel mourning in his throat. And afterwhile Mike spoke. "Sure now," said he, "'tis in a woman's eyes strong liquors be, and if ye drink av them, and if ye drink." For just a moment in the face of Fink Talbot beheld that angel yearning through, and wondering if Carpenter saw too, he looked, and lo, the guileless fellow grinned. As dreaming water, stricken by a wind, gives up the imaged heaven that it knows, so Fink's face lost the angel. He arose and left the place without a word to say. The morrow was a perfect April day, nor might one guess, so friendly was the sun, so kind the air, what thread at length was spun, what shears were open now to sever it. No sullen mood was Mike's. His biting wit made gay the trappers busy with the fur, though Ma and evermore on Carpenter his sallies fell, with ever keener wet. And Carpenter, unskilled in banter, met the sharper sally with the broader grin. But by and by, Mike made a jest, wherein some wanton innuendo lurked and leered, about the long knife's girl. The place went weird with sudden silence as the tall man strode across the room, nor lacked an open road among the men. A glitter in his stare belied the smile he bore, and, pausing there with stiffened index finger raised and held before the jester's eyes, as though he spelled the slow words out, he said, "We'll have no jokes in just that way about our women folks." And Fink guffawed. They would have fought again, had not the Major stepped between the men and talked the crisis by. And when 'twas past, Talbot, intent to end the strife at last, somehow persuaded Fink to make amends, and, as a proof that henceforth they were friends, proposed the shooting of the whiskey cup. "Sure be I," said Mike. "We'll toss a copper up, and if 'tis heads I'll thry me cunning first. As for me joke, the tongue of me is cursed wid double J-ants, so let it be forgot." And so it was agreed. They cleared a spot and flipped a coin that tinkled as it fell. A tiny sound, yet, like a midnight bell that sets wild faces pressing at the pane, Talbot would often hear that coin again, in vivid dreams, to waken terrified. 'Twas heads. And now the tall man stepped aside and, beckoning Talbot, he whispered, "Son, if anything should happen, keep my gun for old time's sake. And when the Major pays in old St. Louis, drink to better days when friends were friends with what he's owing me." Whereat the little man laughed merrily and said, "Old hoss, you're off your feed today, but if you've sworn an oath to blow your pay, I guess the three of us can make it good." Mike couldn't miss a target if he would. "Well, maybe so," said Carpenter, and smiled. A windless noon was brooding on the wild, and in the clearing, eager for the show, the waiting trappers chatted. Now Talbot stepped off the range. The tall man took his place, the grin of some droll humor on his face, and when his friend was reaching for his head to set the brimming cup thereon, he said, "You won't forget I gave my gun to you and all my blankets and my fixins too?" The small man laughed, and turning round he cried, "We're ready, Mike." A murmur ran and died along the double line of eager men. Fink raised his gun, but set it down again and blew a breath and said, "I'm gittin' dhry. So howled ye not'll sh titty, bill me bi, and don't ye sh pill me whiskey?" Cedar straight the tall man stood, the calm of brooding fate about him. Aye, and often to the end, Talbot would see that vision of his friend, a manflower springing from the fresh green sod, while round about, the bushes burned with God and mating peewees fluted in the brush. They heard a gun lock clicking in the hush. They saw Fink sighting, heard the rifle crack, and saw beneath the spreading powder rack the tall man pitching forward. Echoes fled like voices in a panic. Then Mike said, "Bejassus, and ye vsh pilled me whiskey, Bill?" A catbird screamed. The crowd stood very still as though bewitched. "And can't ye hear?" bawled Fink. "I say, I'm dhry, and now ye have pilled me drink." He stooped to blow the gases from his gun, and now men saw Talbot. They saw him run and stoop to peer upon the prostrate man, where now the mingling blood and whiskey ran from oozing forehead and the tilted cup. And in the hush a sobbing cry grew up, "My God, you've killed him, Mike." Then growing loud, a wind of horror blew among the crowd and set it swirling round about the dead. And over all there wrought a voice that said, "I never meant to do it, be-eyes, I swear. The divil's in me gun." Men turned to stare wild-eyed upon the center of that sound, and saw Fink dash his rifle to the ground, as 'twere the hated body of his wrong. Once more arose that wailing, like a song, of one who called and called upon his friend. Romans 7, the third rider it seemed the end, and yet 'twas not the end. A day that wind of horror and surprise blew high, and then, as when the tempest dies and only aspens prattle, as they will, though pines win silence and the oaks are still, by furtive twos and threes the talk survived. To some it seemed that men were longer lived who quarreled not over women. Others guessed that love was bad for marksmanship at best. The nerves, you know. Still others pointed out why Mike should have the benefit of doubt. For every man who knew a rifle knew that there were days you'd split a reed in two, offhand at 50 paces. Then one day, why, somehow, damn your eyes, you'd blaze away and miss a bull. No doubt regarding that. But, one replied, "'Tis what you're aiming at, not what you hit, determines skill, you know." An abstract observation, apropos of nothing in particular, but made as just a contribution to the trade of gunnery. And others would recall the center of that silence in the hall the night one lay there waiting, splendid, still, and nothing left to wait for. Poor old Bill. There went a man, by God, who knew his like so meek and might, and some remembered Mike, the hearth-lit room, the way he came to look upon that face, and how his shoulders shook with sobbing as he moaned. My friend, my friend? It seemed the end, and yet 'twas not the end, though men cared less to know what cunning gnome or eyeless thing of doom had ridden home the deadly slug. And then there came a day when Major Henry had a word to say that seemed, at last, to lay the ghost to rest. He meant to seek the river of the west beyond the range, immensely rich in furs, and for the wiving prows of voyageurs, a virgin yearning. Yonder one might glide 1,000 miles to sunset, where the tide is tempered with an endless dream of May. So much and more the Major had to say, words big with magic for the young men's ears. And finally he called for volunteers, 2 men to hasten to the Morow's mouth, Meet Ashley's party coming from the south and bid them buy more hosses at the Grand among the Reese. Then, pushing through the band, Mike Fink stood forth, and after him, Talbot. Now Henry thought 'twere wiser they should go by land, although the river trail, he knew, were better. But a wind of rumour blew upstream. About the region of the knife, it seemed, the Grovans tarried, nursing strife because the whites were favouring their foes with trade for guns, and, looking on their bows, the Grovans hated. So the rumour said. And thus it came to pass the new trail led about 6 days by pony to the south. Thence eastward, 5 should find the Morow's mouth and Ashley toiling up among the bars. The still white wind was blowing out the stars when yawning trappers saw the 2 men row across the river with their mounts in tow, a red-roan stallion and a buckskin mare. And now, the ponies gain the far bank there and flounder up and shake themselves like dogs. And now, the riders mount and breast the fogs flung down as wool upon the flat. They dip and rise and float, submerging to the hip, turn slowly into shadow men, and fade. And some have said that, when the ponies neighed, 'twas like a strangled shriek, and far ahead some ghostly pony, ridden by the dead, called onward like a bugle singing doom. And when the valley flaw, as with a broom, was swept by dawn, men saw the empty land. Not now the song shall tell of Henry's band ascending to the falls, nor how they crossed the Blackfoot Trail, nor how they fought and lost, thrown back upon the Yellowstone to wait in vain for Ashley's 100. Yonder, fate led southward through the fog, and thither goes the prescient song. The April sun arose and fell, and all day long the riders faced a rolling, treeless, melancholy waste of yellow grass. For 'twas a rainless time, nor had the baby green begun to climb the steep-kneed hills, but kept the nursing draws. And knee to knee they rode with scarce a pause, save when the ponies drank, and scarce a word, as though the haunting silence of a third, who rode between them, shackled the tongue. And when along the sloughs the twilight flung blue haze, and made the hills seem doubly bleak, they camped beside a songless little creek that crawled among the clumps of stunted plum just coming into bud. And both sat dumb beside a mewing fire, until the west was darkened, and the shadows leaped and pressed about their little ring of feeble light. Then, moved by some vague menace in the night, Fink fossed a laugh that wasn't glad at all, and joked about a certain saddle gall that troubled him, a Rabelaisian quip that in the good old days had served to strip the drooping humour from the dourest jowl. He heard the laughter of the prairie owl, a goblin jeering. Gazing at the flame, Talbot seemed not to hear, but when there came a cry of Quixote's, peering all about, he said, "You don't suppose they'll dig him out? I carried heavy stones till break of day. You don't suppose they'll come and paw away the heavy stones I packed, and pest a bill?" "Huh-uh," Fink grunted, but the evening chill seemed doubled on a sudden, so he sought his blanket, wrapped it closely, thought and thought till drowsy nonsense tumbled through his skull. Now at that time of night when comes a lull on stormy life, when even sorrow sleeps and sentinels upon the stella steep sight morning, though the world is blind and dumb, Fink wakened at a whisper. "Mike, he's come, look, look." And Mike sat up and blinked and saw. It didn't walk, it burned along the draw, tall, radiantly white. It wasn't dead, it smiled, it had a tin cup on its head, eh? Gone? Fink stirred the embers to a flare. What dream was this? The world seemed unaware that anything at all had come to pass. Contentedly the ponies nipped the grass there in the darkness, and the night was still. They slept no more, but nursed the fire until the morning broke, then ate and rode away. They weren't any merrier that day, and each spoke little, save when Fink would swear and smirch the virtue of the buckskin mare for picking quarrels with the roan he rode. Did not the Northwind nag her like a goad, and was there any other hoss to blame? The worried day dragged on, and twilight came, a dusty gray. They climbed a hill to seek some purple fringe of brush that mocked a creek. The prairie seemed an endless yellow blur, nor might they choose but tarry where they were, and pass the chillest night as best they could, for they had seen no water-hole or wood since when the sun was halfway down the sky, and there would be no stars to travel by, so thick a veil of dust the great wind wove. They staked their ponies in a leeward cove, and, rolling in their blankets, swooned away. Talbot awoke and stared. 'Twas breaking day? So soon? It seemed he scarce had slept a wink. He'd have another snooze, for surely Fink seemed far from waking, sprawled upon the ground, his loose mouth gaping skyward with a sound as of a bucksaw grumbling through a knot. Talbot dropped back and dreamed the sun was hot upon his face. He tried but failed to stir, whereat he knew that he was carpenter and hot-breathed wolves were sniffing round his head. He wasn't dead. He really wasn't dead. Would no one come? Would no one drive them off? His cry for help was nothing but a cough, for something choked him. Then a shrill long scream cut knife-like through the shackles of his dream, and once again he saw the lurid flare of morning on the hills. What ailed the mare? She strained her tether, neighing. And the roan? He squatted, trembling with his head upthrown, and lashed his tail and snotted at the blast. Perhaps some prowling grizzly wandered past. Talbot sat up. What stifling air? How warm? What sound was that? Perhaps a thunderstorm was working up. He coughed, and then it broke upon him how the air was sharp with smoke, and, leaping up, he turned and looked and knew what birdless dawn, unhallowed by the dew, came raging from the northwest. Half the earth and half the heavens were a burning hearth fed fat with grass inflammable as tow. He shook Fink, yelling, "Mike, we've got to go." All hells broke loose. They cinched the saddles on with hands that fumbled, mounted and were gone like rabbits fleeing from a coyote pack. They crossed the valley, topped a rise, looked back, nor dared to gaze. The firm, familiar world, it seemed, was melting down, and chaos swirled once more across the transient realms of form to scatter in the primal atom storm the earth's rich dust and potency of dreams. Infernal geysers gushed, and sudden streams of rainbow flux went roaring up the skies through ghastly travesties of paradise, where, drowsy in a tropic summertide, strange gaudy flowers bloomed and aged and died, whole seasons in a moment. Bloody rain, blown slant like April silver, spewed the plain to mock the fallow sod, and where it fell anemones and violets of hell foreign the fatal summer. Spurs bit deep. Now down the hill where shadow-haunted sleep fell from the broken wind's narcotic breath, the ponies plunged. A sheltered draw, where death seemed brooding in the silence, heard them pass. A hollow, deep with tangled, jointed grass, snatched at the frantic hoofs. Now up a slope they clambered, blowing, at a stumbling lope, and, reined upon the summit, wheeled to stare. The stallion snorted, and the rearing mare screamed at the sight and bolted down the wind. The writhing terror, scarce a mile behind, appeared to gain, while far to left and right its flanks seemed bending in upon the night, a 10-league python closing on its prey. No guiding hand was needed for the way, blind speed was all. So little nature heeds the fate of men, these blew as tumbleweeds before that dwarfing, elemental rage. A gray wolf bounded from a clump of sage. A rabbit left its bunchgrass nest and ran beside its foe, and neither dreaded man, the deadliest of all earth's preying things. A passing knoll exploded into wings, and prairie owls, befuddled by the light, went tumbling up like patches of the night the burning tempest tatted. Leaning low, the gasping riders let the ponies go, the little buckskin lading, while the roans strove hard a-flank, afraid to be alone and nickering at whiles. And he who led, by brief hypnotic lapses comforted, recalled the broad Ohio, heard the Hans the way they used to sing those summer morns when he and Mike and there the dream went wrong and through his head went running, like a song that sings itself. He tried so hard to come and want us, but the grave had made him dumb, and 'twas to show he loved us that he smiled. And of the other terror made a child whom often, for a panic moment span, projections from the conscience of the man pursued with glaring eyes and claws of flame. For this the dead arose, for this he came, that grin upon his face. A blinding gloom crushed down, then, followed by a rolling boom, there broke a scarlet hurricane of light that swept the farthest reaches of the night where unsuspected hills leaped up aghast. Already through the hollow they had passed so recently, the hounding terror sped. And now the wind grew hotter. Overhead inverted seas of color rolled and broke, and from the commas of the litten smoke a stinging spindrift showered. On they went, unconscious of duration or extent, of everything but that from which they fled. Now, sloping to an ancient river bed, the prairie flattened. Plunging downward there, the riders suddenly became aware how surged, beneath, a mighty shadow stream, as though the dying prairie dreamed a dream of yesterage when all her valleys flowed with Amazons, and monster life abode upon her breast and quickened in her womb. And from that, rushing in the flame-smeared gloom, unnumbered outcries blended in a roar. The headlong ponies struck the sounding shaw and reared upon their haunches. Far and near, the valley was aflood with elk and deer and buffalo and wolves and antelope, and whatsoever creature slough and slope along the path of terror had to give. Torrential with the common will to live, the river of unnumbered egos swept the ponies with it. But the buckskin kept the margin where the rabble frayed and thinned, and, breathing with the wheeze of broken wind, the stallion clung to her. It came to pass the valley yawned upon a sea of grass that seemed to heave, as waves of gloom and glare ran over it, and, rising here and there, tall buttes made islands in the living tide that wrought about them. Still with swinging stride and rhythmic breath, the little buckskin ran among the herd, that opened like a fan and scattered. but the roan was losing ground. His breathing gave a gurgling, hollow sound, as though his life were gushing from his throat. His whole frame quivered like a scuttled boat that slowly sinks. Nor did he seem to feel upon his flank the biting of the steel that made him bleed. Vink cut the rifle boot and saddlebags away, to give the brute less burden. Now it happened, as they neared a lofty butte whose summit glimmered weird beneath the lurid boiling of the sky, Talbot was startled by a frantic cry behind him, noted that he rode alone, and, turning in the saddle, saw the roan go stumbling down and wither to a heap. And momently, between a leap and leap, the love of self was mighty in the man, for now the terror left the hills and ran with giant strides along the grassy plains. Dear yesterdays fought wildly for the reins, tomorrows for the spur, and then the mare heeled to the sawing bit and pawed the air and halted, prancing. Once again Talbot looked back to where the sparks were blown as snow before that blizzard blast of scorching light, and saw Fink running down the painted night like some lost spirit fleeing from the wrath. One hoss, and who should ride it? All he hath a man will give for life, but shall he give for living that which makes it good to live, the consciousness of fellowship and trust? Let fools so prize a pinch of throbbing dust. Now Fink should ride, and let the rest be hid. He bounded from the mare, but as he did, the panic-stricken pony wheeled about, won freedom with a lunge, and joined the rout of fleeing shadows. Well, 'twas over now. Perhaps it didn't matter anyhow. They'd go together now and hunt for Bill. And momently the world seemed very still about Talbot. Then Fink was at his side, blank horror in his face. "Come on," he cried. "The butt will climb the butt." And once again Talbot knew fear. Now, gripping hands, the men scuttled and dodged athwart the scattered flight of shapes that drifted in the flood of light, a living flotsam, reached the bare butt's base, went scrambling up its leaning layward face to where the slope grew sheer, and huddled there. And hotter, hotter, hotter grew the air, until their temples sang a fever tune. The April night became an August noon. Then, near to swooning in a blast of heat, they heard the burning breakers boom and beat about their lofty island, as they lay, their gaping mouths pressed hard against the clay, and fought for every breath. Nor could they tell how long upon a blistered scarp in hell they gasped and clung. But suddenly at last, an age in passing, and a moment passed, the torture ended, and the cool air came, and looking out, they saw the long slant flame devour the night to leeward. By and by drab light came seeping through the sullen sky. They waited there until the morning broke, and like a misty moon amid the smoke, the sun came stealing up. They found a place where rain had scarred the butt wall's western face with many runnels, clambered upward there, and viewed a panorama of despair. The wind had died, and not a sound arose above those blackened leagues, for even crows, the solitude embodied in a bird, had fled that desolation. Nothing stirred, save here and there a thin gray column grew from where some draw still smoldered. And they knew how universal quiet may appall as violence, and, even as a wall, sheer vacancy confine, no hoss, no gun, nay, worse, no hint of water hole or run in all the flat or back among the hills. Mere hunger is a goad that, ere it kills, may drive the lean far down the hottest road, but thirst is both a snaffle and a load. It gripped them now. When Mike made bold to speak, his tongue was like a stranger to his cheek. "Sure be I," he croaked. "'Tis Sunday morn in hell." The sound seemed profanation, on it fell the vast, rebuking silence. Long they gazed about them, standing silent and amazed upon the summit. West and north and east they saw too far. But mystery, at least, was in the south, where still the smoke concealed the landscape. Vistas of the unrevealed invited hope to stray there as it please, and presently there came a little breeze out of the dawn. As of a crowd that waits some imminent revealment of the fates that toil behind the scenes, a murmur woke amid the hollow hush. And now the smoke mysteriously stirs, begins to flow, and giant shadow bulks that loom below seem crowding dawnward. One by one they lift above the reek, and trail the ragged drift about their flanks. A melancholy scene, gray butts and giddy gulfs that yawn between, a Titan's labyrinth. But see afar where yonder canyon, like a purple scar cuts zigzag through the waste, is that a gleam of water in its deeps? A stream? A stream? Now scrambling down the runnels of the rain, they struck across the devastated plain where losers of the night's mad race were strewn to wait the wolves and crows. Mid-afternoon beheld them stripping at the river's bank. They wallowed in the turbid stream and drank delicious beakers in the liquid mud. Nor drank alone, for here the burning flood had flung its panting driftage in the dock. The valley teemed with life, as though some ark that rode the deluge spewed its cargo here: elk, antelope, wolves, bison, rabbits, deer, owls, crows, the greatest mingled with the least. And when the men had drunk, they had a feast of liver, bolted dripping from a cow dead at the water's lip. Blue Shadow now was mounting slowly up the canyon steep, so, seeking for a better place to sleep, they wandered down the margin of the stream. 'Twas scarce more real than walking in a dream of lonely craters in a lunar land that never thrilled with roots. On either hand the dwarfing summits sawed, grotesque, austere, and jagged fissures, sentineled with fear, led back to mysteries of purple gloom. They came to where a coulee, like a flume, rose steeply to the prairie. Thither hurled, a roaring freshet of the herd had swirled, cascading to the river bed, and there, among the trampled carcasses, the mare lay bloated near the water. She had run with saddle, panniers, powder-horn, and gun against the wind-thewed fillies of the fire, and won the heat to perish at the wire. A plucky little brute. Roman ate vengeance, they made a camp well up above the crawling valley damp, and where no prowling beast might chance to come. There was no fuel, but a flask of rum, thanks to the buckskin, dulled the evening chill, and both grew mellow. Memories of Bill and other nights possessed the little man, and on his reminiscence ran, as 'twere the babble of a brook of tears gone groping for the ocean of dead years too far away to reach. And by the low voice sharpened to an anguished cry, "Oh, Mike, I said you couldn't miss the cup." Then something snapped in Fink, and leaping up, he seized Talbot and shook him as a rat is shaken by a dog. "Enough of that," he yelled. "And faith, till sinned ye off the bill per one more word, ye fool, I meant to kill, and moin me now, you'd better howled your lip." Talbot felt murder shudder in the grip that choked and shook and flung him. Faint and dazed, he sprawled upon the ground, and anger blazed within him, like the leaping northern light that gives no heat. He wished to rise and fight, but could not for the horror of it all. Wild voices thronged the further canyon wall as Fink raved on, and every word he said was like a mutilation of the dead by some demonic mob. And when at length he heard Mike snoring yonder, still the strength to rise and kill came not upon Talbot. So many moments of the long ago came pleading, and the gentle might thereof united with the habit of old love to weave a spell about the sleeping man. Then drowsily the pondered facts began to merge and group, as running colors will, in new and vague patterns. Mike and Bill were bickering again, and someone said, "Let's flip a copper, if it's tails he's dead, if heads he's living. That's the way to tell." A spinning copper jangled like a bell. But even as he stooped to pick it up, behold, the coin became a whiskey cup bowed smoothly through the center. "Look at this," he seemed to shout. I knew Mike couldn't miss. Bill only played at dying for a joke. Then laughter filled his dream, and he awoke. The dawn was like a stranger's cold regard across the lifeless land, grotesquely scarred as by old sorrow, and the man's dull sense of woe, become objective and immense, seemed waiting there to crush him. Fink still slept, and even now, it seemed, his loose mouth kept a shape for shameless words, as though a breath, deep drawn, might set it gloating o'er the death of one who loved its jesting and its song. And while Talbot sat pondering the wrongs so foully done, and all that had been killed, and how the laughter of the world was stilled and all its wine poured out, he seemed to hear as though a spirit whispered in his ear, "You won't forget I gave my gun to you?" And instantly, the deep conviction grew that 'twas a plea for justice from the slain. Ah, not without a hand upon the rein, nor with an empty saddle, had the mare outrun the flame that she might carry there the means of vengeance. Yet, if Mike were dead, he shuddered, gazing where the gray sky bled with morning like a wound. He couldn't kill, nor did it seem to be the way of Bill to bid him do it. Yet the gun was sent. For what? To make Mike suffer and repent? But how? A while his apathetic gaze explored yon thirst and hunger-haunted maze, as though he might surprise the answer there. The answer came. That region of despair should be Mike's purgatory. More than chance had fitted circumstance to circumstance that this should be. He knew it. And the plan, thus suddenly conceived, possessed the man. It seemed the might of Bill had been reborn in him. He took the gun and powder horn, the water flasks and sun-dried bison meat the panniers gave, then climbing to a seat above the sleeper, shouted down to him, "Get up." Along the further canyon rim, a multitude of voices swelled the shout. Fink started up and yawned and looked about, bewildered. Once again the clamor ran along the canyon wall. The little man, now squinting down the pointed rifle, saw the lifted face go pale, the stubborn jaw droop nervelessly. A twinge of pity stirred within him, and he marveled as he heard his own voice saying what he wished unsaid. "It's Bill's own rifle pointing at your head. Go east, and think of all the wrong you've done." Fink glanced across his shoulder where the sun shone level on the melancholy land, and feigning that he didn't understand, essayed a careless grin that went awry. "Be jassus, and we'll not go there, me be I," he said, "for sure 'tis hell without the lights." That one-eyed stare along the rifle sights was narrowed to a slit. A sickening shock ran through him at the clucking of the lock. He clutched his forehead, stammering. "Talbot, I've been your friend. I'll give you 3 to go," the other said, "or else you'll follow Bill. 1, 2. Fink turned and scuttled down the hill, and at the sight the watcher's eyes grew dim, for something old and dear had gone from him, his pride in one who made a clown of death. Alas, how much the man would give for breath! How easily death made of him the clown! Now scrambling for a grip, now rolling down, Mike landed at the bottom of the steep, and, plunging in the river belly deep, struck out in terror for the other shaw. At any moment might the rifle's raw crash through that rearward silence, and the lead come snarling like a hornet at his head. He felt the spot. Then presently the flood began to cool the fever in his blood, and furtive self-derision stung his pride. He clambered dripping up the further side and felt himself a fool. He wouldn't go. That little whiffet yonder was Talbot. And who was this that he, Mike Fink, had feared? He'd go and see. A spurt of smoke appeared across the river, and a bullet struck, spat ping, beside him, spewing yellow muck upon his face. Then every cliff and draw rehearsed the sullen thunders of the law he dared to question. Stricken strangely weak, he clutched the clay and watched the powder-reek trail off with glories of the level sun. He saw Talbot paw powder in his gun and ram the wad. A second shot might kill? That brooding like a woman over Bill had set the fellow daft. A crazy man. The notion spurred him. Springing up, he ran to where a gully cleft the canyon rim, and with that one-eyed fury after him, fled east. The very butts, grotesque and weird, seemed startled at the sight of what he feared and powerless to shield him in his need. 'Twas more than man he fled from. 'Twas a deed, become alive and subtle as the air, that turned upon the doer. Everywhere it gibbered in the echoes as he fled. A stream of pictures flitted through his head, the quiet body in the hearth-lit hall, the grinning ghost, the flight, the stallion's fall, the flame-girt aisle, the spectral morning sun, and then the finding of the dead man's gun beside the glooming river. Flowing by, these fused and focused in the deadly eye he felt behind him. Suddenly the ground heaved up and smote him with a crashing sound, and in the vivid moment of his fall, he thought he heard the snarling rifle ball and felt the one-eyed fury crunch its mock. Expectant of the swooping of the dock, he raised his eyes. The sun was shining still. It peeped about the shoulder of a hill and viewed him with a quizifying stare. He looked behind him. Nothing followed there, but silence, big with dread-begotten sound, dismayed him, and the steeps that hemmed him round seemed plotting with a more than human guile. He rose and fled, but every little while a sense of eyes behind him made him pause, and always down the maze of empty draws, it seemed a sound of feet abruptly ceased. Now trotting, walking now, he labored east, and when at length the burning zenith beat upon him, and the summits swam with heat, and on the winding gullies fell no shade, he came to where converging gulches made a steep-walled basin for the blinding glare. Here, fanged and famished, crawled the prickly pear. Malevolent with thirst, the soap-weed thrust its bobbed stilettos from the arid dust, defiant of the rain-withholding blue. And in the midst a lonely scrub oak grew, a crooked dwarf that, in the pictured bog of its own shadow, squatted like a frog. Fink, panting, flung himself beneath its boughs. A mighty magic in the noonday drowse allayed the driving fear. A waking dream fulfilled a growing wish. He saw the stream far off as from a space-commanding height. And now, a fantasy of rapid flight transported him above the sagging land, and with a sudden swoop he seemed to stand once more upon the shimmering river's brink. His eyes drank deep, but when his mouth would drink, a giant hornet from the other shaw, the generating center of a roar that shook the world, snarled by. He started up and saw the basin filling as a cup with purple twilight. Gazing all around where still the flitting ghost of some great sound troubled the crags a moment, then was mute, he saw along the shoulder of a butt, a good 300 paces from the oak, a slowly spreading streak of rifle smoke, and knew the deadly eye was lurking there. He fled again. About him everywhere amid the tangled draws now growing dim, weird witnesses took cognizance of him and told abroad the winding way he ran. He halted only when his breath began to stab his throat. And lo, the staring eye was quenched with night. No further need he fly till dawn. And yet, he held his breath to hear if footsteps followed. Silence smote his ear, the gruesome silence of the hearth-lit hall, more dread than sound. Against the gully wall he shrank and huddled with his eyes shut tight, for fear a presence, latent in the night, should walk before him. Then it seemed he ran through regions alien to the feet of man, a weary way despite the speed of sleep, and came upon a river flowing deep between black crags that made the sky a well. And eerily the feeble starlight fell upon the flood with water lilies strown. But when he stooped, the stream began to moan, and suddenly from every lily pad a white face bloomed, unutterably sad and bloody-browed. A swift, erasing flame across the dusky picture. Morning came. Mike lay a moment, blinking at the blue, and then the fear of yesterday broke through the clinging drowse. For lo, on every side the paling summits watched him, august-eyed, in hushed anticipation of a raw. He fled. All day, intent to see once more the open plain before the night should fall, he labored on. But many a soaring wall annulled some costly distance he had won, and misdirected gullies, white with sun, seemed spitefully to baffle his desire. The deeps went blue. On mimic dome and spire the daylight faded to a starry awe. Mike slept, and lo, they marched along the draw, or rather burned, tall, radiantly white. A hushed procession, tunneling the night they came, with lips that smiled and brows that bled, and each one bore a tin cup on its head, a brimming cup. But ever as they came before him, like a draught-struck candle flame they shuddered and were snuffed. 'Twas deep night yet when Mike awoke and felt the terror sweat upon his face, the prickling of his hair. Afraid to sleep, he paced the gully there until the taller butts were growing gray. He brooded much on flowing streams that day. As with a weight, he stooped, his feet were slow, he shuffled. Less and less he feared Talbot behind him. More and more he feared the night before him. Any hazard in the light, or aught that might befall twixt living men, were better than to be alone again and meet that dream. The deeps began to fill with purple haze. Bewildered, boding ill, a moaning wind awoke. 'Twould soon be dark, Mike pondered. Twice Talbot had missed the mark. Perhaps he hadn't really meant to hit. And surely now that flaring anger fit had burned away. It wasn't like the man to hold a grudge. Mike halted and began to grope for words regretful of the dead, persuasive words about a heart that bled for Bill. 'Twas all a terrible mistake. Plays now, a little d'atrup for old Toim's sake. With troublesome insistence, that refrain kept running through the muddle of his brain and disarranged the words he meant to speak. The trickle of a tear along his cheek consoled him. Soon his suffering would end. Talbot would see him weeping for his friend. Talbot had water? Now the heights burned red to westward. With a choking clutch of dread, he noted how the dusk was gathering along the draws, a trap about to spring. He cupped his hands about his mouth and cried, "Talbot, Talbot." Despairing voices died among the summits and the lost wind pined. It made Talbot seem infinitely kind, the one thing human in a ghostly land. Where was he? Just a touch of that warm hand would thwart the dark. Mike sat against a wall and brooded. By and by a skittering fall of pebbles at his back aroused the man. He scrambled to his feet and turned to scan the butt that sloped above him. Where the glow still washed the middle height, he saw Talbot serenely perched upon a ledge of clay. And Mike forgot the words he meant to say, the fitted words, regretful of his deed. A forthright, stock sincerity of need rough hued the husky, incoherent prayer he shouted to that lot of water there above the gloom. A little drop to drink for old time's sake. Talbot regarded Fink a while in silence, then his thin lips curled. "You spilled the only drink in all the world. Go on," he said, "and think of what you've done." Beyond the pointed muzzle of his gun he saw the big man wither to a squat and tremble, like a bison when the shot just nips the vital circle. Then he saw a stooping figure hurry down the draw, grow dim, and vanish in the failing light. 'Twas long before Talbot could sleep that night. Some questioner, insistently perverse, assailed him and compelled him to rehearse the justifying story of the friend betrayed and slain. But when he reached the end, still unconvinced, the questioner was there to taunt him with that pleading of despair, for old time's sake. Sleep brought him little rest, for what the will denied, the heart confessed in mournful dreams. And when the first faint gray aroused him, and he started on his way, he knew the stubborn questioner had won. No brooding on the wrong that Mike had done could still that cry. Plays now, for old Toim's sake, a little d'atrup. It made his eyeballs ache with tears of pity that he couldn't shed. No other dawn, save that when Bill lay dead and things began to stare about the hall, had found the world so empty. After all, what man could know the way another trod? And who was he, Talbot, to play at God? Let one who curbs the wind and brews the rain essay the subtler portioning of pain to souls that err. Talbot would make amends. Once more they'd drink together and be friends. How often they had shared. He struck a trot, eyes fixed upon the trail. The sun rose hot. Noon poured a blinding glare along the draws, and still the trail led on, without a pause to show where Mike had rested. Thirst began to be a burden on the little man. His progress dwindled to a dragging pace. But when he tipped the flask, that pleading face arose before him, and a prayer denied came moaning back to thrust his need aside. A little drop. How Mike must suffer now. I'm not so very thirsty anyhow, he told himself, and almost any bend might bring him on a sudden to his friend. He'd wait and share the water. Every turn betrayed a hope. The west began to burn, flared red, went ashen, and the stars came out. Dreams, colored by an unacknowledged doubt, perplexed the trail he followed in his sleep, and dreary hours before the tallest steep saw dawn, Talbot was waiting for the day. Till noon he read a writing in the clay that bade him haste, for now from wall to wall the footmarks wandered, like the crabbed scrawl an old man writes. They told a gloomy tale. And then the last dim inkling of a trail was lost upon a patch of hardened ground. The red west saw him, like a nervous hound that noses vainly for the vanished track, still plunging into gullies, doubling back, and pausing now and then to hurl a yell among the ululating steeps. Night fell. The starlit butts still heard him panting by, and summits weird with midnight caught his cry to answer, mocking. Morning brought despair, nor did he get much comfort of his prayer. God, let me find him. Show me where to go? Some greater, unregenerate Talbot was God that morning, for the lesser heard his own bleak answer echoed word for word, go on, and think of all the wrong you've done. His futile wish to hasten sped the sun. That day, as he recalled it in the dock, was like the spinning of a burning arc. He nodded, and the night was but a swoon, and morning neighbored strangely with the noon, and evening was the noon's penumbral haze. No further ran the reckoning of days. 'Twas evening when at last he stooped to stare upon a puzzling trail. A wounded bear, it seemed, had dragged its rump across the sands that flawed the gullies now, but sprawling hands had marked the margin. Why was that? No doubt Mike too had tarried here to puzzle out what sort of beast had passed. And yet, how queer, 'twas plain no human feet had trodden here. A trail of hands, that throbbing in his brain confused his feeble efforts to explain, and hazily he wondered if he slept and dreamed again. Tenaciously he kept his eyes upon the trail and labored on, lest, swooping like a hawk, another dawn should snatch that hope away. A sentry crow, upon a sunlit summit, saw Talbot and croaked alarm. The noise of many wings in startled flight and raucous chatterings arose. What feast was interrupted there a little way ahead? 'Twould be the bear, he plodded on. The intervening space sagged under him, and halting at the place where late the flock had been, he strove to break a grip of horror. Surely now he'd wake and see the morning quicken in the skies. The thing remained. It hadn't any eyes. The pilfered sockets bore a pleading stare. A long, hoarse wail of anguish and despair aroused the echoes. Answering, arose once more the jeering chorus of the crows. A Cycle of the West by John G. Neihardt. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow, work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks,